Recorded Books presents Something I Keep Upstairs by J.D. Barker, narrated by Michael Crouch. My name is Billy Hasler. When I was a kid, my best friend's name was David Spivey. I haven't said that name aloud in nearly 11 years. It had been at least 9 since I'd last written it down, and I have mixed feelings about putting it on paper here. I've been told I should, though, so there's that. They tell me it will be good for me, but I can't help but wonder if they really mean it will be good for them. A lot of people want some kind of closure from me. Honestly, that's a big ask. I'm still waiting for my own closure to come. I've been told that if I continue to keep all this to myself, bottled up inside, the pressure will build, and one of these days I might just kablooey. Okay, that's silly, but that's what the doctors tell me. That's what my mom tells me. That's what my remaining friends tell me. Most certainly the police. Their visits aren't as frequent as they used to be, but they still come around. Mundy gave up. Sandy Lomax has long since retired. But that's never stopped the latest fresh-faced officers on our small force from knocking on my door. Hey, I read the file, and I was wondering if you could spare a few minutes to talk about Chief Whaley, those kids. I tell them enough to make them go away. Just enough to understand that sponge has been squeezed dry by many hands before them, and I have nothing left to give. Even that little bit, a few words here, a few words there, it always feels like a betrayal. A betrayal to Maddie, Izzy, Chloe, Kira, even Alicia, the pact we all made. But most of all, a betrayal to Spivey. Everyone called him Spivey, even his mom, which I always found odd, because we'd been together the longest, and that bond had been the toughest. It held out when the others began to snap. I'd known Spivey since we were 4 years old. The two of us grew up on Newcastle, a small island off the coast of Portsmouth in New Hampshire. There's a playground on the island commons, and if my mother is to be believed, she spotted another 4-year-old boy out there one morning with his mother, and the two adults quickly paired us up. When you grow up on an island with a population of less than 900, friend pickings are slim. We attended Maud H. Trefethen Elementary together. There were only 8 others in our class, and 37 total students in the entire school. Our world expanded when we went on to Rye Middle and Portsmouth High. The latter two were over the bridge on the mainland. The first was about 300 feet from my front door, and on warm days my mother would let me walk by myself, although I suspect she followed me in those earlier years. Like many coastal towns in New England, Newcastle has a sordid history. Our house went up in 1923 and was considered one of the new homes. Most around us were built in the 16 and 1700s, some earlier than that. Our local tourist draw, Fort Stark, saw its first of many remodels way back in 1808. The Newcastle Inn has been sheltering visitors since 1698, and our local post office opened its doors on Main Street in the summer of 1864. The island started as a colony, served as a military stronghold during history's more turbulent times, and a fishing village for the quiet years between. Paul Revere once rode through here at the start of the American Revolution. There's a plaque about a mile from my house. This place is older than dirt. When you're a kid surrounded by history and nostalgia, you don't much appreciate it. Not really. No more than you realize what a blessing it is to have the ocean a stone's throw away, or neighbors who know you by name, neighbors who wave every day rather than shirk their eyes to the ground and live in a bubble. I found those people on the streets of New York during the year I tried to leave this place after the horror of that particular summer. I suppose that's why I came back. Away from Newcastle, I found myself in my own bubble, and I quickly learned I wasn't the best company. Not then. I needed people I knew, even if they all came at me with questions. If Spivey and I had grown up anywhere else, I'm sure we wouldn't have been friends. I was good at sports, made the varsity football team at 16, never had trouble making friends, had a girlfriend by 15. Spivey spent a lot of time alone, comfortable in his own head. His favorite place was out on the rocks to the east of the Coast Guard jetty, just sitting out there facing the water, what we locals called the Reach. Most days he'd have his guitar with him, a beat-up Rickenbacker he'd found out in his shed when we were 9. Nobody knew how it got there, and that was all the company he really needed. I'm not going to pretend to know anything about music. I don't know a G chord from an F, but I know what sounds good, and Spivey always sounded good. He was one of those people who could hear a song once and pluck it out on his guitar as if he'd been playing the tune his entire life. He'd sing, too, but not when anyone was around. You'd have to sneak up on him to catch any of that. But I'll be damned if he couldn't hold his own with those on the radio. My folks, my dad a real estate investor and Mom a teacher, got along well enough. Spivey's dad was an alcoholic who worked on a local fishing boat, and his mother had a thing for pills. That might be the other reason he spent so much time out on those rocks. Spivey had a bubble, too. You could see the house from those rocks. White and black with a red roof on a little island about a quarter mile off the coast of our bigger island. But I never gave it much thought. No more than I did the lighthouses further out or the edge of the Coast Guard station peeking out from the bend. I don't know if Spivey did, sitting out on those rocks. I guess he might have, but he didn't talk about it. He never once mentioned his grandmother lived out there. Not until the day our lives changed. I wish to God he hadn't. There are a lot of things I'd like to take back. 6/22/2010, Tuesday. Chapter 1. I couldn't tell you today's date without looking at a calendar, but Tuesday, June 22nd, 2010 might as well be tattooed on the back of my hand. Spivey and I were sitting in Mr. Hurley's algebra class, staring at the second hand on the clock above Hurley's blackboard. We had less than a week left in our junior year. Finals were behind us. Spivey aced most of his, and I was fairly confident I'd pulled a B- average for the quarter. Nobody wanted to be here, including Mr. Hurley, who had his feet up on his desk as he thumbed through an old edition of Car and Driver. Spivey was scribbling away in a notebook, and I was passing notes with my girlfriend, Kira Woodward. I love you. I love you more, Billy Hasler. No, I love... At the time, I had no idea if I really loved her. But I did enjoy getting laid, and that particular day she'd worn these cut-off jean shorts and a white tank top I had no trouble picturing on the floor of my Volvo. A 2004 hand-me-down from my mom when Dad surprised her with a new BMW last Christmas. 2 rows behind me, Rory Moyer was busy making paper footballs. About every minute or so, one would sail through the air in Spivey's general direction but come up short. Some days it was paper clips, others it was rubber bands. Spivey had perfected the art of ignoring the projectiles, just as he had learned to shrug off the occasional trip in the hallway, or the choice words Rory scratched into his locker any time the custodial staff decided to give them a fresh coat of paint. Rory had no particular reason not to like Spivey, other than a personal desire to be a deft asshat. But he had zeroed in on him way back in middle school and had spent the last 5 years perfecting numerous methods of torture and torment. Rory knew better than to actually hurt him. I had 20 pounds on Rory. Football practice kept me in shape, and he knew I'd step in if he crossed the imaginary boundary we'd established. That didn't mean he wouldn't test that boundary. I suppose I let him only because I was hoping for the day Spivey would step up and defend himself. After 5 years, that day had yet to materialize, so the 3 of us just assumed our usual roles. Part of me felt bad for Rory. I guess I gave him a little slack, too. His mother had run off when he was only 7, leaving his father alone to raise him, and Daddy was no prize. During his younger years, his father had spent just as much time inside Concord Correction as he had outside. And while he'd managed to stay this side of the bars since taking custody of Rory, it wasn't for lack of trying. He'd been picked up numerous times for DUI and suspected of several B&Es, but none of them ever stuck. Part of that was luck, and the other part came from having 3 cousins on the Portsmouth police force willing to turn an eye or make a call or two whenever his name came up on the blotter. Doing his best, they'd say. Single father, tough to find work, fewer fishing boats around every year. Do you know anyone looking for a good deckhand? He can keep it together when he's got steady work, particularly when that work takes him offshore, away from the Lobster Tail Tavern in town. Cut him a break, for the kid. Rory launched another football, and this one hit Spivey's left foot. Dick. He knew Spivey had leukemia, in remission now, and even that wasn't enough to get him to dial it back. I wanted to beam him with one of my textbooks. Spivey would be the first to tell you he didn't want anyone to treat him different because of that bullshit, but it still bothered me. The knock at the door startled all of us, including Mr. Hurley, who damn near fell out of his chair getting his feet back on the ground. He straightened up when the door opened, and Principal Wilson gestured for him to step out into the hall. The rest of us straightened up when we spotted Chief Whaley standing behind them. A police officer in school was never a good thing. For those of us who lived out on Newcastle, seeing Whaley was a double whammy because he wouldn't make the trip into Portsmouth unless he was on island business. When the door closed behind Hurley, I took quick stock of the faces in the classroom. Only 5 of us were from Newcastle, and Mateo Fernandez, Maddie to us, was looking particularly nervous. Chloe Kittle, too. Kira was staring at me, and if Spivey had bothered to look up at all, he'd quickly lost interest because he was busy with his notebook again, lost in what looked like an intricate drawing of a sock. I turned back to Maddie and raised my eyebrows. He gave me a shrug, flicked me off for good measure, and returned to watching the door. It opened about a minute later, and Hurley looked back into the room. "Mr. Spivey? Go ahead and gather your things. Step out here, please." 27 pairs of eyes swiveled in unison and landed on my friend, followed by various oohs and ahs. Someone started humming Bad Boys from that old cop show. "You been diddling cats again, Spivey?" Rory asked. This brought on several obligatory laughs, but wasn't the ball-buster he'd hoped for. Spivey looked up from whatever he was drawing. "Am I coming back? Billy's my ride." "Bet he is," Rory muttered. The look I shot Rory's way shut him down before he could build on that particular dig. Chief Whaley stepped into view again and found me in the room. "You too, then, Mr. Hasler. Let's go now." I felt a lump grow in my gut and started ticking off the various infractions I'd committed in recent memory. There were plenty, but nothing I could think of that would call for a show like this. In my 17 years on the planet, I couldn't think of a single instance where a kid got pulled from class by the police. Whaley had stopped by my house once about a year ago after he'd heard a couple of us had been smoking pot up at the fort. But even then, he hadn't spoken to my parents. Just gave me a quick scolding out in the driveway before heading back out on patrol. I reminded myself this wasn't about me. This was about Spivey. Spivey never did anything wrong, and that meant something bad had happened. As I gathered my backpack and followed after him, Kira held her thumb and forefinger up to her ear. "Call me." The corner of her mouth curled up in a mischievous grin, and this warmth rolled over me. I couldn't help but smile back. Yeah, maybe I did love her. Chapter 2. With a wary look at Spivey, Mr. Hurley stepped back into the classroom, pulling the door close behind them. Principal Wilson sidestepped and blocked the door's windows so those inside could no longer see out, a move he'd perfected over the years. Chief Whaley placed a hand on Spivey's shoulder. The chief had been the chief for as long as I could remember, an elected position he had no trouble securing year after year. He was a large man, about 6'2", probably 210 or so. He'd played football right here at Portsmouth High back in the 80s. Several of the MVP trophies in the cabinet near the gym had his name on them. Wide receiver. He still held the record for most yards in a single season. He got a full ride to Plymouth State, I knew that much. But I don't know why or when he stopped playing. He'd gone a little soft over the years, but most of him was still muscle, not fat. His brown hair was gray at the temples and clipped short. But he didn't look much different from some of the old photos I'd seen. Spivey tried to put up a strong front, but his lower lip was quivering. "Did something happen to my mom?" He blurted this out before the chief could speak. Not 2 years ago, Spivey's mother had overdosed on fentanyl. He'd been the one to find her, slouched over in a recliner in their living room, soaking in her own piss, some talk show blaring on the television. 9 more pills were laid out in a neat row on the table beside her, on deck, ready to go. But the 3 she'd already swallowed had been enough since she'd chased them with Jack Daniels. He'd called 911, held her hand in the ambulance, and they'd pumped her stomach at the hospital, gave her a few shots and an IV with some magic mix of who knows what. She was talking as if nothing happened only a few hours later. His dad had been out at sea on a lobster boat, and when he got back, he seemed more concerned about the Jack missing from his bottle than he was about her. It hadn't been her first trip to the hospital. Spivey had found more pills hidden in the freezer, tossed those, scrubbed the recliner as best he could, and reset the room for the next time. Nobody was under any illusion there wouldn't be a next time. I looked down at my shoes. If this was the conversation Spivey had been expecting, I really didn't want to witness it. Chief Whaley lowered his voice. "Your folks aren't home, son. I stopped by your place before driving out here. Do you know where they are?" Spivey shook his head. "Your dad's around, though?" "He's been going out on Milligan's boat the last few runs. They got back 2 days ago. I don't think they're going out again until Monday." The chief and I exchanged a quick glance. We both knew what that meant for Spivey's dad. Most likely he was sleeping last night off on someone's couch. I could rattle off several contenders. I'm sure Whaley could, too. If I had to guess, he probably checked a couple before heading to the school. The chief shifted his large frame. "When was the last time you talked to your grandmother?" "My grandmother?" He nodded. "Geraldine wrote." I thought I knew all there was to know about Spivey, but I'd never heard that name before. "Who?" "Geraldine wrote," he repeated. "Your mom's mom." A puzzled look washed over Spivey's face. Then something clicked. "Oh, geez. I was maybe 8 the last time she came around. Thanksgiving. She stayed for like an hour, and it was all kinds of awkward. Nobody talked. I think she brought the food, though, because Mom isn't a very good cook, and I still remember that turkey." He looked up at the chief. "That's her name? Geraldine?" Chief Whaley considered this, seemed to choose his next words carefully. "Would you recognize her?" Spivey looked over at me as if I held the answer. I just shrugged. Then he told the chief, "I don't know, maybe. It's been a long time." Principal Wilson, who had been silent through all this, decided it was time to weigh in. "What's going on, Chief?" Whaley let out a shallow breath. "We got a woman dead over at Henry's Market. Came in at the tail end of lunch, ordered a cup of coffee and a bagel, and passed away at the table. The ME thinks it was a blood clot. Won't know for sure until the autopsy. Whatever it was sudden. Looking out the window one moment, dead the next. No wallet or ID on her. Ralph Peck was in there when she passed, and he thought it might be Geraldine but wasn't sure. He hadn't seen her in a long time. Thinks so, though." He reached for the phone in his back pocket and clicked through several screens. "If I show you a photo, can you tell me if you think it's her?" Principal Wilson stiffened and his lips went thin. He's a minor, Chief. Maybe you should wait until you locate his mother. Chief Whaley kept his eyes on Spivey. If you don't want to, son, I understand. Spivey gave him a nervous nod. I'll be 18 next month. It's okay, show me. Principal Wilson looked like he might object again, but he said nothing. The chief brought up his phone and held it between us. I leaned in to get a better look. The woman's eyes were thin slits behind silver wire-framed glasses. Her gray hair was long for an older woman, pulled back in a ponytail, and she was wearing a beige sweater. At the sight of her, two thoughts went through my head. First, I was looking at a real dead person. The second thought was probably similar to what Spivey was thinking. The drugs his mother had done, the harsh way she treated her body, had been hard on her and aged her prematurely. She looked far older than her 37 years. The woman on the chief's phone must have led an opposite life, because she looked younger than she probably was. Swap out the gray hair for brown and take away the lines around her eyes and mouth, and the two of them could have been sisters. I had no doubt this was Spivey's grandmother, and judging by the way his mouth fell open, he didn't either. Chief Whaley saw it too. He fumbled his phone back into his pocket and asked me, "Can you give him a ride back out to his place and call me when his mom turns up?" I was about to respond when my own phone rang. My dad. I held up a finger and answered, "Hey, Pop, I need you to come down to my office right now. Put your teacher on the line if he gives you trouble about leaving early. Right now. Chief Whaley is here, and he asked me to. Now. It's important." Before I could reply, he was gone, and everyone was staring at me. Chapter 3. My dad's real estate office was on the 4th floor of the Leland building, in downtown Portsmouth off Bow Street overlooking the Piscataqua River. I parked in the garage and took the elevator up. When the door slid open to the lobby, Ms. Atkinson looked up from her desk and smiled. "Hey, Billy." Early 40s, slim, dressed in a white blouse and gray pantsuit, she'd worked for my father for as long as I could remember. First in a little 2-room hole off South Street, then the more spacious office across from Citizens Bank. They'd moved into Leland 3 years ago, after my father became more active in commercial properties. "I've been summoned." "He told me." She bobbed her head toward his open door behind her. "Go on in. He's waiting for you." I found my dad standing at the large window at the back of his office, facing the water, phone pressed to his ear. I closed the door and eased into one of the leather chairs in front of his large mahogany desk as quietly as I could. "Do I need to speak with the building inspector? If the foundation meets code, I don't see how he can increase the load requirements on us. That's the reason there's a building code. Last I checked, we're not required to follow the Book of Chuck. We follow the code. If we need to drag Stu in and put a motion out to the zoning board, we could lose a couple weeks. Does he have any idea what that will cost us? There'd be layoffs. No way around that." I could see his smiling reflection in the glass. He'd told me once, always smile on the phone. It didn't matter if the person you were talking to couldn't see you. Always smile and it would come across in your voice. That was clearly bullshit because he sounded pissed. "Try to talk to him yourself. He likes you. We can play nice for 24 hours. That's it. If you can't work this out by tomorrow, we need to move on to Plan B. We've got all our subcontractors lined up and ready to go. We've got maybe 3 days of wiggle room before the rest of the schedule starts to fall like dominoes. I don't know about you, but I don't want to clean that up. We might as well burn our profit. Call me back after you talk to him." The hand holding the phone receiver went slack, and he looked out the window a moment longer before turning and returning it to the cradle. He took a deep breath, then settled into his chair across from me, the smile never leaving his face. "And I thought today was going to be a quiet one. How are you holding up?" I was about to tell him Spivey's estranged grandmother had passed away when I realized he already knew. I had no idea how he knew, but he did. Of course he did. His next words confirmed it. "How's Spivey doing?" I I don't know. He just heard right before you called me. Whaley gave him a ride home. How did you—" He waved a hand through the air. "I've got an ear to the ground always. You know that. What about his folks? His mother?" My dad grew up out on Newcastle and went to school with Spivey's mother. Rumor was they dated their junior year, but he never talked about that. I'd also heard he blamed Spivey's father for her drug problem. She'd met him her senior year, but he never talked about that either. I did know she passed on a full boat scholarship to UNH at graduation, and I imagined the blame for that landed on Spivey's father's shoulders too. Pops wasn't the only one with an ear to the ground. He opened a desk drawer, took out one of his business cards, slid it across to me. I looked at the card. "I know how to reach you, Dad. It's not for you, it's for Spivey." "Spivey? Why?" He didn't answer that, only looked at me with that smile on his face. I made no motion to pick up the card. "What do you know?" He settled back in his chair. "I know Pamela and her husband are in no position to deal with what is coming. Do you know they took out a second mortgage on their house the last time Spivey got sick? They're scraping to get by every month. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. What little money Keith pulls in on the fishing boats barely covers their taxes, medical bills, and utilities, and he drinks away the rest. The second mortgage put them underwater. The bank owns more than they do at this point. When winter rolls around and oil prices go up, no money coming in, they'll be in a rough patch looking for a lifeline." Oh, this again. My father had made a run at their property a few years ago when Spivey's dad shot him down. Refused to sell. Years back, Newcastle had been nothing but a fishing village with a few small farms. Local wealth had been in Portsmouth and a few of the surrounding towns, not on the island. That changed when taxes out in California began to skyrocket and residents started seeking out waterfront properties in other states. With no state income tax, New Hampshire became a hotbed. Buyers honed in on our little island in droves. Prices jumped. Spivey's family had owned their place out on Murdoch for generations, and his dad had siphoned funds from the equity every chance he could, first to buy a fishing boat of his own, which hadn't left the dock since the motor crapped out in '03, then to help keep Milligan's 72-footer alive. Not as a loan with collateral, maybe some interest, but some handshake deal Harry Milligan would never repay. A little more for bills, utilities, and who knew what else. This was the kind of thing my family talked about around the dinner table. The Spiveys could have sat back, done nothing, and cashed out. Instead, Keith Spivey had squeezed the property dry, and Pamela let him. Although my father had no business knowing, I'm sure he had all the details on a spreadsheet somewhere. Probably knew the Spivey family finances better than they did. He'd swoop in, pay off the bank, put a little more cash in the Spivey's coffers, then build and flip some McMansion on the land. The Spiveys wouldn't get much out of it, maybe enough to live another year, but he'd make a nice profit. That's all he really cared about. I knew how Pop paid our bills, but I didn't have to like it. "Why don't you call them?" I said. "I don't want to get in the middle of this." He reached across the desk and slid his card closer. "I'm only trying to help." I eyed him for another second, then took the card and shoved it in my pocket. I had no intention of giving the business card to anyone, but I knew if I didn't take it, this conversation would go on until I agreed. I wanted to get over to Spivey's house. "That's my boy." I stood. "Can I go now? Give David my best. Pamela and Keith, too." None of that mattered. By the time I got there, Spivey's house was deserted. His dad's truck was gone. I wouldn't see Spivey again for 3 days. And when he finally did reappear, he had the worst timing. 6/25/2010, Friday. Chapter 1. Sitting behind the desk in his cramped office at Newcastle PD, Chief Whaley took the manila folder from Sandy Lomax and tested the weight. Light, for sure. "This all you could find?" Sandy shrugged. "Geraldine Rote never set foot off that rock, not since she was a kid. I asked around, and most folks on the island never knew her name. Only a couple of the old-timers, and none were too eager to talk about her. Best I can figure, she was some kind of hermit, living out there all by her lonesome. Not much about her in records, just a couple mentions years back." She nodded at the folder and brushed a loose strand of hair back from her face, tucked it behind her ear. "You gonna need me for anything else tonight?" Whaley dropped the folder on his desk. "Big date?" "A TV dinner, the finals on American Idol, and my neighbor's coming over so I can dye her gray roots away. Biggest night of my life." Whaley glanced across his office at the clock hanging out in the hall, but couldn't make it out. 7:30, Sandy said. "You best be getting home soon, or Mary will have you eating TV dinners too." His wife's face stared up at him from the framed photo he kept in the corner of his desk. He could almost picture her impatiently tapping her foot, telling him that Sandy Lomax might be onto something. A framed photo of his brother sat next to Mary. Same goofy look on his face he'd always had. He died when they were kids, cystic fibrosis. Not a day went by he didn't think of him. "I'm leaving in a few minutes," Whaley told both photographs more than Sandy, then flipped the folder right side up and opened the flap. "Right after I run through this." "Uh-huh," Sandy scoffed. "See you tomorrow, Chief." He waited for the door at the end of the hall leading out to the small lobby to clack closed behind her before looking down at what Sandy found. There was a marriage certificate. Geraldine Louise Walton married Lester Herbert Rote, signed by Judge Bloomfield and witnessed by Lucinda Marchant. Lucinda had worked in town hall back when most of the roads around town were still dirt. She'd passed nearly 20 years ago in a nursing home out in Exeter. Whaley had never known her, but her name came up on a lot of documents. Courthouse wedding. Not uncommon back then. He flipped the page, looked at the next one. A missing persons report filed by Geraldine Rote on her daughter Pamela Rote, dated 20 years ago. Pamela Spivey now. Whaley checked Pam's date of birth and did the math. She would have been 17 at the time. Geraldine had called Newcastle PD and reported her daughter missing at 1:34 in the morning. Scribbled down near the bottom of the page was a note that simply said, "Found with Keith Spivey near bridge at 1B. Bags packed. Potential runaway. Picked up by GR at station 3:27 a.m. Closed." That wasn't exactly breaking news. For better or worse, she went on to marry the guy. Worse, his mind muttered. That one went on to be worse. No doubt about that. The third and final page might have been the start of all that. It was a copy of a restraining order filed by Geraldine against her own daughter and several others, signed by a judge in Rockingham County, dated about 3 years after the missing persons report. It prohibited Pam Spivey from coming within 500 feet of her own mother, specifically the family home. The restraining order also listed Keith Spivey, Ted Hasler, and someone named Laura Dubin. Whaley knew Pam and Keith married right out of high school, and at first he thought that's what this was about. Geraldine unhappy with her daughter's choice in husband. But no, the dates didn't work out. Pam was 20 when her mother filed the restraining order, married at least 2 years. Again, Whaley worked the math in his head and it clicked. Geraldine didn't take out the order when her daughter married. She took it out when her daughter gave birth. Whaley considered that for a moment. It tried to come up with a reason a woman wouldn't want to see her own grandchild. But his tired brain offered up nothing. Certainly nothing that explained why Ted Hasler and that other woman were listed. His gaze fell on the name of the attorney who had drafted the order. He tapped it with the tip of his pen, then circled it. Lockwood Marston, Esquire. This was the second time in 3 days he'd encountered that name. The first had been at Henry's when Geraldine died. Chapter 2. Kira did this thing with her hands. I'm not exactly sure where she learned it. I told myself probably cheerleading camp. Several girls in a dark cabin dressed in next to nothing, comparing tips, tricks, and notes. The same place they practiced kissing and generally got comfortable with female sexuality between pillow fights and long showers together. Most likely it was something her previous boyfriend asked her to do, something she'd seen in a porn. Either way, she was damn good at it, and I sunk a little deeper into the back seat of my car. The sun had gone down about an hour earlier, and a half moon stood out in the sky. We were parked down at the end of Ocean Street in the fire lane directly next to the no parking sign. Just above the rocky bluff, next to the path leading down to the beach. Same place we usually parked. I'd spent the last 20 minutes strategically working my hand up the front of Kira's shirt and under her bra, while she did the hand thing. Her heart was thumping nearly as hard as mine as we kissed. We'd worked up enough steam to turn all the windows white. It was shaping up to be a good night. Kira drew her lips across my neck to my ear and whispered, "Do you want to go for a swim?" I cupped her breast and felt her nipple against my palm. "I'm fine right here." She gave me a gentle squeeze and kissed my earlobe. "I think I want to go in the water. It's probably cold." I reached for the snap on her jeans, unfastened them, and slipped my hand down the front. She was wearing some lacy something or other. Further investigation might be in order. "There's nobody out there," she breathed, moving to that little spot behind my ear, her hand picking up speed. "We've got the whole beach to ourselves. We could do it on the rocks. Ocean air, waves crashing around us." That wasn't fair. She knew how much I liked the rocks. Before I could reply, Kira had the car door open and was outside. She gave the empty road behind us a quick glance, grinned mischievously, then lifted her shirt up over her head and dropped it to the ground while walking backward toward the path to the beach. She tugged off her jeans next and stood there in the moonlight just long enough to watch me practically fall out of my car and start after her. Then she vanished down the hill with a laugh, her dark hair ruffling in the wind. Here's the thing. As beautiful as she was, I think it was her laugh that got me. Her voice felt like a snuggly blanket, something I wanted to wrap myself in. Her sense of humor. She listened when I needed to get something off my chest and always seemed to know exactly what to say to make me feel right. With other girls I dated, spending time together sometimes felt like a chore. I had to work at it. With Kira, it was effortless. It was the time apart that hurt. I found her bra and panties on the sand, and by the time I spotted her again, she was in the water up to her waist, her arms wrapped around her chest. "Oh, it is cold!" I didn't much care at that point. I would have clawed through ice to get to her. I shrugged out of my clothes in a series of awkward hops and steps, reached the water's edge, and splashed her. "You jerk!" Kira shuffled back several more feet. The water reached her shoulders, pushed backward off the sandy bottom, popped up for a moment, then landed on her back with a big splash. She scissored her legs in several quick motions and sent a flurry of freezing water at me before disappearing completely beneath the surface. Swimming in the New Hampshire Ocean could best be described as survival. At its warmest, the water might reach 60 degrees, maybe 65. If you remained still, breathing grew difficult and your limbs became these heavy, numb things that only weighed you down. The water basically killed you slowly. I knew better than to stand still. I worked my way out to where Kira vanished, willed my legs out from under me, and dropped like a rock beneath the surface. Like ripping off a Band-Aid. Let the chilled water engulf me. The world went quiet, muffled. I popped back up a moment later, in time to get smacked in the face by a wave of frothy water. I inhaled salt water, coughed, and blinked it away, scanning the surface for Kira. I didn't see her, but that didn't scare me. She led the varsity swim team to numerous regional championships, JV before that. She held the county record for the 200-meter. I don't know how she got behind me, but I felt her warmth press against my back, then her hands on my shoulders. When I turned, her lips were on mine and her legs twisted around me, pulling me tight against her. I hobbled toward our favorite rock, one of several large boulders worn smooth, the surface glistening and black. I raised her up out of the water, sat her on it, and couldn't help but stare. She might have been the most beautiful creature to ever walk this planet, every curve perfectly sculpted. Her skin prickled with goose flesh as water rolled off her shoulders, dripped from her hair, caressed every inch of her as she returned my gaze with those mocha eyes of hers. I slipped my hands up her legs and leaned in closer. Kira gasped. I know, I muttered, nuzzling her neck. Shh! Her body stiffened. That's not what I mean. There's somebody out there. At first I didn't move. I hoped I heard her wrong. Then she said, near the path by your car. I craned my neck but didn't see anyone. Are you sure? I saw someone walk down from the road. The moon had dropped behind some clouds, and what little I could see of the beach was thick with shadows. The dark moved through the tall seagrass and trees like oil. Even the sand looked black. Don't move, I told her. Maybe he'll go away. It's freezing. It was. The moment we stopped moving, the icy ocean reminded us just how cold the water was. Each wave seemed to drop another degree as they rolled in behind us and crashed against my back. I tried to shield her as best I could, but I wouldn't be able to take much before we'd have to get out. There, she said into my ear, on the bluff, up near the end of the drain pipe. The drain pipe was this ancient metal fiasco partially buried under the sand. It ran up the length of the beach, disappeared in the dunes at the back, and helped keep the wetlands up in the commons from flooding. Horribly rusted, water spurted from holes and created little rivers in the sand. I found the end of the pipe and followed it up the beach toward the back. At first I didn't see anything. Then I did. This tall, dark shadow, unmoving, hidden in the darker shadows up top. Do something, Kira whispered. Like what? Our clothes were on the beach. We hadn't even thought to grab a towel from the trunk of my car. We need to get out, she told me. She was right. We were both shivering and I couldn't feel my legs anymore. Whatever heat the moment had generated was gone. If we stayed in the water much longer, we'd be in trouble. I'll go, I said with chattering teeth. I'll get rid of whoever it is, then you can come out. She nodded. Hurry. My body didn't want to move, and when I finally did, my muscles screamed. As I rounded the rocks, Kira pulled her legs up out of the water, brought her knees up to her chest, and shrunk into herself. Naked or not, I didn't really care who saw me lurch out of the surf or what they saw. I was too damn cold to worry about that. With one eye on that shadow, I made a beeline for my underwear and jeans, shucked into them, and lumbered up the sand. Whoever it was didn't move, not at first. It wasn't until I got close that I realized who was standing there. Spivey. His guitar was resting in the sand, propped up against his leg. His hands were in his pockets, and the look on his face was something between embarrassment and worry. You know there's sharks out there, right? I wanted to punch him, haul off and beat him senseless. Instead, I said, turn around. He did. He twisted around and faced the bluff. When his back was to me, I shouted over my shoulder, Kira, it's okay now. I've seen them from the jetty, Spivey went on. Blue, sandbar, tiger. We've got great whites, too. You're lucky I don't beat the shit out of you, I mumbled, scooping my shirt from the sand and pulling it over my head. He looked sheepishly down at his guitar. I'm sorry, man. I came out here to clear my head. Didn't know you'd be here. Behind us, Kira splashed up out of the water. Dude, she gave me wood. That time I did punch him. A hard knuckle to the shoulder. That's my girlfriend, douchebag! Ow! Spivey stumbled a few feet and rubbed his shoulder. No, not Kira, my grandmother. I almost hit him again. That might be worse. He let out a sigh. Can I turn around now? I looked back over my shoulder. Kira was dressed, sort of. She had gotten her jeans back on, her bra, too, and was reaching into the seagrass near the path for her shirt. Yeah, okay. Eyes front, though. As he turned, he stole a glance at Kira anyway. I honestly couldn't blame him. I would have, too. She didn't seem to care because, cold or not, she stomped up to him in only her bra and jeans and kicked him in the shin before putting on her shirt. You're an ass. Okay, how about everyone stop hitting me, please? Kira nuzzled under my arm and glared at him. This is why you don't have a girlfriend. I may not have a girlfriend, but I own my own island. I pulled Kira closer, the two of us stealing warmth from each other. What are you talking about? A grin returned to his face, the kind a cat might have after swallowing a mouse whole. My grandmother owned Wood Island, and she left it to me in her will. Kira twisted and looked out over the water, at the small island positioned between two lighthouses about a quarter mile from the shore. That Wood Island? He nodded. There wasn't much to see. There was a house out there, one or two outbuildings, but it was dark. I vaguely remembered it being lit up every once in a while, but I figured those lights were on timers. I thought the Coast Guard owned that place. He shrugged. Apparently, my great-grandfather bought it from the Coast Guard back in the 40s for $1. With each word, he sped up, like he'd been holding this in and couldn't keep it from getting out once he started. It was falling apart and wasn't any good for fishing. The bigger boats couldn't get to it because of all the rocks, so nobody wanted it. He bought it, fixed it up, and my grandmother inherited it when her parents died. She left it to me. I had no idea she lived out there. My folks never said anything. They never talked about her. Mr. Marston told me... I held up a hand and cut him off. Whoa, slow down. Who is Mr. Marston? Her attorney, he replied. That's where I've been, in Boston. When Chief Whaley took me home the other day, my parents were already packing. Marston had called to tell them Geraldine passed, gave us his address, and told us he was under instructions to read her will as soon as we arrived. I think my parents thought she'd leave everything to them, so they were in a hurry to get down there. Boy, were they pissed. Geraldine? Kira said softly. Geraldine wrote, Spivey told her. That was her name. My mom gets mad if I call her Grandma, so Geraldine. I was still looking out over the water, trying to wrap my head around this. Your grandmother gave you an island? The grin on Spivey's face widened. The island, the house, everything on it, and a fat bank account and some kind of trust to maintain everything. Dude, serious knick-knock. When we were around 5, I had a book called Tick-Tock, Time to Rock. For some reason, Spivey had trouble pronouncing tick-tock. It came out as knick-knock. It became our thing. Some phrase we worked into so many conversations over the years it just came out now without much thought. Spivey owned an island. Kira and I exchanged a look. Homes on Newcastle with just a sliver of a water view sold in the millions. I could only imagine what that place was worth. Even if the house was falling down, which it most likely was, the land alone, a private island? I thought of the business card my father had given me. I'd left it on my dresser back in my room. He knew. Within hours of that woman dying, he not only knew she died, but he knew what was in her will. For that matter, who told Marston she'd died? Chief Whaley didn't know who the dead woman was until Spivey ID'd her at school. Then he took Spivey straight home. Marston had called his parents before that, so who told her attorney? Wait, that wasn't exactly right. Ralph Peck had told the chief he thought it might be Geraldine Rote, but wasn't sure. Did Ralph Peck know my dad? Maybe. But how would he know her attorney? Can we go out there? Kira lit up. I mean, if it's yours, we can, right? Spivey drummed his fingers over the strings on his guitar. To this day, I couldn't tell you what notes he played, but I still remember them. Those 3 notes were the start of something. He looked at both of us, his brain clearly reeling. We're gonna need a boat. Kira squeezed my arm. Maddie's got one. Nick knock. Chapter 3. I tolerated Matty Fernandez, but I never considered him a friend. He was an arrogant, self-centered jerk who'd sell you out for a warm beer and half a Snickers bar before he'd do you a favor. But like I mentioned earlier, someplace this small, you worked with what you had. And Matty had a boat. His parents owned a small fleet of lobster boats that they docked at the marina near BJ's boathouse off 1B South, just beyond the inlet for Sagamore Creek. Their house was down the street on Harborview. By the time we got there, it was nearly 10. Matty worked for his dad on weekends, which meant an early morning start. He'd be home. Kira texted him while I drove. He told us to meet him at the end of his driveway so we wouldn't wake his folks. Spivey rode in back and didn't say much. Every time I looked at him in the rear view, he was staring out the window, lost in thought. I could only imagine what was going through his head. A week ago, he'd been wondering how he would pay for college, if he'd even be able to go to college. Now all that had changed. Although he'd grown up with us on the island, he'd always been a bit of an outsider. Sure, we played together in the park when we were kids, and he was at many of the birthday parties over the years. But as I got older, I realized this was our parents attempting to include him. His folks became somewhat of a cautionary tale they leaked out to the rest of us in little pieces as we got older. When Spivey's mother overdosed, nearly died, my dad sat me on my bed and told me every single person was 3 decisions away from achieving all they could possibly want from life. He also said we were always 3 decisions away from absolute failure. Circumstances may dictate the obstacles we face along the way, but the solutions could be found within ourselves if we took the time to look. Here's the thing. My dad felt the need to tell me that. I'm pretty sure on some basic level, Spivey already knew it. His home life was no secret, but he'd never let it hold him down any more than he did the leukemia. If anything, the problems he faced only pushed him harder. The night his mom almost died, a wall had gone up. An intensity had come over him I'd never seen before. He harnessed the pain and channeled it. Every time his father came home drunk or confessed another of his financial blunders, that wall hardened and the intensity grew. When assholes like Rory Moyer picked on him, that wall hardened and the intensity grew. Even the leukemia he beat into submission. So I understood how he reacted to adversity. But I couldn't think of a single instance where someone threw something good his way. Some big windfall? I had no idea how he would handle something like this, and that frightened me a little. We found Matty standing at the edge of the street with a cigarette glowing between his fingers. He'd thrown a jacket on over his pajamas. As I pulled to a stop, he stomped out the cigarette and motioned for Kira to roll down her window. He ran over and stuck his head in the car, eyed Kira and me, then grinned at Spivey. You lucky son of a whore. Spivey leaned forward. Can you get us out there? What do I get out of it? Maddie's eyes flashed back on Kira as he said this. It was brief, but there it was. They'd gone out a few times during our freshman year, long before she and I got together. I knew it was over, but that did nothing to stifle the pang of jealousy in my gut whenever he looked at her like that. You get our undying gratitude, she told him flatly. Not good enough. I take you out there, you hook me up with Alicia. From cheerleading? He nodded. I don't think she likes boys. Even better, she can bring a friend. Kira rolled her eyes. I'll see what I can do. He looked back at Spivey. Hey, Detective Dillweed, if your Grams died at Henry's, she must have a boat of her own somewhere. She sure as shit didn't swim to and from the island. I hadn't thought of that. It was a good point. Spivey shrugged. Her attorney said she owned a 22-foot skiff called Annabelle, but he had no idea where she docked when she came to town. Maddie's eyes narrowed. I'll ask around. It'll turn up. Abandoned boats tend to draw attention. If nobody's looking for it, maybe I'll strip it for scrap. Spivey wasn't about to take the bait. He was a man on a mission. Will you take us out there? Now? Kira pushed. This got her another one of those looks. Then he shook his head. Tomorrow. Wood Island is surrounded by rocks. I'm not taking a run at it in the dark. No way. Meet me at the docks at 6. It'll have to be a quick trip, though. I gotta be home by 9 to help my dad. Figure 15 minutes to get there, 15 to get back. That leaves about 2.5 hours to look around. He shot me a sullen look. I suppose you can go, too. Blow me, dickhead. He winked at Kira, tapped the roof of my car twice, and started back up his driveway toward his house. Over his shoulder, he called, 6! And bring Alicia! My parents were asleep by the time I dropped off Kira, Spivey, and got home. I showered and closed myself in my room as quietly as I could. My father's business card, which I knew I'd left on my dresser, was sitting in the center of my bed. I tossed it to the floor and climbed under the sheets. I fell asleep thinking of Kira, but I dreamt of bad things. We'll never make it, she said in my ear, her voice broken by another wave crashing over our heads. We're too far from shore. I pulled her tighter against me, held her as close as I dared while still pumping my legs to keep us afloat. My muscles didn't want to work anymore. The burn I'd felt only moments earlier had been replaced by pins and needles and this numbness creeping through my limbs. The icy water sapping the strength from me. Do you see it? Where did it go? Where the hell did it go? Kira didn't answer. She only buried her face deeper into my shoulder and sobbed. You should go, I told her. You're faster than me. A deep pain roiled the small of my back. I'm not sure I can swim at all. She didn't answer, only shook her head and gripped me tighter. Maybe we should try to get back. We were too far, though. We wouldn't make it. We sunk beneath the water for a second, my mouth filled with salt water. I coughed it back out. I had stopped kicking only for a second. Didn't want to, just did. I couldn't keep this up. I couldn't swim for both of us. We gotta move, Kira. Gotta... Oh, God, there! Her body went stiff, and she pointed to our left. I followed her finger, but only caught a glimpse of the fin before it vanished beneath the dark surface about 30 feet away. 6/26/2010, Saturday. Chapter 1. The next morning when I picked up Spivey, his father was standing on their porch, the front door open behind them, his face twisted with anger. Spivey hustled into my car and slammed the door. What's going on? He tugged at the seatbelt, missing the latch twice before clicking it into place. Just drive. So I did. He didn't speak, but I knew that wall of his had grown a little thicker. Whatever happened, his blood was boiling. By the time we got to the dock, Kira was already there. Maddie was busy loading a cooler and life jackets into his boat. Maddie's sister Izzy was standing behind them. and so was Chloe Kittle, Izzy's best friend. Those two were sophomores, a year behind the rest of us. Kira was wearing cut-off jean shorts, a white bikini top, and had her hair pulled back in a long ponytail. Dark sunglasses were perched precariously on top of her head. My heart thumped. "Why are all these people here?" Spivey groaned, jumping out of my car and heading toward them before I even shut the engine off. Spivey shouted something. I couldn't make out exactly what, but Kira moved quickly between him and Maddie with her arms outstretched, keeping them apart as I ran up. Whatever Spivey said, Maddie wasn't happy about it. "Look, man, I'm doing you a favor. You want to be a dick about it, find some other way to get out there." I eased between them and wrapped an arm around Kira. "Whoa, what's going on?" Maddie jerked a thumb toward Spivey. "Your buddy here wants to put a cap on the number of people for our little excursion. My dad said we can take the boat as long as we take Izzy. Izzy wants to take Chloe." He waved a hand around. "Might I add, there's no Alicia here, so we're only up by one person. I don't see what the big deal is." I didn't either. Maddie's boat was a 25-footer with plenty of room. Spivey's face was beet red, worse than when I picked him up. Most likely he was running on a short fuse after whatever that was with his dad. At least that's what I told myself. I walked Spivey back several paces and lowered my voice. "Why exactly can't they come?" Something flashed behind Spivey's eyes, and for a brief second I thought he might haul off and hit me. He looked that angry. Which was silly because Spivey had never hit me, or anyone else for that matter. I'd never seen him get violent. It vanished as quickly as it came, replaced by something more akin to frustration. "They're too young," he finally said. "We're not kids," Izzy shot back. "We're both 15. Why are you being a jerk?" The redness rushed back into Spivey's face. I quickly held out my hand toward Izzy, silenced her before she could say something that would make things worse, and looked at him. "Tell me what's going on." Spivey licked his lips and sighed. "Remember how I said Marston told me everything was held in a trust?" I nodded. "The island, the house, the money, all of it is in this trust managed by him in his office. I've got a copy of it back at the house, and the damn thing is this thick." Spivey spread his thumb and pointer finger out about 2 inches. "You're a minor," I told him. "Trusts are normal when property is willed to someone under 18. I'd seen enough of them helping my dad around his office. When I was around 14, he'd even given me a dad lesson on trusts and tax shelters, transfer of property, that sort of thing. He got frustrated when he learned they didn't teach us that stuff in school. "It's basic money management," he groaned. "I'm guessing they don't tell you credit is evil either, do they? No problem teaching you revisionist history, old news, but they don't bother giving you the tools you need to succeed in life." All that had set him off, and he made it a point to drop these little bits of wisdom on me whenever he had the opportunity. "I called it a trust," Spivey told me, "but that's not exactly right. Marston said it was something called a conservatorship, and he was the executor. Ownership doesn't transfer to me when I become legal. It stays with him indefinitely. It's mine, all of it, but he manages everything, oversees it. And there are these rules." "Rules? Like what?" "All bills are to be paid by the conservatorship, never by me personally. If I need something, I've got to go through Marston. I'm not even allowed to buy something and submit a receipt. He needs to arrange purchases on his end for anything beyond things like groceries. Repairs, supplies, anything like that, I've got to go through him. Aside from general maintenance, I'm not allowed to make any changes to the house or property, and I'm not allowed to sell. He specifically said my folks are never permitted to set foot on the island. I guess that's some sort of grudge thing, but Grams put it in there. She also said nobody below the age of 16 can go out there either." He looked down at his feet, then back at me. "There were more, a bunch more, but the kicker was at the end. If I violate any of the rules, stipulations he called them, I violate just one, and ownership of the property and all remaining assets transfer immediately to the town of Kittery, Maine. He looked out over the water dismissively. The state line is out there in the middle of the reach, so technically Wood Island is in Maine, not New Hampshire, so it wouldn't even go to Newcastle if I screw things up. I don't know that she can do that, I told them. I can have my dad look into... I cut myself off. I didn't want my dad involved in this any more than he already was. He wouldn't be looking out for Spivey. He had his own agenda. He'd made that very clear. Although we had stepped away from the group, we were still within earshot. Izzy chimed in. I'll be 16 in 2 weeks, and Chloe's birthday is right after mine. Who's gonna know anyway? When Chloe had been 12, she got into the whole goth thing. Witchcraft, the macabre, Marilyn Manson. Newcastle had several cemeteries, and she was no stranger to any of them. Some of the tombstones dated back to the 1600s, and she made it a point to learn who was buried where and when. She'd spent countless hours digging through the historical society records, digging up ancient ghost stories. Any New England town worth its salt has its share, and scribbling them all down in her journals. Her favorite had been something called the Stone-Throwing Devil. Hundreds of stones rained down on George Walton's tavern, and the devil had to be vanquished by some preacher out of Boston named Increase Mather back in 1682, around the same time the people of Salem, Massachusetts realized they had themselves a witch problem. George Walton's tavern was now somebody's home, and Chloe talked the owner into letting her spend an hour in their crawl space once. Her parents were less than thrilled when they found out. Chloe no longer wore the makeup. Her wardrobe contained colors other than black again, and her taste in music had shifted to the boy bands Izzy blared. A phase, everyone said, because that was what they were supposed to say. She was Izzy's best friend, and her brother hung with us, so I tried to look beyond all that. She still creeped me out, though. Kira said, "A lot of people see that place as a historical site. That's probably what your grandmother meant with all this stuff. She doesn't want you to paint it purple or damage the place. Can't trust children to be respectful." She said the next part in her best old woman's voice. "Best to keep them from setting foot on the lawn, young troublemakers, the whole lot of them." None of us wanted to see Spivey lose everything. Even Maddie's eyes had softened. "My dad said we can't take the boat unless we take them. So how about they stay in the boat?" "I don't want to stay in the boat," Chloe groaned, the first time she'd spoken at all. "I want to look around. I hear that place is haunted. Nobody's going to see us." "It's not." Spivey rolled his eyes and took several more steps down the dock. He ran his hand through his hair, then turned back around. "Okay, they stay on the boat." "Hello," Izzy said, raising her voice. "We're right here." Spivey turned and looked her dead in the eye. "You can go, but I need you to stay on the boat. Just this once until we can figure things out. Once I get a better handle on what all this means, you can come back out. Can you do that?" "There may be cameras or something out there," I added. "Give us a chance to check things out." I didn't really think Marston had cameras. Kira was probably right. Grandma just wanted to keep the riffraff away. But I knew how sensitive Chloe was after finding a hidden camera in the girls' locker room about a month back. That had freaked everyone out, but her in particular, since it was right above her locker in the smoke detector. Her hand shot over to Izzy's and grabbed it, then she nodded. From a cooler at his feet, Maddie tossed everyone a bottle of water. "Sun's out. Stay hydrated or you'll get a nasty headache." I chugged about a third and dropped the bottle into the built-in cup holder to my left. 5 minutes later, we were pulling away from the dock. Chapter 2. "Everyone watch out for rocks," Maddie said, easing back on the throttle and slowing the boat to a crawl. "We're a few hours away from high tide, so it should be okay, but we don't want to get stuck." I can't even see the bottom, Kira said, leaning over the side. Matty craned his neck and looked out over the bow. When this was a life-saving station for the Coast Guard, they dredged it out. The main channel used to be about 40 feet deep. The problem is, nobody has maintained it for about 100 years, so the ground can come up on you fast, like right over there. He pointed about 20 feet ahead and to the left, at several jagged black granite peaks sticking out from the water like the old rotten teeth of some long-forgotten prehistoric monster. Izzy shielded her eyes from the sun and looked ahead. It's not as big as I thought it would be. I had to admit, after spending a lifetime glimpsing Wood Island from the beach a quarter-mile away, it was strange seeing the place up close. It wasn't as big as I thought it would be either, but it was big enough. If I had to guess, the island itself was maybe an acre, but that probably changed drastically with the tides because even at the highest point it was only a few feet above sea level. A large stone wall surrounded most of the island's outer edge, with enormous rocks creating a natural barrier on the rest. The main house stood at the island's center, 2 stories with a tall square tower reaching up even higher, a 360-degree view of the ocean that must have been spectacular. A widow's walk broke off from that and followed the high roof line. The house had several chimneys, white siding, and a red shingle roof that looked to be in good repair. The water was fairly calm this time of year, but during the winter we had some nasty storms, and I could easily picture a large wave rolling over the top, swallowing the place whole. Spivey was in my head. He said, "Marston told me the entire island is granite. When they built everything, they had to blast out the basement. See how Kittery juts out on the far side, creating an inlet? It's a natural barrier from harsh weather and nasty waves. Back in the day, large ships would anchor here instead of the port because the water stayed calmer. Wood Island has never flooded, not once." "What are those big black doors?" Kira asked. "That's the boathouse. See those tracks coming out the front? How they disappear in the water? They're rails. The boats go on ramps inside, and the Coast Guard would launch them out for rescues, then haul them back in on a winch." "Are the Coast Guard boats still in there?" Spivey shrugged. "Marston didn't say." "There's your grandmother's boat," Matty said, pointing ahead at the dock. "Geez, it's made of wood. Probably worth a small fortune." All our heads swiveled at once. The 22-foot skiff was bobbing in the water, tied to the dock, white and red like the house, with Annabelle stenciled in black letters on the side. "If the boat's here, how did she get to Newcastle?" I asked. "Who brought it back?" Nobody had an answer to that one. The dock was long, at least 100 feet. Matty maneuvered his boat behind Annabelle and expertly throttled back as he twisted the wheel, easing up next to the dock. "Somebody jump out and grab a line." I figured Spivey would go, but when he didn't move, I did. The dock was several feet above us, but there were ladders every 10 feet. I scrambled up the nearest and turned. With one hand on the wheel, Matty tossed a rope up to me. I twisted it around one of the cleats, pulled the boat close, and tied it down. We did the same at the back. Not my first rodeo. Half my friends owned boats before they got cars. Back in elementary school, they taught us to sail sunfish. When the boat was secure, Matty switched off the motor, crossed over to the ladder, and pulled us a little closer. "Who's first?" When Kira stepped over, he put his hands on both sides of her waist and helped her up. I wasn't too thrilled about that, even less thrilled about the way he eyed her ass as she ascended. She must have known what I was thinking because she grinned and gave me a peck on the cheek when she reached the top. Spivey was next, then Matty. Chloe and Izzy were left eyeing the ladder. I suppose they were hoping someone had changed their mind, but the look Spivey gave them put an end to that real fast. "Not a single foot out of this boat. Understand?" "Whatever," Izzy huffed. She pulled her t-shirt up over her head and shrugged out of her shorts, revealing a red bathing suit beneath. Dropping back into one of the bench seats, she squirted sunscreen into her palm, slathered it on, then handed the bottle to Chloe. "Get my back and I'll get yours." She rolled over and stretched out. Chloe only half heard her. She was busy studying the house. "I can't believe your grandmother lived out here all by herself. What did she do for power and water?" Spivey pointed at a small outbuilding off to the left. "There's a generator in there, and you can't see them from here, but Marston said there are solar panels on the other side of the roof. There's a cistern down in the basement for water. She captured rainwater. This place is completely off the grid." His eyes lingered on Izzy for a second, half naked and sprawled out under the sun, then went back to Chloe. "I'm serious. You two need to stay on that boat." I could only imagine what Chloe was thinking. She probably knew this place better than anyone and was itching to poke around. I expected her to argue, but she nodded softly and settled into the seat next to Izzy, kicking off her shoes. She may have moved on from the goth thing last year, but she was still the palest person I knew, and part of me wanted to get out of there before she stripped down to her skivvies and blinded us all. I shuffled several feet down the dock, away from the boat, and tried to scrub that thought from my head. Kira had her phone out, taking pictures. She held it up above her head and turned in a slow circle. "There's no service out here. That's weird." That was a little strange. Newcastle was directly to our west, Portsmouth too, and Kittery wasn't far either. Although we were surrounded by water, there were cell towers on at least 3 sides. Spivey didn't seem to care much about that. He was halfway to the house. Chapter 3. The condition of the dock surprised me. I had no idea when it had been built, but it looked new. Maddie had paused to get a better look at Annabelle bobbing in the water. Who brought her back? Does it matter? Guess not. It's just weird. Dad was right, though. It's a nice boat. This is hand-built. You can see the tool marks. Not some factory mass-produced garbage. He ran his hand over the side. The wood was polished to a glossy finish. Even near the waterline, I didn't see any barnacles or growth. No scratches from bumping up against the dock. "Somebody's got boat envy," Kira said in a sing-song voice walking by. She grabbed my hand again. "Come on, I want to see what's inside." "Go ahead," Maddie told us, jumping to Annabelle's deck. "I'll catch up." I was interested in the boat, too, but Kira dragged me along, off the edge of the dock to the house's small porch. The door was open. "It's got a full tank of gas and the key is in the ignition," Maddie called out from behind us. A second later, I heard the deep rumble of Annabelle's motor. He might just try to keep it. The porch was as well maintained as the dock, not a single creak. The support beams had some of the same tool marks as the boat. I didn't see how that was possible, though. The lumber looked new. There was no way it was original to the house. Maybe whoever Spivey's grandmother hired to handle maintenance used some kind of old-world technique to tie into the historical aspect of this place. That might explain some of the weird stipulations in her will. "Hello!" Kira called out as the two of us stepped over the threshold into the house. I'd been in my share of old houses, and I suppose I expected this one to be like those. Crooked floors, cracked plaster walls, faded and peeling paint, spiders pissed about the intrusion staring back at us from every corner. There was none of that. Despite all the windows being closed, the air didn't even smell stale or musty. We were standing in a large mudroom with a kitchen through an open door off to our left. The walls were pale yellow and freshly painted. Although ancient, the hardwood floor had been waxed and buffed to a shine with not a speck of dirt other than the scruffy tracks left by Spivey. Kira was barefoot, but I felt the need to take off my shoes, like someone would yell at me if I didn't. I left them at the door as we stepped into the kitchen. The countertops were a rich, polished mahogany, same as the cabinets, and all the appliances were stainless steel, a few years old at most. Damned if I didn't smell fresh bread, although I didn't see any on the counter. Kira noticed it too. She went straight to the oven and opened the door. There was nothing inside. The refrigerator was stocked, though. There's like a dozen meals pre-cooked in here. Look at this. She reached inside and plucked a note from a bowl covered in aluminum foil. Meatloaf. She left reheating instructions. There's soufflés, soup. Oh my God, look at this homemade mac and cheese. There was an entire pan, complete with crusted breadcrumbs on top. You think it's still good? She was beaming. She dipped her finger in the side and licked the cheese. She's been dead for less than a week, I guess so. But I don't know if we should eat any of this stuff. Feels kind of weird with her funeral tomorrow. So don't, Kira shrugged. But I'm hungry. I was looking at all the notes. Everything in the refrigerator was tagged and labeled with reheating instructions. If she lived alone, why would she do that? Kira moved the pan to the counter and scooped a mound onto a plate she found in a rack above the sink. She loaded it into the microwave, tapped out 1 minute, and hit start. If you think I'm going to pass on Grandma's home cooking, you're crazy. There was a large cookie jar next to the bread box. I plucked off the lid and looked inside. The scent of fresh chocolate chip cookies wafted out, and my mouth began to water. I took one out and tentatively bit into it. My mother was a pretty good baker, but holy hell, she couldn't hold a candle to Spivey's newfound grams. I ate 3 before the microwave dinged on Kira's snack, and a 4th while she was busy shoveling spoonfuls into her mouth as if she hadn't eaten in a month. Neither of us spoke, but I'm pretty sure our faces told Matty all he needed to know when he came through the door holding his cooler. His eyes jumped from the cookie in my hand to Kira's plate. That's what I'm talking about! He set the cooler down on the floor and opened the refrigerator, whistled at all the food, then shuffled some things around to make room. He began unloading beer, a bottle of rum, and a few 2 liters of soda, more water. Are you planning a party? I asked, my mouth full with another cookie. He shoved a large bottle of vodka into the freezer next to half a dozen wrapped and tagged steaks. New York strip, ribeye, fillets. I've been floating most of this stuff in a cooler under one of our docks for a month so my dad wouldn't find it. I figured better move it to Spivey's bachelor pad before my luck ran out. What's with all the notes? I shrugged. There were more on the refrigerator door. He plucked one off and handed it to me. Might want to get on this one. It said, "Your turn to feed Emerson." Who's Emerson? Kira asked, puzzled. I looked around the floor, expecting to find food and water for a cat, maybe a dog, but there was nothing. Maddie held the note between 2 fingers. That's a little creepy, like she knew she was going to die or something. Maybe Spivey should ask that Marston guy if she had a pet? Kira suggested. It might be hiding. Maddie finished with the cooler, grabbed a cookie, and looked around. Where the hell is Spivey? I tilted my head back and shouted out his name. A moment later, he called back. I'm upstairs. You gotta see this. Chapter 4. You've reached the law offices of Lockwood Marston, Esquire. I'm afraid no one is available to take your call, but if you... Whaley hung up. 4th time he'd tried the number in as many days. 4th time he got voicemail. He was about to try another number when Jolene Peterson set his large coffee down on the counter next to the bag with his morning Danish. Anything else for you today, Chief? Henry's Market was busy, standing room only, yet the table where Geraldine Rote passed away 4 days earlier was empty. Nothing marked it, and no sign or photo of remembrance or anything. Yet everyone stepped around it, giving the small table a wide berth. Folks talk, Jolene said quietly, following his gaze. That they do. He scooped up the bag and coffee and started for the door. Give my best to Perry. He was about to cross Main to the police station when he spotted Ted Hasler leaning in the window of a red Audi, arguing with the woman in the driver's seat. He barely got out before she stomped the gas and sped off, leaving a dark streak in the asphalt. Everything all right, Ted? Ted Hasler spun around. His face beet red, so filled with emotion he looked almost as if he didn't recognize him. Ted turned back in the direction the Audi had gone, clenched both fists, then slowly stretched his fingers out. Clenched and stretched again. When he turned back around, the anger had turned to red blotches and a boyish smile tinted with nerves. Cliff, sorry you had to see that. Whaley took a sip of his coffee but said nothing. Ted's face went red again, this time with embarrassment. It's not what you think. I'm sure it's not. I wouldn't cheat on my wife. Didn't say you were. Whaley took another sip of his coffee. He learned a long time ago the best way to get a person to talk was simply to keep his mouth shut. Ted didn't take the bait, though. The two men faced each other for the longest moment. Then Ted blew out a breath and started for his car. I need to get to the office. Have a wonderful day, Ted. Ted Hasler raised a hand, flopped it around in the air, but didn't look back. He climbed into his car and drove off toward Portsmouth. When he vanished around the bend, Whaley pressed the transmit button on the microphone clipped to his shoulder. Hey, Sandy? Yeah, boss? Can you run a plate for me? He rattled off the license plate number from the red Audi. Sandy replied a few moments later. Registered to a Laura Dubin in Portsmouth. His phone dinged, then she added, I sent you her address. A few seconds later, she asked, Where do I know that name? He was wondering the same thing, then it clicked. It was on the restraining order you printed for me last night, Whaley told her. Geraldine Rote banned her from that island years back, along with Pam and Keith Spivey, and Ted Hasler. Chapter 5. We followed Spivey's voice past a large pantry, fully stocked, a living room, comfortable but no television, and a library overflowing with books to the staircase at the back of the house. Not a speck of dust anywhere. If someone had told me this house was new construction and it had never been occupied, I would have believed them. Although the walls and ceiling were plaster, there were no cracks. The paint appeared fresh. Even in those places where dirt loved to accumulate, like on top of the baseboards, it was spotless. Spivey's grandmother must have spent every waking moment cleaning. Kira rushed ahead but stopped at the first landing, studying the walls. I thought she didn't speak to Spivey's family? Where did she get all these? The walls were covered in framed photographs of Spivey. Dozens, at ages ranging from newborn up until recent. A few shots that couldn't be more than a couple months old. I don't think these are from his folks, I said softly. They're not school pictures. He's not even looking at the camera. They look like surveillance shots, Maddie pointed out. Grainy, like she used a long lens. Grandma went and got her spy on. It's kind of sad. Kira ran her finger along one of the wood frames. They cut her out of the family, and she was out here all alone but still wanted to be a part of their lives. Maybe this was the only way she could. Any idea why they had a problem with her? Maddie asked, studying a picture of Spivey when he was maybe 8 years old, sitting on his butt in the middle of the ice skating rink at the elementary school, a big shit-eating grin on his face. I shook my head. These are all pictures of Spivey. None of his mom, her own daughter. That says something, I suppose. Are you guys coming up or not? Spivey shouted from above. We took the steps to the second floor and found something I don't think any of us expected. lockers. Floor-to-ceiling wooden lockers lined the hallway. "Oh, that's cool," Maddie said. "These must be left over from when the Coast Guard owned the place." "This one still has a code in it," Kira beamed. She reached inside and took out a full-length black pea coat and draped it over her shoulders, then gave us a salute. "Private Woodward reporting for duty, sir." Standing there in her short shorts, bikini top, and the coat, she made for one sexy private. She cocked her long leg, then gave us a quick twirl, the coat fluttering around her. We found hats, boots, uniforms, old photographs hung in some of the lockers, loved ones long past, girlfriends, wives, several pin-ups from ancient magazines, scantily clad women smiling provocatively at the camera, rendered in faded shades of black and white, sepia, and dull colors. Upper shelves held everything from old toothbrushes and razors to journals and balled-up socks. It's like someone froze this place in a time capsule. I ran my finger over the glossy, stained wood, knowing I wouldn't find dust there either. Kira shrugged out of the coat and ticked off several points on her fingers. Grandma Spivey was one hell of a cook, an even better housekeeper, a budding photographer, and a historian. Who knew? If you had any doubt this place was designed to be party central, I think this room seals the deal, Maddie said, standing at a wide door on our left. I walked over and looked inside. The room was huge, and every wall was lined with bunk beds. 8 in total. Blankets, pillows, and sheets neatly folded and sitting at the foot of each as if their occupants could return at any time for a quick nap between shifts. I feel like there should be a red rope here at the door and a little plaque that says crew quarters with some description. Like we're on a field trip or something, Kira said, peering in from beside me. I get that Spivey's family bought this place from the Coast Guard, but why leave it like this? Shouldn't it be a bedroom or something? Grams lived alone, remember? Spivey called out from the room across the hall. She probably didn't need all the space, so she just preserved it instead. She didn't preserve everything. You're missing the best part. Get in here. We crossed the hall and my mouth dropped open. The master bedroom. Spivey was sprawled out on a king-size bed, his hands crossed behind his head resting on a mound of pillows. A smile on his face so wide it practically reached his ears. Welcome to my love nest. Be sure to drink plenty of fluids and leave your inhibitions at the door. Once this train leaves the station, it stops for no one. Knick-knock. You're a tool, Maddie mumbled. I'm a tool with my own freaking house, Spivey corrected him. The room was huge, nearly half the second floor, fully furnished with immaculately maintained antiques. With my dad being in realty, we had bought and sold our share of estates over the years, and he had taught me what to look for. The end tables next to Spivey's newfound 4-poster bed were mahogany and satinwood with Heppelwhite fan inlays. If I had to guess, they were worth anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 each. The bench at the foot of the bed, the dressers, the 2 chairs surrounding the table with a marble chessboard near the window, those things were worth even more. Kira went to the bed, turned, and fell back on the mattress beside him. I'm fully prepared to be a kept woman if I get to live here. Hey, Billy, Maddie said softly. If your girlfriend is ready to dump you over the bedroom, you don't want her to see this bathroom. He was right about that. The bathroom was about 10 feet deep and nearly twice as long, all marble with 2 hand-carved vanities, a separate room for the toilet, and a shower large enough to park a car. All of it sparkled and smelled of bleach. A basket containing soaps, shampoo, conditioner, and body wash sat on a small table near the center of the room. Fresh towels were stacked beneath. Kira had gotten up, and I heard her gasp behind me. I grabbed her around the waist before she could slip by and get inside. He's right. Time for you to go, I teased, tugging her back. This is incredible. What did your grandmother do for a living? She asked Spivey without turning around. No clue. Other than that one Thanksgiving dinner, I don't think I ever met her. Spivey tilted his head. There are 2 closets. If you're going to be my sex slave, I guess you can pick one. She turned and started back toward him. I pulled her close before she could get too far. You're going to leave me just like that? Kira batted her eyes. He's giving me a closet. There were 2 very large walk-in closets in the bedroom, and both were empty. Nothing but bare hangers. Marston must have sent someone ahead to clear things out, Spivey said. All the dressers are empty, too. Same with the drawers and cabinets in the bathroom. Well, that was thoughtful, Kira said, wandering slowly through each space. I think that's who left the notes, too. Apparently, whoever it was, they have a sense of humor. I found this one on the phone by the bed. He held it out so we could all read it. Don't answer the phone. That's not weird at all, I said in my most sarcastic voice. Maybe that's Emerson's job. Emerson? Who's Emerson? Spivey asked. Maddie showed him the note from the fridge. Please feed Emerson for me. Oh man, I really hope we don't find a dead cat around here like a month from now, Spivey said. I'll ask Marston when we get back. He'd know if she had any pets. He pulled several small sheets of paper from his pocket. I found more. I've been picking them up as I go. This one was on the basement door. Watch the pilot light. It's been known to go out. That one seems pretty ordinary to me, Kira shrugged. Ours go out all the time. My dad's always bitching about it. Sure, Spivey agreed. But what do you make of this one? He held up another. Never lock the doors. Probably don't need to, right? Maddie said without missing a beat. You're on a damn island. Spivey shrugged. Marston told me she didn't have keys for any of the doors, so I asked him if I should get them re-keyed, and he said, I wouldn't. Not, sure, great idea, kid, protect your newfound shit, or maybe they'll turn up. Just, I wouldn't. Lawyers love to talk in circles, Maddie said. My dad says they get paid by creating confusion and charging everyone to unravel the mess. I don't know, it kind of makes sense, right? I reasoned. You don't want to lock the doors if you don't have keys. Someone's just looking out. Sure, Spivey agreed. Maybe with that note, I guess. But what about this? He showed us another, and all 4 of us went quiet. Anyone here at sunset must stay until sunrise. Okay, that's freaky, Kira finally said. Maddie clucked his tongue. Nah, that one makes sense too. Remember what I said about the rocks? Getting in and out of here can be dangerous if you can't see where you're going. That's all that is. At some point you should try calling the harbor master. Maybe they can put markers for the channel out there. Better yet, have your new buddy Marston call. Attorneys have superpowers when it comes to things like that. Get him to stop writing notes and do something useful. Kira's hand slipped into mine and led me back toward the stairs. I want to check out the tower before we go. The view's insane. I was already up there, Spivey told us, heading back down. I haven't been in the basement yet. I'll go with you. Maddie followed after him, 2 steps at a time. I want to see the cistern and the boathouse. Can't forget that. Kira and I climbed the steps to the next landing and found a single locked door. A heavy deadbolt that didn't look very old. Somebody clearly didn't read the note, she said, testing the knob. I was pretty good at visualizing floor plans, and based on the windows we saw outside, this house only had 2 full levels, the first floor and the second below us. Whatever was behind this door was under the peaked roof. There's not much room up here. It's probably storage or something. Maybe Spivey will let us turn it into another bedroom. We wouldn't need much, just a couple blankets. Someplace private all to ourselves. She purred and gave me a peck on the cheek before turning to the final set of stairs, which were far narrower and steeper than the rest, more of a ladder than actual steps. I followed her up through a hatch in the tower floor and crawled out. I'd always had a problem with heights. I'm not sure why. I'd never taken a big fall or tumbled out of a tree or anything like that. But the moment I got to my feet, my legs felt shaky and I wanted to turn back around. If Kira hadn't already been up there, I probably would have. I didn't, though. I swallowed the lump in my throat and wrapped my arm around her shoulder. If we were going down, we'd go down together. Scary height or not, the view was incredible. The tower was maybe 8 feet square, with 2 windows on each of the 4 walls. Ocean views on one side, the Reach and views of Kittery and Newcastle from the others. There was also a narrow door leading out to an even narrower widow's walk outside, and I was grateful that door was secured with another padlock because Kira would have certainly gone out there. Instead, she turned to me, put her arms around my waist, and pulled me close. I want you to do naughty things to me up here. Now? The word slipped out before I could stop it, and the mischievous look on her face turned into a frown. You don't want to? Let me be clear. There was never a time I didn't want to. At 17 years old, a shift in the wind was enough to get me started. But as I held her there in the tower, as I tried not to look out the windows and to focus only on her, I felt sweat bead on the back of my neck and my forehead. My heart was racing for all the wrong reasons. Oh, fuck, she said softly. I want to, but Kira smacked my chest. That's not what I mean, look. She pointed out one of the windows. I followed her finger down the dock to Maddie's boat and understood. Izzy and Chloe were no longer in the boat. Instead, they'd spread towels out on the dock. Kira went to the window and eased it open. Hey! Izzy twisted her head and looked up. Without a word, Kira pointed a definitive finger at the boat. Both girls got up sluggishly, taking their time. Spivey never saw them. We figured that was a good thing. We'd later learn it made no difference. 6/27/2010, Sunday. Chapter 1. I'd never been to a funeral and didn't want to go. But Spivey said he'd been up half the night fighting with his folks and didn't want to ride with them, so that was that. I agreed to pick him up at the end of his street and we rode to Oceanside Cemetery in relative silence, both dressed in our Sunday best, tugging at ties neither of us felt like wearing. A few of us are going back out to the house later, if you want to go, Spivey said in this absent-minded voice as he looked out the windows. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked half asleep, like he should just crawl back in bed, but I didn't press it. Oh, yeah? Just Maddie, his sister, Chloe, you and Kira, if you want. Like a housewarming, but I want to keep it small. What about the rules? Izzy and Chloe are both too young, aren't they? Spivey shrugged. I asked Marston about that, and he said it didn't matter anymore. I wanted to ask what exactly that meant, but we turned off the main road and pulled into the parking lot at the Commons before I got the chance. Oceanside Cemetery was near the front of the Commons, across from the library. I found an empty space and we walked toward the small crowd of mourners. The cemetery wasn't large, only about 2 acres, but it was one of the few on the island that still had vacancies. Many of the properties had family cemeteries, little burial grounds tucked away in the back corners of yards. Our house had one of those, and we had no idea who was actually buried there. The stones were so old the text had worn away a long time ago. Spivey's grandmother was being laid to rest close to the stone wall and black gate at the entrance of the cemetery, in a part I thought had reached capacity years back. Most likely that meant she had purchased the plot a long time ago. As we approached, an older man in a dark gray suit turned and gave Spivey a soft nod. "That's Marston," Spivey told me in a low voice. I spotted Spivey's mother sitting in a chair near the front, but his dad wasn't there. Chief Whaley and Officer Mundy both stood off to the side, back near the trees, both in full uniform. The chief watched us as we walked up. In all, there were 10 people along with the minister from Newcastle Congregational, our only church. When the casket came into view, I froze. The sight of that glossy black box suspended over an open grave, the mound of dirt next to it concealed under a green tarp. I didn't want to get any closer. In a tentative voice, Spivey said, "I should probably—" "Go ahead," I told him. "I think I'll hang back here." I expected him to sit next to his mother. Fighting or not, that seemed right. He didn't. Spivey rounded the outer edge of the mourners and stood beside Marston. The minister started speaking a few minutes later, reading passages from a worn Bible he'd marked with strips of red felt. Talk of dust to dust and ash to ash, verses he most likely recited as often as marriage vows. I'd be lying if I said I knew his name. My family had never been big on church. We attended midnight mass on Christmas a couple times and even went on Easter once, but nobody would consider us regulars. We had our own Sunday tradition at the Hasler house, and that involved sleeping late, a large breakfast, and parking ourselves in front of the television for the rest of the day to catch whatever game was catchable. My dad preferred baseball over football, but he'd watch the latter with me. Even made a point of turning off his phone on most Sundays. He wasn't the perfect father, but he tried. A throat cleared to my left, and I turned to find Mr. Peck standing a few feet behind me in a wrinkled black suit and faded burgundy tie, his gray hair sloppily slicked back. He was holding an old fedora in his hands. He didn't seem to recognize me at first, and when he did, his jaw tightened and he gave me a subtle nod. "Billy." My father had helped him sell the lot next to his house a few years back, and I occasionally saw him around town, but aside from that, I didn't know him very well. There were dark bags under his eyes, and he hadn't shaved in several days. The deep wrinkles of his face were lined with gray stubble. He probably wasn't sleeping. I know I wouldn't be after identifying a dead body. "Chief Whaley told us you recognized her at Henry's?" He scanned the backs of the heads in front of us, seemed to linger for a moment on Spivey and Marston, then nodded softly. "I did. It's been a while, but I knew her and her husband from way back." He gave me a sidelong glance. "When I was about your age, I suppose." "Any chance her husband's name was Emerson?" I asked. "Emerson? No." His eyes flashed and his gaze narrowed. "Where did you hear that name?" "We found a note. Spivey thinks it might be her cat." He swallowed. "Don't know about no cat. Her husband's name was Lester. Lester wrote. They got themselves married young on account of the war. I think he wanted to put a claim on her before he shipped out. It was a different time then." "Was she already living out there? On Wood Island?" Mr. Peck looked across the crowd again, then toward the cars. I don't think he wanted to be there any more than I did. Again he nodded. "Never made much sense to me. I suppose she considered it home. There's something to that. But it's so damned isolated. No place to grow up. Certainly not the kind of place to raise a family. Kids need room to breathe. A place like that does nothing but smother you." "You were friends, right? You've been out there?" "I've been out there." His voice dropped lower and his gaze fell to the ground, as if he'd just confessed to some sort of crime. "A couple times back when we were kids. Her folks had a thing about children on the island, so we snuck by 'em. Lots of ways to get hurt when you live on a rock surrounded by water. You get caught standing in the wrong place when the tide comes in, and it can mean trouble. I mostly saw Geraldine in school and at church. Her family came in on Sundays, stayed the day. Back then, service was more of a whole-day experience, more social. Picnics, music in the commons. Not so much of that anymore. Different time, he said again. We were close when we were younger, but time has a way of separating people as much as all that water does. Lester wasn't much of a churchgoer. He went early on for her, but then they attended less and less. Eventually, not at all. Over the years, we all drifted apart. I went about my life, and they went about theirs. It probably been 20 years or more since I saw her last. He nodded toward the plot to the right of Geraldine's casket. I think the last time was when Lester passed. That's the last time I remember for sure. I couldn't help but look at the tombstone next to the casket. Black granite with moss growing on one side. How did he die? Mr. Peck glanced down at his feet and shuffled his shiny black shoes in the dirt. Drowned. Took a boat out for a little deep-sea fishing and got caught up in a storm. Stupid to have gone out on his own like that, but it gets back to what I was just saying. When you live out there, all isolated, it grows on you. Got to enjoy his own company probably more than others. He went out one Saturday and just never came back. The grave there next to Geraldine's is empty. Nothing but a marker for Lester. Is that how he made a living out there? Fishing? He shrugged. Not sure, to tell you the truth. Often thought on that one myself. I don't know what they did. Family money would be my guess. Don't know that I recall anyone who lived out there actually working a real job, so they must have had something stashed away. I wondered if maybe that's what caused the rift between Spivey's grandmother and his parents. Made sense. They were drowning in debt. If she had the means to bail them out and didn't, I could see that causing all kinds of problems. Ask me. I think the loneliness eats away at you, Mr. Peck went on. Don't know exactly what happened to her folks, but at some point Geraldine lost them. Then she lost Lester, and she was out there all on her own after that. All them years. A person can only take so much of that. Loneliness grows in a person, like a cancer. Eats away at the good and replaces it with this empty void till there ain't nothing left. Can't blame her for what she'd done. What do you mean? Ending things like she did. He must have seen the surprise in my face as he said this, because he pursed his lips, cursed softly, and glanced across the way at Chief Whaley. Oh, hell, I thought you knew. Figured your friend told you. The chief said it was a blood clot or something. Mr. Peck shook his head, and his voice dropped so low I had trouble hearing him. I guess they're keeping things quiet out of respect. Geraldine put something in her coffee. Not sure exactly what. They got a camera up in the corner at Henry's, and Jolene Peterson told me you can see her plain as day, dumping some powder into the mug, stirring it up, and taking a nice, long drink, all calm-like. Then she just sat there and waited. He went back to shuffling his feet. Look, this ain't my business, and I probably shouldn't be telling you. Maybe it's best you talk to your friend. Spivey was still standing next to Marston, his fingers laced together and his head bowed. I wondered if he knew, and if he did, why he didn't tell me. Mr. Peck placed a hand on my shoulder. You might do best by your friend getting him to sell that place. Start his life free of the burden and with a little money in his pocket. He doesn't want to live out there. I don't think Geraldine and Lester were ever happy. Her folks neither. He's standing at the start of a road others have already traveled. There is something to be said about hindsight. Marston turned to me then, and for the first time his gaze met mine. He couldn't have heard what we were talking about. He was too far away. But something in his face told me he knew. He had these cold eyes, a grayish-blue color. I'd never heard the man speak, but somehow I knew his voice. I heard it plain as day, telling me, "The rules, Mr. Hasler. Be mindful of the rules." Chapter 2. "Not that one," Whaley pointed. "The one next to it, marked 93-04A71. From the wobbly wooden ladder, Officer Mundy turned back to the shelf, eyed the boxes up top, and promptly sneezed 4 times in quick succession. That only stirred up more dust, and he sneezed again. When he finally got it under control, he sniffled and wiped his nose on his sneeze. "We're looking for what exactly?" Whaley wasn't exactly sure what to tell him. He didn't know himself. He was scratching an itch, one he was sure wouldn't go away on its own. Mundy was a good kid, but the ink on his criminal justice degree from state was still wet, and he'd only been with Newcastle PD for 6 months. He was also a townie, grew up less than a half-mile away, which meant anything Whaley told him would certainly find its way into the local gossip the next time Mundy visited the Lobster Tail and played a game of pool or two with his friends. Whaley didn't want to fuel the rumor mill. The truth was, Geraldine Rote's death had spooked him. He wasn't about to admit that aloud, but it had. He'd encountered his share of dead bodies over the years, 4 other suicides, but nothing like that. The woman had appeared so calm on the video, relieved. Her hands weren't even shaking as she drank that tea. Then there was the letter. The phone call that followed. He hadn't told those kids any of that. No reason to. "Little hand here?" Mundy muttered, holding out the box at an awkward angle, his legs shaking nearly as much as the ladder. Whaley reached up, took the box from him, and set it on an old metal desk in the corner of the sub-basement. He used the tip of his fingernail to cut the yellowed tape and removed the lid as Mundy came down the ladder and stepped up behind him. "What the hell is Brigadoon?" Mundy asked, pointing at the book sitting on top of various files and documents. Whaley reached in and took it out. It was a paperback from the Newcastle Library. The card in front said it had been checked out by Whaley's predecessor, Chief Nelson, in January of 1993. Mundy whistled. 17 years of late fees. If Nelson hadn't died, the library might have put a lien on his house to collect. That's a Broadway play, right? The colorful cover was fairly worn, the binding heavily creased. A number of pages had been dog-eared, and when Whaley flipped through, he saw numerous highlights, too. "Mary and I saw it years back in New York. It's about a village in the Scottish Highlands that's cursed and only appears to the outside world for a single day every 100 years. The rest of the time it just blinks out." "Well, I hope it was better than Cats. I sat through that 2 years ago and I still have nightmares. Those fuckers are already trying to take over the world. Cats would enslave us if they were 6 feet tall. They sure as shit don't need to sing and dance while they do it. Creepy as hell." Whaley flipped to one of the dog-eared pages near the back. A single paragraph was highlighted in yellow and underlined with black ballpoint to emphasize. Jeff stood dumbfounded and stared at the spot his friend had been. The shape of Tommy hung in the mist for only a moment, his hand outstretched in a wave, the village at his back and Mr. Lundy at his side. Then all of it vanished. Nothing but trees older than God with trunks the thickness of houses along the bank of the river. Brigadoon gone as if it had never been. As weird as that was, it was the words written in the margin that really grabbed Whaley, scrawled in a neat script. Not every 100 years, but how often? What the hell is the trigger? Someone takes his Broadway very seriously, Mundy said, reading over Whaley's shoulder. Do you remember Chief Nelson at all? Mundy huffed. Sure, he used to run us off the beach nearly every Friday night. Nice enough guy. Never married, lived alone. Rumor was he was gay, but nobody ever saw anything to back that up. That's not what I meant. Was he a good cop? Mundy shrugged. Hell if I know, I was just a kid. I guess so. They kept him on for something like 30 years. Beneath the book was a thick folder labeled L. Dubin. Clipped to the inside cover was a photograph of a girl, maybe 15 or 16. A distant shot taken with a telephoto lens. Whaley had no trouble matching her to the woman he'd seen Ted Hasler arguing with yesterday. She might have been nearly 2 decades older, but there was no mistaking those emerald green eyes of hers or the auburn hair. Atop several loose-leaf pages of notes was a brochure titled Witches of Salem. There was also a thin stack of printed pages clipped together, looked like a printout from an old microfiche machine. The top page said, Haunted Portsmouth and the History of New England. Scribbled on the inside flap of the folder were 2 names with question marks. One he recognized, one he did not. Marston? Emerson? Deeper in the box, he found folders for Ted Hasler, Pam Rote, and her future husband, Keith Spivey. All contained similar photos from back when they were kids. There were also folders on Ralph Peck, Geraldine and Lester Rote, another labeled Whidden. Whaley quickly flipped through them before putting everything back inside and replacing the lid. He hefted up the box and started for the stairs. Thanks for the help, Mundy. Lock up and get back on patrol. Mundy eyed him curiously. Are you going to tell me what this is all about? Nope. Chapter 3. That night as we approached the island, a chill came over me. One of those shivers that rolls through you from head to toe. There was no particular reason for it. At 7:45, the sun was still out but dipping low, and the temperature was holding in the mid-70s. It was warm enough, but Kira must have noticed because she nuzzled a little closer and looked out over the side of Maddie's boat at the water rushing by. Thinking about your dream? I had told her about the nightmare with the shark. I wasn't going to at first, but I was terrible at hiding things from her, and she saw something in my face when we were waiting on Maddie's dock for him to return with his boat. He'd run Spivey and the girls out to the island and left a note saying he was getting gas and would be right back for us. I wasn't thinking about sharks now, and almost thanked her for bringing that particular happy thought back to the forefront. But instead I said, yeah, that's exactly what was on my mind, because that was better than telling her what I was really thinking about. And that was what Mr. Peck had said. My mind's eye kept conjuring up images of Spivey in his 70s trudging around that little island all by himself. Some forgotten hermit the local kids told stories about. I had no trouble picturing him climbing into Annabelle one day, sailing off to the middle of nowhere and pulling the drain plug, then sitting on the bow and watching the water come in. Maybe he'd raise a glass to Lester. Maybe he'd pour some white powder into that glass first, a little something to take the edge off like good old Graham's at Henry's. Seemed the long-term residents of Wood Island had a knack for creative departures. Every time I forced these images out of my head, they crept back in. And while I had no trouble sharing nightmares about sharks, I saw no reason to bring Kira down with thoughts of suicide, loneliness, and general blah. She was excited about Spivey's newfound love shack. We all were, and I reminded myself of that. Newcastle was a small place, and there were very few spots we could get away from the watchful eyes of our parents and their network of friends. Even the secluded road near the beach where Kira and I liked to park was no real secret. Most likely our parents had parked in the same spot. Maybe their parents before them. Everyone knew exactly what time Chief Whaley rolled down that way on patrol, just like we knew what time he passed through the Commons or any number of other secluded hidey holes. You could set a watch by him. I don't think that was an accident. There was this unspoken rule between the adults and teenagers. We'll give you a little privacy to do what teenagers do, as long as you do it in these designated places. Wood Island was a game changer when it came to privacy. It was Privacy 2.0. Not only was it impossible for the adults to check up on us, Chief Whaley had no jurisdiction out there. I suppose Kittery police could send a boat if they wanted to, maybe the Harbor Patrol or the Coast Guard, but we'd see them coming, and I'm pretty sure they couldn't set foot on the island without permission. We weren't bad kids, don't get me wrong. Aside from a little pot, none of us had ever done drugs. We drank a little bit, but all teenagers did that. And honestly, wasn't this better than a bunch of us getting together behind one of the grocery stores in Portsmouth or down by the old fort? Under the bleachers at the high school? At the tail end, nobody would be getting behind the wheel of a car. Whatever minor mayhem we created would be contained and more or less isolated from civilization. We were tucked away nice and safe. I'm fairly certain even the most narrow-minded adult would see that. And Spivey wouldn't be alone. There was that, too. None of us were going home tonight. We were all staying on the island. Kira had told her folks she was spending the night at Alicia's, and although she wasn't here, Alicia agreed to cover. My parents thought I was staying at Maddie's. He told his parents he was staying at my house. Chloe and Izzy had done the same. Spivey just left. His dad went out on Milligan's boat a day early, and his mother didn't much care what he did. We'd done this same little dance last summer and spent the night in tents out in the mountains near Conway. Our parents had no clue we'd even left town. Maddie motored up to the dock, tied down, and the three of us went inside. The house must have been well insulated, because I didn't hear the music until we were standing on the porch. In the kitchen, Maddie went straight to the refrigerator and plucked out 3 beers. He pointed proudly at a sign on the door as he produced a bottle opener and shouted over the music, "I made a rule of my own!" Scrawled in blocky letters, "If you start a drink, you must finish the drink." Seemed perfectly sensible to me. Christ, the music was loud. Maroon 5 with moves like Jagger. Not a personal favorite, but it would do. Maddie popped the tops, handed out the bottles, and raised his high. "To tonight, hopefully the first of many." Kira clinked her bottle against mine, then Maddie's. "To tonight." Her free hand was in mine as she said this, and she gave me a gentle squeeze. I raised the bottle to my lips and took a nice, long, cold drink, wondering how many more it would take before Mr. Peck's persistent voice was vanquished. The music dropped off, and Spivey shouted from the living room, "Get in here!" We found him sitting on the floor between a coffee table and the largest stereo I'd ever seen. Klipsch speakers and a Marantz receiver, the setup dominated the corner of the room. Chloe and Izzy were on the couch, both holding beers of their own and making that special face a person made when they weren't used to the taste. It had been about 2 years since I made that face. None of the lights were on, but a number of candles were burning on random shelves around the room, flickering light battling the growing shadows as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. Maddie dropped down on the couch next to Chloe and eyed the stereo. "Where did that come from?" "I found it in the closet." Spivey beamed. It was still in the packaging, like Grams bought it and packed it away, then forgot about it. I went over and got a better look at the receiver. This probably cost a couple $1,000. "Nothing but the best for Geraldine. Found that, too." He pointed at a 55-inch television leaning up against the far wall, still in the box. Another box with a wall mount was lying on the floor beside it. "Seriously? Which closet?" "The one up on the 3rd-floor landing off the tower." "You found the key?" Kira asked, dropping down on the floor next to him. "I call dibs." She winked at me. This was the room she wanted to turn into our own private sanctuary. Spivey shrugged. It wasn't locked. No locking the doors, Chloe and Izzy said in unison before clinking their beer bottles together and taking a drink. Apparently someone had shared the new rules. I saw Kira try that door, but I hadn't tried it myself. Maybe it was just stuck, I offered. It's an old house. Either way, it's mine. You said I could have a closet, Kira said. I want that one. You don't want that closet. It's a cluttered mess, full of all kinds of grandma crap. And high-end electronics, Maddie added. And spiders and rats and mice. Ew, Izzy groaned. Okay, maybe not, but there's a lot of stuff in there. Spivey looked up at me, still standing. Pull up some rug. We're going to play a game. I settled down on the floor next to Kira. What game? Spivey chugged the rest of his beer and set the bottle down on the coffee table on its side and gave it a quick flick of the wrist. Spin the bottle. Dude, Maddie frowned. I'm not playing spin the bottle with my sister and her little friend. Chloe elbowed him in the gut. You'd play if Alicia were here, Kira pointed out. Yeah, well, she isn't. Whose fault is that? I asked her. She said maybe next time. Uh-huh. Guess you'll have to wait a little longer to see me naked. He tugged up the corner of his shirt. Kira was wearing a thin green sweater over a white t-shirt, jean shorts, white socks, and sneakers. Tack on lacy underthings, and we had a final tally of 9 items. 10, if you counted the headband holding her hair back. That was enough to probably keep her at least partially clothed in a solid game of spin the bottle. But I was fairly certain I didn't want my girlfriend getting naked in front of anyone but me, so I nixed that real quick. How about quarters? I said. Spivey looked around the room. Anyone have a quarter? Nobody did. Izzy chimed in with, Truth or dare? Kira said, Never have I ever. How about we combine them? I suggested. You have to pick truth, dare, or tell a never have I ever, and nobody is allowed to repeat, so we have to run through all 3 before we can start over. Kira kissed me on the cheek. This is why I love you. Always thinking. All right, I'll go first. Maddie leaned forward. Truth. Oh, nice. Take the easiest one off the table, why don't you? Spivey said. Maddie snapped his fingers 3 times. Gotta move quick when you play with me. Okay, Mr. Speedy, Kira said. Here's your truth. Have you ever gotten laid? His face went red, and he eased back into the couch. Whoa, coming out of the gate like that, are we? Yep, just like that. He took a sip of his beer, but said nothing. Does that mean no? I thought if we don't want to answer, we drink. Isn't that how it works? No, you have to answer. I think he's right, Chloe said. That's how it works. You're 15, Kira replied. I'm pretty sure you don't know how either of those things work. I know how to play the game, and I've gotten laid. Oh yeah? By a boy? Kira fired back. It was Chloe's turn to redden. She took a sip from her own beer and seemed to shrink into the couch. That's what I thought. Maddie said, The answer is no, I have not. I'm saving myself for you. Kira cocked her head. Guess I'll tell Alicia not to waste her time then. All right, I interrupted before that could continue. Who's next? I'll go, Spivey said. But I'm getting something stronger. If we're going to have any fun, beer just won't do. He got up, went to the kitchen, and came back with the bottle of vodka and a shot glass. New rule. If it's your turn and you don't want to do whatever, you got to do a shot. All else, we stick with beer. Fair? When nobody objected, he added, Also, I'd like to point out the sun just set and rule number 5 is in effect. Everyone is stuck here until sunup. He filled the shot glass, set it in the middle of the table, and settled back into his spot. He studied everyone's faces, then said, I think I want to expand on a working theory. A follow-up, if you will, to something Ms. Kira here said. He cleared his throat. Never have I ever kissed a girl. Just so we're clear, Maddie said. Anyone who has kissed a girl needs to drink? Yep, Kira replied and took a drink. I smiled at her. Really? If you're a good boy, maybe I'll tell you all about it. Everyone else drank too, including Izzy and Chloe, and none of us missed the look that passed between them before they did. Spivey's eyes narrowed and he grinned. I knew it! Izzy's face grew red. It's not exactly a secret. I dare you to kiss her now, he fired back. It's not your turn, you just went. Then I dare you, Kira said. Maddie covered his eyes. I don't want to see my sister. Oh, geez, give it a rest. Chloe groaned. She reached across the table, took the glass of vodka, and swallowed it in one gulp. Then she turned to Izzy and kissed her full on the lips. This long, lingering kiss that went on for nearly half a minute. When she was done, she slammed the glass down on the coffee table and grinned. I find it best to get that sort of thing out of the way early. Izzy, still blushing, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. For the record, we both just did that vodka shot. All of us just stared. His face still covered, Maddie finally said, Is it safe to look now? When nobody answered, he took his hand away. Izzy's room is next to mine, and with all the slumber parties lately, I gotta wear noise-canceling headphones just to get any sleep. Bad things been happening in that room. Spivey refilled the shot glass. Your sister just became a whole lot more interesting, Maddie. Knick-knock. Whatever, dickhead. Kira rolled her eyes. Whose turn is it? Mine, Chloe said. We're back to truth, right? We've done them all, so you can pick whatever you want. She took another sip of her beer and leaned across the table toward Spivey. Do you think this house is haunted? Chapter 4. That's not how it works, I said. You don't get to ask him a question. Chloe ignored me and pressed Spivey. Do you know the history of this place? Goth girl can't go anywhere without looking for spooks, Maddie complained. She's not goth, Izzy mumbled under her breath. Why? Because you talked her into wearing a color other than black? He fired back. You can paint her nails pink and dress your little play toy however you want. She's still a death rock listening vampire wannabe. Probably got her nipples pierced and a tattoo of barbed wire somewhere where her mom can't see. Chloe stuck out her tongue. Wouldn't you like to know? Spivey reached for the shot of vodka, drank it, and set the glass back down on the table. Why would it be haunted? Because it's old? Because of what this place used to be. And what was that? Chloe motioned toward the shot glass. I want another first. Spivey refilled the glass and slid it over to her. She drank that one down like a seasoned pro, and I tried to remember how many she had had. Was that number 3? Her eyes had gone all glossy. If she wasn't drunk, she was well on her way. Apparently she wanted company because she said, Everyone needs to do a shot, then I'll tell you. Spivey gave her a sly smile. I like where your head's at, Thursday. I think we all looked at him a little odd. Then he explained. Wednesday is the goth girl from the Addams family. Since Chloe has moved beyond goth, I hereby dub her Thursday. That's dumb, Izzy said. It's an official house rule. Moving forward, I will refer to her as nothing but Thursday. So it has been said, so it shall be. Spivey refilled the shot glass and slid it toward Kira. Kira weighed $1.0, but I knew from experience she could drink any one of us under the table, myself included. She credited this to her lack of body fat and fast metabolism. I think it had more to do with the 4 slices of bread she ate prior to consuming alcohol, and the glass of water she had been busily chugging when I picked her up. Either way, she made quick work of the shot, held it out for Spivey to refill, then gave it to me. The vodka burned as it went down my throat. I tried not to make a face, but did anyway. The others laughed, and the glass worked its way around the table. Intent on getting her drunk, Spivey not so subtly tried to slip Chloe another, but Izzy snatched it up before she could drink it and placed the shot in the center of the table. "Let's save this one. I want to hear this." Spivey grinned and let it go. It was good to see him happy. After all the bullshit he'd been through over the years, he deserved it more than anyone. The sun was gone now, the only light coming from the candles. The room was awash in dim yellows, orange, and wakening shadows. The walls seemed to draw a little closer, like the house wanted to hear what Chloe had to say as much as the rest of us. Izzy's hand in hers, Chloe moved to the edge of the couch. In 1869, the Coast Guard used this entire island as a yellow fever quarantine facility. Any ship that came into Portsmouth with sick people on board had to drop them here. Some of them even had to dock. They made them stay until they either died or got better. There was no real treatment. Little food and water, hardly anyone recovered. A lot of sailors back then were criminals, not much better than pirates. Between the fevers, lack of food, no place to sleep or take shelter, there were a lot of murders. You could hear the screaming all the way at the commons. Kira smirked. "You're making that up." Chloe slowly shook her head. "It's in the records at the Historical Society. They even have a log of all the people who died." Spivey said, "The Coast Guard built this house way after all that. Nobody ever died inside." "How can you be sure?" Chloe replied. "Wait," Kira said. "Are you saying they really put all those sick people out here?" Spivey picked the corner of the label on his beer bottle, got a hold of it, and tore it off. "Marston gave me the full history. He told me they made the ships tie off on the rocks and dock, but that was the extent of it. They brought temporary housing over from the base for the Coast Guard doctors, but they made the sick people stay on the ships to keep it contained and out of their own camp. Anyone who died on board the ships, not on the island itself." "Oh, so we're surrounded by dead bodies instead of on top of them," Maddie muttered. "That makes me feel much, much better. How many?" "Hundreds," Chloe said before Spivey could respond. The weight of that word hung heavy in the air. Spivey finished his beer. I expected him to say she was lying, but he didn't. Instead, he said, "It's not like they just threw the bodies overboard and let them rot in the water. They're not out there, not anymore." He got up, went to the kitchen, and came back with 6 more beers. He handed them out along with the bottle opener. Being a gentleman, I opened Kira's, Izzy's, and Chloe's before tossing the opener in Maddie's direction. Maddie let out an epic belch. Kira took a small drink and inched closer to the table. She wanted to hear more. "So what did they do with the bodies?" "Burned them," Chloe said. "They had these huge fires you could smell for miles around. Rumor was the soot and ash made it all the way to Rye and Exeter." All of us fell silent. Kira's eyes drifted to the window, the rocky shore just beyond the house. Spivey didn't respond, not at first. I think he wanted this to sink in. Then he finally laughed. "Oh, man, she really got you guys going." He shoved the shot glass toward Chloe. "Why don't you tell them where they burned the bodies, Miss Thursday?" Chloe let the question hang for a moment before sighing. "At the docks in Portsmouth, where they keep the salt mounds now." "Not out here," Spivey said. "Not out here," she replied, and she actually sounded sad about it. He slid the shot closer to her. "Drink." She swallowed the vodka before Izzy could stop her, and although she did her best to make it appear painless, I had a pretty good handle on who would be first to puke. Spivey refilled the shot glass and set it in the center of the table again. "The truth is, there is no record of anyone ever dying out here on the island. The island's been used for a million things over the years, but a burial ground is not one of them." "We're in New England," I said. There are graves everywhere. Not here, Spivey insisted. Marston said even when this was a life-saving station, the Coast Guard stationed men here in the house and deployed from here for storm rescues and shipwrecks. But they never brought survivors back to the island. They weren't equipped for that. They took them to one of the hospitals on the mainland, either Portsmouth or the Coast Guard base, sometimes Rye. Never here. I thought of Marston watching me at the funeral, those cold eyes of his. Do you think he'd tell the truth about something like that? Why would he lie? Nobody wants to live where someone has died, Kira said. It's bad juju. She was right. My dad used to talk about that back when he sold residential real estate. Whenever someone toured a house, that was usually one of the first questions they asked. He was also quick to point out New Hampshire law does not consider any death in a home to be a material fact. Therefore, it is not required to be disclosed. If a buyer asks, and the seller knows, they should answer truthfully, but no legal action could be brought against the seller or agent if they don't. I'm fairly certain my father would have sold the Amityville house as a quaint fixer-upper and not said a word. The shot glass made another round, and I took another drink when it was my turn. It went down easier, and wasn't that always the case with alcohol? It snuck up on you like that. Harsh at first, then warm and comforting, like an old friend. Here, have another. Then you tried to stand and realized you couldn't. Walking was out of the question, and only two choices remained, expulsion or pass out. The warmth in my belly and haziness in my head told me I was trudging along somewhere in that middle ground. I thought of Spivey's grandfather, Lester Rote, motoring away from Wood Island in some fishing boat. Geraldine somehow finding her way back to Newcastle before committing suicide. Maybe that was another one of the rules. No dying on the island. Because that made sense, right? If some places invited death, maybe others repelled it. But no, that was drunk thought. Places didn't do either of those things. Then I vaguely remembered a story about a field in Africa where elephants went to die. They walked hundreds of miles to get there, to die where their ancestors had. Dinosaur bones found in clusters. Indian burial grounds, cemeteries. Weren't those the same thing, really? Places where the dead found each other. A reunion of sorts. So if a place could draw death, why not push it away? Half the houses on Newcastle are haunted, Chloe said. Portsmouth is even worse. Have you guys ever heard of the Chase House? When nobody answered, she went on. It's on Middle Road. It got built in the late 1800s as an orphanage. Not long after it opened, a girl hung herself in her room on the second floor and died. People have seen her wandering the hallways, standing in the window looking out at the street. Doors lock for no reason. Lights turn on and off by themselves. It's all her. If you try to get close, she runs away and disappears. If you stand out on the sidewalk real quiet, sometimes you can hear her screaming inside the house. That's just something they tell tourists, Maddie mumbled. Chloe shook her head. I've heard her. I have too, Izzy said in a quiet voice. Maddie narrowed his eyes and glared at his sister. When? Last summer. I thought Chloe was making it all up, so she brought me out there. It was really creepy. We heard a scream inside the house from upstairs somewhere. Then a few minutes later, some woman came out of the house and picked up the newspaper from the stoop and acted like nothing happened. Chloe asked her if she heard it, and the woman told us it happens all the time, but you can only hear it outside. Maddie took a drink of his beer, then stated flatly, local tourist bullshit. I heard the John Paul Jones house is haunted, Kira offered, and I realized she was getting into this, actually getting into it. Kira was great at feigning interest in a topic. She could put on a polite smile and nod at the perfect moment and make whoever was speaking feel like the center of the universe. It was one of her superpowers. When someone spoke to Kira, she always appeared interested, even when her mind was off on something else, even when she didn't give two shits about what they were talking about. Now, though, there was a spark in her eyes I rarely saw, a childlike glint, like seeing presents under a Christmas tree for the first time. Chloe nodded at her. She felt it too. Everybody knows about that place. It's run by the Portsmouth Historical Society, and they have records of people seeing someone coming out of the attic dressed in old-fashioned clothes, walking into one of their rooms, and vanishing. Happens all the time there. The people who have seen it say it plays out like a video. A man, middle-aged, he does the same thing every time. Doesn't matter who's standing there watching, and he doesn't seem to notice them. Izzy nudged her. Tell them about the music hall downtown. Chloe's eyes lit up. Oh, that place is really creepy. A bunch of those paranormal research television shows have done stories about it. It's filled with hot and cold spots. Weird lights that blink on and off in parts of the theater that aren't wired for power. The cleaning crew has reported hearing music coming from the piano on the stage when nobody is there. Actors have reported seeing people out in the audience dressed in costumes. They're in a seat one second, gone the next. Even during rehearsals when nobody is supposed to be there. Bullshit, Matty coughed into his elbow. Do you think that place would still be around if they didn't have some kind of angle to bring in the tourists? Without the ghost stories, that building would be a Whole Foods right now, or a CVS. You're an ass, Kira told him. He twisted on the couch. You want to see my what? For a second, I thought she might throw her empty beer bottle at him. Spivey must have had the same thought, because he plucked it from her hand and went to the kitchen to get more. She seemed to forget about Maddie and turned toward me. You're awfully quiet. What do you think? I don't know. I think Maddie might be right. Her elbow jabbed into my gut. Ow! So what do you think happens when we die? Do you think we just blink out and that's it? We're gone? I almost answered that. Then I remembered that Kira's aunt died in a car accident last winter and they'd been very close. I wasn't about to go down that rabbit hole. Instead, I said, nobody knows. Not for sure. People, living things are energy, Chloe said. Nothing ends. The energy just gets redistributed. Sometimes it gets trapped. I think that's what happens. She looked over at me. Like you said, we're surrounded by graves. If all the dead bodies around New England stood up at once, they probably outnumber the living 10-1. Maddie smirked. So now zombies are real too? She shook her head. That's not what I mean. Think of all those people as energy. Where is it supposed to go? It just builds and builds, looks for ways to get out. It's everywhere. Sometimes it gets strong enough for us to see, bleeds over into our world. Other times it simmers. When people die in a horrible or violent way, the energy gets trapped, embedded. The dead get stuck in a house, sort of like when someone smokes inside. You can paint, scrub, even replace all the carpet, but that smell is still there. Other times, I think the dead get confused. They don't understand that they're dead. They're lost. Some of them go back to places that are the most familiar to them, like the music hall. But no matter what, that energy has to go somewhere. It doesn't vanish. That's horseshit, Maddie replied. Horseshit, horseshit, horseshit. Come on, you've never seen a ghost? Kira asked him. Not once? Have you? She edged the shot glass toward him. You want to hear? You gotta drink. Everybody's got to drink, Spivey said. And just like that, the shot glass made another round. Chapter 5. I was with Alicia, Kira said, 2 summers ago. We snuck out of my house and went to Point of Graves Cemetery at like 1 a.m. Annie McCormick dared us and said we had to get a time-stamped picture at the Vaughn family tomb. It's that big one, all the way in back. Chloe beamed. Oh, I know that one. It's... Shh! Kira silenced her. My story. My stomach wasn't very happy about the latest influx of alcohol, and I felt a soft rumble followed by a gurgle. In an effort to cover that up, I raised my beer bottle and drank the little bit that remained. I hadn't seen Spivey get up and retrieve more, but he replaced the empty in my hand with a fresh one, clinked his own bottle against it, and looked back at Kira, all in one fluid motion that blurred together as I watched it play out. I told myself to slow down, then drank a little more beer. There was clearly a disconnect between my mouth and my brain. I'd have to rectify that. Maybe give them both a stern talking to. Kira reached for one of the candles and held it close to her face for a moment, let the light dance over her skin as she studied the flame. Then she set it on the table between us, next to the shot glass, full again. So, the Vaughan tomb. The Vaughan family emigrated from England in the 1600s, but I don't think anyone really knows much about them other than they were one of the first families to settle in this area. Their tomb looks sort of like a stone coffin, but it's deceptive. It's actually a door. Back in the 1800s, some guy opened it up. I think he was hired to help maintain it or rebuild it or something, but he found stairs inside. The stairs led down to a giant brick room, and in there he found 28 bodies. None of them were in coffins. They were just scattered around the room, surrounded by pottery and other personal possessions. 21 adults, 4 teenagers, 2 young children, and 1 baby. What, like a mass suicide? Maddie asked. Kira shrugged. Nobody knows, not for sure. But a lot of people have seen their ghosts. They come up the stairs at night and wander around the cemetery. The whole family. Chloe's mouth was hanging open. Did you see them? Kira stared at the candle flame for a moment before answering. Then she shook her head. No, but we could feel them. The hair on our arms stood up, and there was this electricity in the air, kind of like it feels after lightning strikes close by. There was no wind, none at all. But when we were standing next to the tomb, we both felt someone breathing right behind us. Like a really tall person was right there, and Alicia swears she heard someone whisper her name, an old man with a heavy English accent. We ran out of there so fast we never got the picture. Chloe's eyes settled on the flame, too. I've got a book at home with all the haunted places around here, and there are a bunch of stories just like that. Not just from people who believe, but skeptics, too. It's real. Spivey, who had been quiet through most of this, finally spoke up. Nobody actually dies in the cemetery, so why exactly would it be haunted? Same reason the music hall is haunted. The spirits are drawn there. Like elephants, I muttered. Kira looked at me. Huh? Nothing. Maddie shoved the shot glass toward me. Say something, stupid. You got a drink. That made very little sense, but I swallowed the vodka anyway and made a show of setting the glass back down on the table upside down. I almost knocked the candle over, but Kira caught it before it could tumble all the way. I'm pretty sure nobody saw that. Okay, maybe everyone saw that. Spivey's guitar was sitting off to the side of the couch. He picked it up and plucked at several of the strings. So, even though nobody has ever died here, this place could be haunted? Chloe considered this. It's possible. How do we... His voice trailed off as he thought this over. Several more notes came from the guitar. We'll need a Ouija board. Do you have one? Chloe nodded. I can bring it next time. And I saw Izzy lean toward her, whisper something in her ear, but I couldn't make out the words. Beside me, Kira said, Whoa, someone's gonna pass out. And I looked around the table, wondering who she was talking about. Then I realized everyone was staring at me. She was talking about me. I'm not gonna pass out," I told her. But the words came out more like, "I'm not absurd," and I realized my recent assessment of my personal state of drunkenness might have been slightly off. I said this last part aloud, and that just brought a laugh from everyone, including Chloe, Miss Thursday, who easily should have gotten here first, but if she was as drunk as me, I didn't see it in her face. She seemed too busy thinking about what Spivey had just said. Or maybe she was thinking about Spivey's great-grandparents, because for some reason, I was. I was wondering how they died, and we hadn't talked about them. More specifically, I was wondering where they died. I was wondering if Spivey had asked Marston that, because he should ask him that. I know I wanted to ask about them, but my mouth was no longer cooperating. I also realized I was lying down on the opposite end of the room from the others. Not sure when exactly I moved. Someone, most likely Kira, had set me up nice with a pillow and quilt, even a glass of water a few inches from my head. They were playing the game again. I heard someone, I think it was Spivey, dare Izzy to go down in the basement all alone. She had to stand down there in the dark for 1 full minute before she could come back up. Kira told her to check the pilot light in the furnace while she was down there. It had been known to go out, you know. I decided to sleep then, just for a little while. I drifted off, wondering if anyone had bothered to feed Emerson. When I woke, the room was dark and I was alone. The lights were out, the candles were dead, and all was silent. 20 after 4 in the morning, according to my watch. I drank the water Kira left for me and got to my feet. I needed to use the bathroom, but instead of going that way, I found myself at the window. That's when I saw them, Kira and Maddie, sitting out there in the moonlight on a big rock, not unlike our rock, facing the ocean. A blanket draped over their shoulders. Gentle waves were rolling in. I didn't much care about the ambiance. Heat rose in my gut, and I wanted to put a knife through the back of Maddie's head. Going outside was a blur, so was my lumbering approach across the narrow beach to the rocks. I didn't have a knife, so I picked up one of those rocks instead, felt the weight of it in my hand, the heft, found a nice sharp corner. It would do nicely. When I reached them, though, there was no them. Kira was alone. There was no rock in my hand either, and I was thankful for that, because she turned when she saw me and smiled. "There's my sleepy head. Did you get sick?" I opened my mouth to tell her no, and vomited in the sand. 6/28/2010, Monday. Chapter 1. Whaley had relocated to the small conference room across from his office. His cluttered desk was simply no place for additional clutter, and the moment he started unloading the box from storage, he knew he'd need more room. He's never been much of a reader, so rather than slog through the copy of Brigadoon, he'd stopped at Video Zone on his way home last night and rented a copy of the 1954 film starring Gene Kelly and Sid Charisse. Mary had eyed him curiously when he'd put that one in the VCR, but after a few minutes she made a bowl of popcorn and settled in beside him. "It's for work," he'd told her. "Uh-huh." And that had been that. He enjoyed it a little more than he'd ever admit publicly, and Mary had nodded off about an hour in. To her credit, she usually only lasted about 20 minutes on movie nights before giving in to sleep. About the same time she started snoring, he took the book out and flipped through the dog-eared pages and highlights, keeping pace with the film. He kept going back to the 2 sentences Chief Nelson had left in the margin. Not every 100 years, but how often? What the hell is the trigger? In the book and film, the village only appeared once every 100 years. The film made no mention of a trigger or reason. It wasn't explained, it just was. Whaley supposed that might frustrate some people, but he didn't think it took away from the story. He had no idea why his predecessor would focus on it. Then there was the first half of that comment. Not every 100 years, but how often? Both the film and book, he found the first mention on page 138, specifically pointed out it only happened every 100 years. So what the hell was he talking about? When the film ended at 11:30 and Whaley found himself sitting there in the dark with his wife passed out on her half of the couch, a thought popped into his head. Was he seriously looking at some old musical as if it were part of an investigation? Actually treating it like evidence? Christ, if anyone got wind of that. He set the book down on the end table, rose and stretched, and took his wife to bed. His head would be clear in the morning. Then it wasn't. He spent the night tossing and turning with images of Geraldine Rote behind his eyelids, and had finally gone into work about an hour before sunup, where he unpacked the box. There were 8 files in total. Laura Dubin, Ted Hasler, Pam Rote, Keith Spivey, Ralph Peck, Lester Rote, Geraldine Rote, and one simply labeled Whidden. The first 4 had far more detail than the others. The Whidden file only contained a single sheet of paper, while the information on Ted Hasler was nearly an inch thick. Everything from school transcripts, traffic citations, a full background check courtesy of the FBI's NICS database. It was the financial data that really jumped out, riddled with underlines and notes by Chief Nelson. He'd chronicled everything from Hasler's first few real estate transactions and loans back in the 80s and 90s to activities up until Nelson had retired. With the very first, he'd still been in high school, only 16 years old when he purchased an acre of land in Rye with a private loan arranged by... Whaley stared at the name for several seconds, as if expecting it to change when he blinked, but it didn't. There it was. Lockwood Marston, Esquire, in typed print, circled several times in blue ink, no doubt by Nelson. Marston's name appeared on several of the other transactions, each one larger than the last. Whaley found similar dealings in the folders for Laura Dubin, Geraldine and Lester Rote, and even Ralph Peck, although those dated much further back. Geraldine inherited a sizable estate when her parents passed, including Wood Island. Lester married in. Although you'd never know it if you spoke to him, Peck owned several commercial properties, including a strip mall in Exeter. Dozens of transactions with Marston involved in one way or another. If those particular folders detailed the creation of wealth over time, the data on Pam and Keith Spivey told a very different story. There were several arrest reports, delinquent credit card and loan statements, a copy of the restraining order. Arranged and cataloged in date order were 2 lives coming apart, failure followed by failure. Other than the restraining order, Marston's name only appeared once. He'd attempted to post bail for Keith Spivey after a bar brawl in 2004. Keith had refused and opted to spend the weekend in jail. Finally, Whaley held up the single page from the Whidden folder, a handwritten note predating Chief Nelson. He'd seen that one before. Nelson had actually told Whaley all about it when he took over for him years back. An old case, kind of a rite of passage. Whaley had no idea what it meant or how it played into all this. Chief? Sandy was standing at the door, frowning. Whaley set the page down. What is it? Pam Spivey called in, damn near hysterical. Something about her son. I think you need to get over there. Chapter 2. I'm not sure exactly what time I got home from Wood Island. We'd all piled into Maddie's boat a little after sunrise and motored back to Newcastle in relative silence. I had a nasty hangover, and I wasn't alone in that. There was little talk. We all communicated in grunts and nods, settled into our seats, and stared forward until we finally reached the shoreline. Kira and I thanked Maddie for the ride, said a half-assed goodbye to Izzy and Chloe, got in my car, and that was that. I dropped Kira off at home, then drove on autopilot back to my house, my bed, which I fell into without bothering to take off my clothes. Of all of us, Spivey had been the only cheerful one, not hungover at all. He'd offered to cook breakfast, said there was plenty of food, but we all bowed out on that. Home, bed. Yeah. He'd stayed out on the island, said he'd take Annabelle home later. Like I said, I wasn't sure what time I got home, but I know exactly what time I woke for the second time, because my father's heavy-handed knock on my door scared the shit out of me. I smacked my alarm clock off the dresser when I jerked awake in bed. 35 after 11. Midday. "Billy, you up?" Two thoughts entered my head at the sound of his voice. First, I was in trouble, because it was summer vacation, and I couldn't remember the last time my father had gotten me out of bed unless I was late for school or practice or something, and I had none of those things today. Second, it was Monday, and my father shouldn't be home. He should be at the office. Nobody should be home. Classes at University of NH had 1 week left. Mom would be at school, Dad should be at the office, and I should be sleeping off. "Billy!" He knocked again. "You have a visitor!" He tried the doorknob and tentatively opened my door. I managed to get the sheets up around my neck as his head poked inside. I don't think he realized I was still dressed. If he did, he didn't say anything. He gave me a quick glance, then looked over at my desk in the corner of the room like he was slightly embarrassed as he spoke and wanted to offer me a little privacy. "Hurry up, son. It's important." He was gone then, the door closed, and I sat up. I had no idea if he remembered what I had been wearing the day before, but I shrugged out of my jeans and sweatshirt just in case and quickly threw on an old t-shirt and pair of shorts. I ran a brush through my matted hair, which did nothing but turn it into this disheveled poof that I then spent another minute trying to flatten before finally giving up. He knew I just got out of bed. Hopefully he shared that bit of news, because I was not prepared to impress anyone. On my way out the door, I scooped up a container of Tic Tacs from my dresser, poured about half of them into my mouth, and crunched down. Minty fresh, ready for the day. I'm not sure who I expected to be out there waiting on me, but I can tell you who I didn't expect, and that was Spivey's father. Yet there he was, sitting on the couch in our living room, his hands folded in his lap, his gaze on Mom's oriental rug under the coffee table. Dad was standing at the kitchen door, leaning slightly on the jamb. For the first time, I got a good look at him and realized he was dressed in a suit, which means he had either gone to the office and come back home or hadn't left yet. He never wore a suit on his days off. He nodded over at the couch. "Billy, you know Mr. Spivey, right? David's father." It was odd to hear Spivey's first name. Almost as odd as hearing his father called Mr. Spivey, because I'd always known him as Keith. Spivey was Spivey, and Keith was Keith, and Christ did my head hurt. I knew I smelled like beer, but that was probably okay since Keith always smelled like beer, and he was far better at it than I was. My eyes briefly met my dad's, and I guess I hoped for some kind of signal, a code word or something, but that never came. Instead, he nodded back at the man on our couch as if just the fact that he was sitting there explained all that needed to be explained. Spivey's father looked up at me and twisted his fingers together. He was most definitely more of a mess than I was. His face was red and puffy. I wasn't sure if that was from the drinking, lack of sleep, or both. He had a fresh cut on his left cheek and his knuckles were bruised. 2 buttons were missing from his flannel shirt, and I got the impression he'd just been in a fight. Like he literally just wrapped up some brawl, hopped in his car, and drove here. Turns out I was wrong about that, sort of. "Mr. Spivey here came to my office for a visit this morning," my dad said. "He's worried about his son." That set off my bullshit detector and brought me a little closer to awake. I couldn't remember a single day Mr. Spivey had been worried about his son any more than I could remember him being worried about his wife, the never-ending soap opera at their house, or anything other than where his next drink would come from. I didn't like the fact that my head went there first, but it did. I'd grown up alongside Spivey and heard all the stories. I'd watched their family come unglued and knew the man sitting in our living room was least likely to care where those pieces fell. I wasn't a dumb kid. This was about money. That's why he went to my dad. I swallowed what was left of the Tic Tacs and cleared my throat. I thought you went out on the Milligan boat. I did. I had him bring me back. I probably should have gone home first and cleaned up, but this couldn't wait. I thought Pam had things under control, but she called me and... His voice trailed off for a moment, and he fidgeted with one of the scrapes on his left hand, his eyes looking left and right and back again like a tennis match was playing out on the floor. I'm not exactly sure how much time went by, but when he looked back up at me, his eyes were damp. You know David is... Spivey. You know he's sick, right? He talks to you about it? I know you guys are close. I'm just not sure what he shares. He doesn't tell me. My father was watching us, but he said nothing. He looked at me the way fathers were prone to do, like they could see through you and read everything in between. I know he's in remission, I told Keith. He seems to be doing much better than the last time. Stronger, happier. He hasn't brought it up in close to a year. The last time he'd gone into remission, we were 13, and it lasted for nearly a year. The time before that, we were 10. 8, I think, the second time. I didn't remember much about the first. It was his hair that always seemed to stick out from those earlier times in my memory. They'd shaved his head to stay ahead of the chemo, and when he was in remission, he rarely cut it at all. Some rebellious act of defiance. All our lives, he was either bald or growing it out. His hair was long now, long enough for a ponytail. Keith had said is sick, not was. That wasn't lost on me. Leukemia has symptoms, and when you grow up with someone fighting the disease, you become intimately familiar with all of them. With Spivey, it always seemed to start with these red spots on his skin, sort of like a rash, but not. He'd get tired and drop weight. Didn't want to eat. When it got worse, there were fevers, swelling around his neck and under his arms. He'd bruise easily. His skin grew pale and became this patchwork of white, red, purples, pinks, and blue. Then the chemo would start and all that would get way worse. I thought of Spivey last night, laughing and drinking with us. I thought of the last few weeks, the last few months, and I couldn't recall any of these symptoms. I suppose Spivey might have hidden it from me, but he never had before. I might have been the only person he actually talked to about it. The last time the symptoms started to come back, he told me first. He told me before anyone. He was supposed to start treatment again this morning at Portsmouth Regional, Keith said. He promised Pam and me he would go, but he missed his appointment and he's not answering his phone. I know he's out there at that house. I called the attorney, Marston. He nodded. Right, Marston. I hoped maybe he'd go out there and talk some sense into him. But all he did was remind me that if I go out there, or if Pam goes out there, Spivey forfeits ownership. He rattled off Geraldine's bullshit rules for the 10th time. He doesn't give a shit about the boy's health. I almost had Milligan run me out there anyway. I figured who would know, right? But I can't do it. My boy hates me enough. I can't take away the one thing that's making him happy. Not right now. At least I don't want to. But I will if I have no other choice. I'll drag him off that island screaming if that's what it takes. Billy, my father spoke for the first time in a while. Mr. Spivey and his wife both agree it's in their son's best interest to sell the property and use the funds to help with his care. There's a treatment center in Texas, Keith cut in. Anderson Oncology. It's one of the best in the country. Our health care only covers a fraction of the cost, but if he sells that place, we'll be able to afford it. They're doing some cutting-edge stuff there, procedures you can't get anywhere else. They might be his only opportunity to beat this thing. His voice cracked as he said all this. He was good, damn good, but I didn't believe him. I wanted to. I seriously wanted to believe this was Spivey's dad looking out for his only child. But he had 17 years' worth of baggage in the way, and there was no getting by that. I knew my own father, too. I knew where his head was at. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that he'd found this place in Texas and dangled the idea in front of Spivey's parents like a carrot. If you sell, they'll make your boy better, and you'll have plenty of money left over to solve the rest of your problems. Your bills will go away. The cancer will go away. College will be covered. No more trudging around on the decks of old fishing boats to put food on the table. How about a drink? I know it's early, but we should celebrate. Good old Geraldine flicked a switch, and the light at the end of your tunnel is finally burning bright. I saw all of this in my father's face as he watched me. He tried to hide it behind that poker-faced stare of his, but it was there. After allowing about a minute for everything to sink in, he held out my cell phone and said, "Can you try calling him?" I didn't reach for it. I let him hang out there in the air. He needed to know I knew. Instead, I said, "There's no signal out there." Of course, there was a landline. I didn't know the number, but the little voice in the back of my head said one of these men would have it. If they didn't, my father surely could get it. There was also a rule to consider. Don't answer the phone. Spivey would never pick up. Turns out he didn't have to. My cell phone began to ring in my father's hand, and the three of us saw Spivey's name on the caller ID at the same time. Chapter 3. My father pushed the phone toward me, and I let it ring 2 more times before I finally took it from him and answered the call. I could see the anger brewing behind his eyes, but he did his best to keep it in check. Unlike Spivey's father, who wore his anger on his sleeve, my dad had learned to bury his under several layers of clothing. I raised the phone to my ear. Hey, what's going on?" Spivey went quiet for a moment, then said, "Is he there?" I didn't have the call on speaker, but his voice was loud enough for the 3 of us to hear. I could tell by the way they were looking at me. I looked over at Keith. "Yeah, he's here." Another beat slipped by. I could almost see Spivey chewing on his lip as he contemplated this. "Can you meet me at my parents' house?" he finally said. "When? Now?" I looked over at the clock, more out of habit than anything. His house was only a few minutes away. "Yeah, sure." Spivey's father had stood up and was halfway to the door. I'm not sure if he heard this last part. Spivey said, "Oh, and Billy?" "Yeah. Bring your own car." I took a quick shower. A boarding school shower, my father liked to call them. 3 minutes of nothing but fast-moving hands and soap. 2 minutes after that, I was dressed and heading for the door. Spivey's father was already gone. My dad looked like he hadn't moved. He was still in the living room, right where I'd left him. "We should ride together," he said, starting for the door, keys in hand. "We need to talk about this." I shook my head. If all this is true, that's just going to spook him. You should go back to work. He grabbed my shoulder, not hard, but enough to slow me down. "I think you and I need to get on the same page. We can talk later." I shrugged him off and went out the door. "I need to help my friend." "That's what I'm trying to do too," he replied, adding, "They'll take the legal route if they have to. He's a minor in need of treatment. They could say he's not of sound mind. This could get really messy." I didn't respond to any of that. I wanted to, but I'm pretty sure if I said any of the things going through my head, this would turn into a fight. Instead, I got in my car, slammed the door, and left. I expected to see his BMW in my rearview mirror, but he didn't follow me. Spivey's dad had parked at an awkward angle in front of their house. The door to his battered pickup was hanging open. The moment I shut off my motor, I heard yelling. Spivey's dad, his mom, and Spivey, all three shouting over each other to the point where I couldn't make out any of it. Spivey came flying out the front door, a stuffed backpack in one hand and a crate of CDs in the other. He started toward my car. His parents appeared behind him, his dad bounding onto the porch and his mother stopping in the doorway, clenching a bathrobe in a balled fist, looking like she'd just gotten up even though the day was half over. I didn't even get my seatbelt undone before Chief Whaley pulled up behind me and rolled to a stop. He didn't switch on his lights or siren. He didn't have to. Everyone went quiet at the sight of him. Spivey paused mid-step, glared at the patrol car, then stomped to my passenger door and yanked it open. He dropped into the seat and slammed the door. Drive, just drive. I couldn't, though. Whaley was blocking me in. He'd gotten out of his car and was walking up toward my window. God damn it, Billy, go! Just calm. Don't tell me to... Whaley knocked on my window. I forced a smile that probably looked as fake as one of my dad's and rolled the window down. Afternoon, sir. Christ, I sounded guilty and I didn't do anything. Whaley looked across my car at Spivey's parents on the porch, then crouched down. He glanced past me to Spivey in my passenger seat. What's going on, son? Where are you off to? Spivey didn't look at him. He glared at my dashboard, red-faced. You know exactly where I'm going. I heard you have someplace else you ought to be. Who called you? Your mother. She's worried. Spivey grunted. Worried, right. Worried her golden goose is getting away is more like it. I think she just wants what's best for you. They can't make me go. Neither can you. You're a minor. Spivey's hand went to the pocket of his jeans and I saw Whaley tense. He actually started to reach for his gun and stopped himself. Probably some instinctual cop thing he nixed after telling himself it was just Spivey. But involuntary or not, that didn't make the move any less scary. Spivey found what he was digging for, a business card, and he reached across me and held it out to Chief Whaley. That's the number for my attorney. I spoke to him an hour ago. He said they can't force me any more than you can. He told me I had the legal right to refuse the moment I turned 16. If they want to make me sit in that chair again, they have to get a court order. And with me turning 18 in less than a month, there's no way a judge will sign off on that. I'm not going through treatment again. They can't make me. You can't make me. Nobody can make me. He looked Whaley dead in the eye. If you try, he's ready to drop a lawsuit on my behalf against you and the town for violating my rights. Whaley nodded at the card but didn't take it. That Marston fellow? Spivey nodded. The radio on Whaley's shoulder squawked. Sandy Lomax's voice. Chief? He reached up and pressed the transmit button. This is Whaley. Go ahead. We just got a fax from some lawyer addressed to you. He's threatening to sue you if... Whaley pressed the transmit button again, cutting her off. Just put it on my desk, Sandy. I'll take a look when I get back. Copy. Whaley drew in a deep breath and looked over at Spivey. Not much of a dawdler, is he? He'll win, Spivey said flatly. I don't want to, but I'll tell him to file if I have to. He's already working on having me emancipated retroactively and evaluated mentally so they can't try and bring in someone to say I'm crazy. They want to take this from me, and I'm not going to let them. Nobody is telling me what to do. Not anymore. His palms resting on my door, Chief Whaley splayed out his fingers in surrender. I'm not here to pick a fight, son. Tell me what you want to do. I want to be left alone. The way your mother explains it, there's a window on your treatment. I want to be left alone. He enunciated each word, and if there had been room in my car, I got the impression he would have stomped his feet in time as he spat them out. sounding more like an aggravated toddler than my best friend. But it was clear to both of us there was no changing his mind. "Okay," the chief said, rising to his feet. He gave me a look, one that said, "Work on him," and I just turned away. If they pulled in yet another direction, my arms might tear off. Spivey's parents remained on the porch, watching this play out. I'm not sure how much they were able to hear, but the moment Whaley started back toward his car to move it out of our way, Spivey's dad was moving. He'd grown up with Whaley. They played t-ball together as kids. And cop or not, Keith was fuming. Whaley shouted something at him through the open window of his patrol car, something with enough teeth to stop him in his tracks. Then he pulled the cruiser off to the side and motioned for us to go. I started my car back up and put it in reverse before someone changed their mind. I didn't want to be anywhere near this anymore. "Where are we going?" "Can you come back out to the house with me? There's something I want to give you." I nodded. I didn't want to go back out there, not now. But I wasn't about to abandon my friend either. I docked Annabelle at the Piscataqua Cafe. Spivey settled back in the seat and watched his parents and the chief shrink in the side mirror. "You can park around back." Chapter 4. Spivey didn't say another word as we drove, and neither did I. This thing needed to simmer down. We were on the water, halfway back to Wood Island, before he finally broke the silence. "Don't tell anyone the cancer is back, okay? I don't want them to treat me different, and they will. You know they will." Spivey stood at the helm of the Annabelle, one hand on the wheel, the other on the throttle, motoring us across the harbor with the skill of a lifelong sailor, not someone who'd only come into possession of the boat days earlier. The sky was slightly overcast and the air cool for July, but it felt good to be out on the water, breathing in the salt. The moment we left the dock and pulled away, it felt like the tension remained behind us on Newcastle like discarded baggage. The growing rift between me and my dad seemed to shrink the farther from shore we got, and at that moment part of me understood why Spivey wanted to run. "Why didn't you tell me you were sick again?" Spivey didn't look at me. His eyes remained on Wood Island, growing larger as we drew near. "If you saw the look on your face in the car when you picked me up, you'd understand why. Pity or something. Worry. I don't know. But that look wasn't there last night when we were all hanging out having fun. It was obvious someone told you. You suck at hiding that crap. I guess I just wanted one summer where everything was normal. No doctors, no worrying about blood work, no tests, no treatments, no hair loss, fatigue, or getting sick for no reason. I just want to be a normal teenager. Couple months, that's it. This is really our last chance for that. We graduate next summer, head off to college, start whatever comes next. This summer, cars, boats, girls, no real responsibility. It's our last chance to just be kids. You get that, right? I'm sure you feel it too." I knew what he meant. The future felt like this big looming void. Senior year, college, career, family, adulthood. A year ago, all that seemed so far off. Now it was just over the next hill. In many ways, he was right. This was our last chance to be teenagers, to enjoy the moment. But none of that changed the fact that he was dying and didn't have to. The future was scary, but I wanted him in it. My grip on the side of the hull tightened as we bounced over a series of waves. You can't skip treatment, though. I'm not skipping treatment. I'm just putting it off until the end of summer. Can you do that? I can do whatever I want. That's not what I mean. What happens if you wait? Doesn't it just get worse? It's barely back, Spivey replied. I can read my blood work as good as the doctors at this point. I've seen it all my life. My white cell count is just a little high. It was way worse when we started treatment the last time. Way worse. If I wait a few months, it's not going to make any difference. What about this treatment center in Texas your dad—" He waved a hand. "Marston found someplace way better in Vancouver. He's working on getting me in and said my trust will cover the bill. My parents' plan is bullshit. It's just their way of taking control. And even if I wanted to do all that, I can't. Because you can't sell." He nodded. "I can give the property away or pass it to my heirs like Geraldine did, but I'm not allowed to sell. If I do what Marston says, I get to keep the house. I still get treatment, and you get your summer," I added. "We all get the summer of summers." I let all of this sink in, and there was no denying that it made more sense. If my dad found the treatment center in Texas as part of some master plan to get Spivey to sell, he probably spent all of 2 minutes searching the internet, no real thought, just some place that fit the bill. I seriously doubted Spivey's parents found it. Neither of them seemed to have the skill to seek out something like that. This also meant my father wouldn't get the sales commission he was pining for, and Spivey's parents would get eaten alive by their debt. I was perfectly okay with those things happening as long as I didn't lose my friend. "You're sure you can wait? On the treatment?" Spivey eased the throttle and brought us up alongside his dock. "I don't know all the specifics, but Marston gets paid by my trust, and those payments end if I die. He's got his own reasons for keeping me around, and I'm okay with that. I signed a few things the other day that allows him access to all my medical records and to speak on my behalf with the doctors. Let's just say I've got a lot more faith in him than I do in Keith and Pam." I hopped out of the boat onto the dock, caught the line, and tied down Annabelle. Spivey shut the motor off and got out behind me, then started toward the house at a quick pace. "Come on." He led me around the side to the boathouse and stepped inside. I hadn't been in the boathouse yet, and my jaw fell open. The ceiling soared, at least 20 feet, maybe more, held up by large wooden beams and thick poles down the center of the room. The floor was wide pine planks worn with so many years they looked more like stone than lumber. 2 wooden rescue boats sat on ramps pointing at large black doors as if ready to deploy. One was painted a dark green and the other maroon. The walls of the boathouse were covered in anchors, life vests, oars, and vintage signs explaining safety protocols, tide charts, and weather patterns. There were also packs with safety gear and medical equipment dating back to the last century. Like the bunk room upstairs, it felt like someone had captured time in a bottle. Spivey gestured proudly at the 2 boats. "Pick one." I think my jaw dropped the rest of the way to the floor. "What? If we're about to spend the greatest summer of all summers out here, I can't have my best friend hitching rides. You need your own boat." I can't just..." "Oh, you can, and you will." He stepped closer to the green boat. It bore the name Mervyn F. Roberts in stenciled letters on the bow. I had Matty look them over, and he said this one was the best. It's wood, like Annabelle, but solid construction. Clear white oak frame and cypress planking. Grams kept up the maintenance. He reached inside and ran his hand across the small helm, opened a door and revealed a hidden steering wheel and controls. This one's got a small inboard motor. Think of it as an aftermarket upgrade. The boat dates back to the 30s, but the motor is almost new. I think she had them hide it all like this to keep the original aesthetics. He nodded at the maroon boat next to it. That one requires oars and about 6 people to operate. It's pretty, but not practical. Totally your call, though. Pick one. I wasn't sure what to say. I walked around Mervyn F. Roberts in a slow circle, sliding my hand over the wood and paint. Nearly 100 years old, and it looked like it had never been in the water. I was speechless, literally speechless. I opened my mouth and nothing came out but a thin gasp. Spivey beamed. "Merv it is." "You can't give me a boat." "Well, technically you're right," Spivey replied. "Another of Grams's rules. I can't give it to you because it belongs to the island." He raised a finger. "However, I can let you borrow it indefinitely. Think of it as a loaner. It's yours to use for as long as you need it. End of summer or whatever, it comes back here. Deal?" I couldn't say no, even if I wanted to. 7/2/2010, Friday. Chapter 1. Turns out it was Chloe, a.k.a. Thursday, who eventually got Alicia Dubin to come out, not Kira. It was Friday, the 2nd of July, 4 days since Spivey's defection from home. It had only been 4 days, but a lot had changed. For starters, word had gotten out. Alicia Dubin wasn't the only newcomer to the house. When Kira and I motored up in the Merv, there were 6 other boats tied off on Spivey's dock, and the only one I recognized was Maddie's. A couple kids from Portsmouth High were standing around outside near the rocky shore, drinking and smoking cigarettes. Even more were inside. At least a dozen semi-familiar faces, people I recognized, but nobody I would consider a friend. Not a close friend, anyway. There was trash strewn around, too, and I didn't like that. Spivey's grandmother had kept this place spotless, and litter felt disrespectful. In the kitchen, just inside the door, Spivey had posted a large sign with the house rules. Some were familiar, others were new. The rules: please feed Emerson. Don't answer the phone. Watch pilot light in basement. Anyone here at sunset must stay until sunrise, unless Spivey says you can go. Never lock the doors. Nothing can be removed from the house. If you start a drink, you must finish the drink. No rap, reggae, or country music permitted. Violators will be shot. 2nd floor and above equals off-limits to guests, unless Spivey approves. Spivey is king. So it is written, so it shall be. There was a black marker on the counter. Kira picked it up and added a rule of her own. You must pick up all trash. She replaced the marker, and I kissed the top of her head. Good call. Some kid with moppy blonde hair was stationed at the refrigerator, apparently tasked with handing out beer. He thrust a can into each of our hands as we stepped by into the crowded living room. There were at least 15 crammed in there. The stereo was off, and the room was oddly quiet. All the lights were out. Several people were sitting in a circle on the floor with others standing around. Spivey was there, Chloe and Izzy next to him. Another girl who looked familiar. I think her name was Kelly. Then Maddie, and to Maddie's left, Alicia Dubin. All of them had their eyes closed and were holding hands. A coffee mug sat on the floor between them, in the center of their circle, and although the room was dark, I could make out Henry's Market stenciled on the side. Kira squeezed my hand. Is that? Can't be. Because it couldn't be. If Spivey's grandmother had in fact poisoned herself, and at that point I had heard from numerous people that she had, Whaley would have logged her mug into evidence. It would be safely tucked away at the police station or maybe some county facility. There was no way it could be sitting in the middle of Spivey's inherited floor. Alicia's dark hair was swept back over her shoulders, and she wore a silver chain around her neck with some kind of green amulet dangling between her breasts. It had an odd glow to it, either reflecting the little light in the room or phosphorescent, I wasn't sure. She tilted her head back and said in a low voice, Geraldine wrote, "We command you to appear to us one and all. Show yourself and be one with us. Join us from the afterlife. Your spirit is among friends. Your spirit is home. Use this vessel of death as a conduit, a tunnel. Allow it to anchor you. Follow my voice to this familiar place. Follow my voice from the dark void to this place of light. "Come back to us," Geraldine wrote. "Come home." She let the words hang there for a moment, then opened one eye. "Now, Spivey." Spivey cleared his throat and said, "I, the blood of your blood, command it." "Show us you're here," Alicia said softly. "Give us a sign." I don't think anyone was breathing, myself included. All these people as still as statues, their eyes fixed on the small circle on the floor, on the coffee mug at the center of them. Bang! Kira yelped. Half the girls in the room screamed. A couple of the boys, too. My heart cracked against my ribs with enough force to send my last breath back up. Everyone's eyes popped open, and all the heads in the room turned toward the noise in one fluid jerk. A boy I didn't recognize was standing in the doorway of the library. He wore a button-down shirt and suspenders, and a name tag was glued to the center of his chest. It read, "Hello, I am Benny." He'd dropped his beer, the source of the bang, and it was slowly spreading around his feet in a damp, foamy pool. "Sorry." "Ah, Christ," Spivey groaned. "Someone get him a towel." A towel flew in from the kitchen and smacked "Hello, I am Benny" in the head. Spivey got to his feet. "Clean it up, then you're on pilot light duty in the basement. Nick knock." "Yes, sir," Benny replied, dropping to his knees. "Sir?" Kira leaned into my ear. "I forgot to tell you. Alicia thinks she's a witch." "You're kidding, right?" She shook her head. "She used Ancestry.com to trace her family back and found out she had a great-great-great something or other in Salem during the witch trials, and her relatives here on Newcastle were witches too. Not the creepy, pointy-hat, scary kind. They used herbs to help heal people. Blessed houses, crops, that sort of thing. That amulet she's wearing is from the 1600s. Her mom gave it to her over the winter. I guess it's been passed down through all the women in her family. They're all witches. Isn't her mom the manager at Costco?" "Exactly." Yeah, so that made perfect sense. Spivey came over before I could ask her what she meant. He was holding a beer and, judging by his eyes, not his first. "I was supposed to cut myself and drip the blood into the mug, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go there just yet. Project Poltergeist is still very much in the planning phase." "I'm not sure I want to know what that is." He turned to Kira. "You didn't tell Sleeping Beauty here about Project Poltergeist?" Kira took a sip of her beer and smiled sheepishly. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was a real thing. We were all just talking." Spivey sighed. "It's the greatest idea I've ever heard. How could it not be a real thing?" "I'm not sure I want to know," I repeated. "Chloe came up with it last night when the Ouija board didn't work," Kira said. I felt a lump in my gut. "You were here last night? I thought you wanted to stay home and watch a movie with your mom." Kira's face flushed. "Mom went to bed early. Then Chloe and Izzy showed up at my window. I snuck out for a few hours. Maddie brought us over." "Why didn't you tell me?" "It was late. I figured you were already in bed." I looked over at Maddie. He was hovering over Alicia, a big shit-eating grin on his face. He glanced over at me, raised his beer, then went back to her. Kira put her arm around me and pulled me closer. "Oh, relax, Billy. It was just a ride." "You should have told me." Spivey cleared his throat. "Anyway, we messed with the Ouija board for almost 3 hours and got nothing. I should have known it was bullshit when I realized it was manufactured by Hasbro. I seriously doubt the people behind Monopoly and Twister have the fast track to the afterlife." He nodded at the game box sitting up on the fireplace mantel. "I think we're gonna just burn it." "You're not burning my Ouija board. I paid $13 for that," Chloe muttered, stepping up next to him with Izzy on her arm. "Well, what good is it? It's broken." "It's not broken. We just need someone to talk to." Chloe frowned. You somehow inherited the only house in New England that isn't haunted. Spivey raised his beer. Well, to Project Poltergeist, then. Project Poltergeist! Voices echoed all around us before drinking. I wasn't sure I wanted the answer, but I asked anyway. Okay, I'll bite. What is Project Poltergeist? Spivey's face lit up. We're going to turn this place into a haunted house. Chloe was grinning, too. Not like the kind that pop up around Halloween, all decorated with people in costumes jumping out at you trying for cheap scares, but a real haunted house. Why exactly would you want to do that? The real question is, why wouldn't you want to do that? Spivey replied. How cool would it be to own a haunted house? Not very, I thought, but I knew I was in the minority on all that. I knew seances were a regular part of Kira's sleepovers with her friends when they were younger, and Chloe was obviously obsessed. Probably Alicia, too, and that meant Maddie was on board whether he believed in that sort of thing or not. The idea clearly made Spivey happy, and considering all the nastiness with his parents hanging in the air, I wanted to see him happy. Every time his shirt sleeve rode up, I caught myself looking at his arms for those telltale red and purple spots, signs of fatigue, or any of the other symptoms, and I hated myself for that. I felt like I was spying on him, and I technically never agreed to do that. But I didn't say no either, and that may be where the guilt was coming from. How exactly do you make a haunted house? Spivey's eyebrows rose, and a mischievous look spread across his face. I'll show you. Chapter 2. Whaley had always been a light sleeper. He had no trouble dozing off in front of the television or even at the dinner table with the in-laws. But when it came to putting his head down on the pillow in his bed, closing his eyes and shooting for an honest-to-God good night's sleep, well, his brain wasn't much into that. His wife, Mary, she had no trouble. He knew that because he spent nearly every night listening to her breathing as it quickly leveled off, then fell into that familiar, comforting rhythm after only a handful of minutes. He'd listen as he fought to keep his eyes pinched shut, reconcile the myriad of thoughts bouncing around his head, and sometimes count. Someone once told him counting was supposed to work, but it rarely did. Eventually, he did fall asleep, but he'd be up again at 1, again at 3, 5, then with the sun, all while Mary softly snored away, oblivious to all his tossing and turning. When his phone rang at 11:30, he knew it would be something bad. His phone only seemed to ring for the bad, and his brain muttered softly, See, this is why I keep you up. Best to be alert and prepared like a good Boy Scout. You're welcome. He pressed the answer button and raised the phone to his ear, knowing Mary would sleep right through it, as always. This is Whaley. Chief, it's Monday. Sorry to bother you. What is it? We're getting noise complaints from out at Wood. Did you tell them to call Kittery? Wood Island's not our jurisdiction. Of course. I called Kittery myself, and they told me we need to handle it since all the kids out there live here on Newcastle. Well, that's not exactly true, is it? Mundy sniffed. We've been watching the boats as best we can, and we got maybe 5 townies out there right now. Most of the others look like they came in from Portsmouth. Whaley sat on the edge of the bed and ruffled his hair. Then call Portsmouth. Did that already. They told me to call Kittery. Not their problem. The next time his phone rang, it would probably be one of the local selectmen. Maybe a reporter for one of the area papers. Whaley knew kids were drinking out there. Probably a handful of drugs, too. There'd be sex, maybe a scuffle or two. Typical teenage stuff. If it wasn't happening out there, it would be happening somewhere else. And while most people seemed to believe his job was to prevent it, he knew the truth. His job was to contain it. As long as it was all happening out there, it wasn't happening on one of his beaches or at the dead end of one of his roads. It wasn't happening at the Commons or some other town property. Kids would be kids, and kids needed to be kids somewhere. How loud could it be? That island was at least a quarter-mile out. Try parking at the docks, Whaley suggested. When a boat comes in from Wood, run a search. Give whoever's at the helm a field sobriety test. Seize anything seizable. Scare the shit out of them. A word of that will travel out there faster than anything. They need to know we're watching. If they're drunk, want me to arrest them? Just don't let anyone drive. Give them a ride home, wake up their folks, make them pick them up. Put the fear of God into all of them. Tell them next time they're getting booked, charged, the whole deal. This time you're cutting them loose easy, but it's a single-stamp ticket. Yes, sir. Whaley glanced over at the red glowing numbers on his nightstand clock. Anything else going on? We got an Amber Alert out of Newington about 20 minutes ago. A 16-year-old female named of Lily Dwyer went missing around midday. She was at Fox Run Mall with some friends, went off on her own, and didn't show up for the meet and ride home. Probably nothing. Friday night, probably off with her boyfriend somewhere. Send her photo out to everyone and keep me posted. His phone dinged. There you go. Whaley glanced at the display. White, green eyes, shoulder-length blonde hair. Is this current? About a week old. Her mom said she dyed her hair pink yesterday. Pink? Apparently that's a thing now. Whaley rubbed the top of his scalp. Well, should make her easier to find. No trace on her phone? Either switched off or in a dead zone somewhere, Mundy replied. Last tower pinged at the mall at a little after 2. That wasn't uncommon. Most parents forced their kids to switch on location tracking services on their phones. And if they didn't outright tell them to do it, they planted some kind of tracking app. Some did both. In the never-ending battle of child versus parent, teenagers tended to hold the upper hand, wise to all those little tricks. When they didn't want their parents to know where they were, most turned location services off. Some shut their phones down completely or left it somewhere. The savvier of the bunch handed their phone off to a friend, who would remain wherever it was they were supposed to be, while they went off to do whatever was really on deck. And the career parent one-uppers kept a second cell phone their parents knew nothing about. Any parent who actually thought they had control of their teenager was living in la-la land. You nab any boats at the dock coming in from Wood, ask if they've seen her out there. You get a bite and we've got an excuse to head out there and check things out up close. Will do. Whaley disconnected and settled back down on his pillow, pinched his eyes shut again, and listened to his wife's steady breathing, still out cold. This time he'd try counting backward from 1,000. He'd gotten to 627 when his phone pinged with a text message. Mundy again. Portsmouth chief called. Lily Dwyer's mother told him her daughter went to the mall with a girl who lived out here on Newcastle. Thought her name was Carla. We don't have a Carla. We do have Kira Woodward. I saw her head out to Wood with Billy Hasler about an hour ago. Want me to motor out and talk to her? Whaley held the small screen several inches from his face, closer than he would have even a year ago. His eyes were going to shit. Not quite ready for glasses, but that day would come soon enough. Beside him, his wife coughed twice, then fell back into a light snore. He forced his vision to focus and read the message again, then let out a sigh. The gears in his brain were winding up, the machinery humming, starting the early shift whether he wanted to or not. Once the machinery was warm, there was little chance of slowing things back down. If he put his head back down on his pillow, he'd spend the next 4 hours staring at the ceiling. He eased his feet off the bed and thumbed out a quick reply. I'll go. Chapter 3. Spivey led us to the stairs at the back of the house and down into the basement. Unlike the rest of the house, which was in pristine condition, the basement steps were worn, splintered wood with a rickety 2x4 railing running down the side, clinging to the wall with loose screws. Several bare bulbs dangled from the ceiling, doing their best to beat back the dark and losing. The walls were chiseled granite, lined with old tool marks, thin cracks, and larger fissures where the stone had broken away, leaving the surface scarred. "Marston said it took almost a year to build this, longer than the house," Spivey said. "All the rock had to be blasted and hauled away by hand. No heavy equipment back in the day, and even if they did have something like that, there was no easy way to get it out to the island." I couldn't see the floor until we were halfway down, and I don't think Kira could either. She hugged the wall, and with each step her grip on my hand tightened. The air tasted damp and moldy, and I felt a pressure in my ears that made it hard to hear. "We're underwater right now, aren't we?" "Technically, yeah. The basement floor is 15 feet below sea level at high tide." We reached the bottom, and I spotted Benny sitting in a metal folding chair near the far wall facing the furnace. Several empty 5-gallon plastic buckets were stacked next to him. "How's the pilot light, Benny?" Spivey asked him, tugging at the string of another overhead bulb. He didn't look up or face us, only said, "Burning tight and bright, sir." I stuck a finger in my ear and prodded around, trying to lessen the pressure, but it did little good. Like being on an airplane. I couldn't hear the music or any of the people upstairs anymore. The basement was huge, and with the exception of Benny and his chair, empty. Every few feet, large beams rose out of the dirt floor to the trusses above, supporting the house. Only the furnace looked new. Several large oil tanks stood against the wall on one side, and an ancient wood-burning stove stood on the other. Lumber stacked next to that, old logs, everything covered in thick cobwebs. Pointing at the stove, Spivey said, "That's how they used to heat the house. Marston said it still works, so Graham's left it as a backup. Wood ducts run from the stove to those trusses up there, then up to the other floors. At some point, someone ran modern metal ducts inside those and installed the furnace." He pointed at the opposite corner, at what looked like a large room without a door. "That's the cistern. Rainwater gets captured on the roof and runs down to there. It holds 5,000 gallons. Sinks, toilets, showers. All the water for the house comes from there." Kira kicked at the dirt on the floor. "If they dug out the basement from rock, why is the floor dirt?" "Potatoes." "Potatoes?" "They grew potatoes down here," Spivey explained. "Onions, a few other things. Whatever they could, I guess. During the winter, it was easy enough to get stuck out here. Water, food, even power, everything is off the grid." I knelt down and stuck my fingers into the dirt, then looked up at the ceiling above. "That's at least 10 feet. How deep is the dirt?" Spivey cocked his head and over his shoulder said, "How deep is the dirt, Benny?" "Unknown, sir." "Didn't I ask you to dig a hole yesterday and figure it out?" "You did, sir." "And?" "Permission to show you, sir." "Granted." "What's with the military jargon?" I asked. Spivey shrugged. "He's a kid, so I told him the only way he could hang out here is if he did everything I told him. No exceptions. Maddie called him Private Benny yesterday, so I guess it stuck. Isn't that right, Private Benny?" "Sir, yes, sir." Benny went to the corner of the room, switched on another overhead bulb, and pulled a tarp off a very large pile of dirt. He then slid a piece of plywood off the hole beside it. "I got about 6 feet before I had to leave." The three of us went over and looked down into the large hole. A shovel with a red handle was resting at the bottom. Old roots poked out from the sides like bony fingers. I thought of the hole back at the cemetery, the coffin holding Spivey's grandmother suspended above it, and shivered. Spivey rested a hand on Benny's shoulder. "Head back upstairs. You can work on this again tomorrow. Take those buckets up with you." "Sir, yes, sir." He gave Spivey a salute, retrieved the empty buckets, and hauled them up the steps. "That's kind of mean," Kira said. treating him like some kind of slave. A grin crawled across Spivey's mouth. Forget that. Did you bring something? Kira nodded and reached into her pocket, took out an old silver hair comb. This belonged to my grandmother. She was wearing it when she died. Spivey's eyes brightened. You're sure? I was there, my mom and me. She passed away 3 years ago from complications with pneumonia at an assisted living facility in Dover. They told us she only had a few hours left, so my mom did her hair and makeup, helped her into one of her favorite dresses. She'd had this hair comb since she was my age. Her mother had given it to her, so we put it in her hair. We planned to bury her with it, but she left it to me in her will. It sounds important to you. Are you sure you're okay with this? She considered that, then nodded. If it works and I can somehow talk to her, it will be worth it. If what works, I cut in. How about someone fill me in on what I missed? Did you ever see Pet Sematary? This came from Chloe, who was standing midway down the stairs. I hadn't heard her come down. Sure, I replied. Everyone must bury their own, Spivey said in a thick New England drawl, his best imitation of the old guy from that movie. It was Miss Thursday's idea. Well, Stephen King's idea, whatever. Either way, it makes sense, at least the core principle. It was Alicia's idea, Chloe corrected him. She came up with it almost right away after I told her what we wanted to do. Kira twisted the comb between her fingers, the tarnished metal catching bits of the dim light. We're taking items owned by the dead and burying them down here, in the basement. Not just items owned by the dead, Chloe interjected. Items haunted by the dead. Things from haunted places, cursed objects, whatever we can find. We're burying it all down here and capturing the energy. Alicia thinks the energy will build, and we might be able to channel it. I could barely see her up there on the stairs, nothing but a faint outline in the gloom. But something told me she was smiling just like Spivey, and that worried me a little. I wasn't sure what was worse, that she believed something that silly would work, or that it might actually work. Worse still, Spivey and Kira were standing there telling me all this as if they were rattling off facts, like step-by-step instructions from IKEA. That's just a movie, I said. Spivey shrugged. Well, technically it's from a book. That doesn't make it true. Doesn't mean that it's not. I looked down at the floor, at the dirt, and that's when I noticed something I hadn't seen at first. Maybe it was the dim light, maybe I just didn't want to see it, but there was no denying it now. The dirt floor was lumpy. Dozens, maybe as many as 100 small holes had been dug, filled, and tamped back down, all over the basement. Spivey slowly wandered around, gesturing at the ground. We've got seat cushions from the haunted music hall in Portsmouth. A floorboard from the John Paul Jones house taken from the hallway where everyone says the ghost is most often seen. An old piece of rope from the Chase home, that orphanage where the girl killed herself. Brian Neblo broke into their shed out back and cut off a length. Mallory Tisdale's dad owns a crematorium in Exeter. She got us all kinds of stuff. Things they find in the ashes after they burn the bodies. Teeth, jewelry, pacemakers. I couldn't tell you what half the crap was she brought yesterday, but she had bags of it. We've got bullets from the display case at the Historical Society downtown. Bullets that killed people. An old sword and some knives. Everything buried down here is linked to the dead. Chloe came down the rest of the steps and stood at the bottom. Alicia said the items connected to people who died tragically, suddenly, or as part of some rage are the strongest. But they all hold power. Alone, they're probably harmless, faint, like a single firefly in a field. But you put them all together and you can light up the night. In King's book, Spivey went on, the ground itself is haunted. It's an old Native American burial ground belonging to the Micmac tribe. Steve didn't make that part up. Those people were real. The burial grounds were real. Their tribe was huge, but mainly north of here, Canada and up in northern Maine. I don't know if they ever made it this far south, but the point is, the burial ground was the trigger, or the catalyst, facilitator, incubator, whatever. It all depends on how you look at it. Spivey must have caught me looking back at the stairs. I only glanced away for a second, but that was enough. He knew me my entire life, and on some level understood how my mind worked. He knew I was thinking about the buckets he had Benny haul off. "We've been bringing in dirt from all the area cemeteries," he told me. "Got 2 buckets just from around the Vaughn tomb. One of them came from inside, from the floor of the room where they found all the bodies." There was a fire in his eyes now, an excitement I'd never seen before. His voice dropped a little lower. "I made a new rule the other night. Anyone who sets foot on the island needs to bring something that belonged to someone who died, something haunted, or a bucket of dirt from a cemetery, no exceptions. Knick-knock." The hair on the back of my neck was standing, same with the hair on my arms. I didn't know if this was because of what he'd just told me, or because I felt like I was standing at the center of a mass grave, and I didn't much care. I wanted to get out of that basement. I probably would have if Kira hadn't been holding my hand when she crossed to the west wall near the cistern. "Is this a good spot?" "Sure," Spivey told her. "You have to dig the hole with your hands, no tools, like in King's story." I hadn't seen Pet Sematary in a long time. It had been even longer since I'd read the book, but I remembered the ground being hard, like rock, nearly impossible to dig. Kira had no such problem. She scooped away the dirt with very little effort, dug her hole and presented her grandmother's comb. The ground opened up and welcomed her gift like a hungry child. Swallowed it whole as she swept dirt back over the top and patted it down with her palms. From the top of the stairs, someone shouted, "Spivey, get up here!" Chapter 4. Spivey looked up at the ceiling as if he could see through the floor and catch a glimpse of whatever was happening upstairs. Then he shot up the steps 2 at a time. The rest of us followed after him. The house was empty. Everyone had gone outside. We were in the kitchen, nearly to the door, when Kira stopped me. "Your hand is bleeding." A nasty splinter was sticking out from my palm, probably from the basement railing. I pinched it between 2 fingers and plucked it out, but that didn't help matters much. It was like removing a cork from a bottle. Blood began to pool in my palm and drip down the side of my hand. Kira grabbed a dish towel from the counter and quickly wrapped it, then looked back toward the center of the house. "We need to find you a bandage." "Later," I told her, heading for the door. "I want to see what's going on." With my good hand, I pulled her outside, and we found everyone standing out near the dock. The tide was in, and only a narrow sliver of the beach remained. "Oh, crap, it's Rory Moyer," Kira said, catching a glimpse through the crowd. I saw him then, too. Not just Rory, but his 2 lapdogs, Zach Kirkley and Colin Booth. What the hell are they doing out here? "Alicia." "Uh-huh." "She's been sorta dating him." "Sorta?" "They dated last summer and on and off before that," she quickly explained. "They went out a couple times over the past few weeks, and she remembered all the things she didn't like about him and broke it off yesterday. That's why she agreed to come out here and maybe give Maddie a shot." Oh, shit, Maddie. That's when I heard him. He shouted something from the opposite side of the crowd near the water. "Come on." I led Kira through all the people, and we made our way to Spivey. Maddie was standing to his left, Alicia behind him. Rory was on the right, between Maddie and the dock, a half-empty beer bottle in his hand. Zach Kirkley and Colin Booth flanked him, their hands balled into fists, ready for a fight. "Get in the boat, Alicia." Rory's arm flapped behind him, gesturing toward a small skiff tied loosely to the far end of the dock. His words were slurred, and it was clear this wasn't his first beer. Like Maddie, Rory worked the fishing boats with his dad on weekends and during the summer, and that kept him in pretty good shape. If I had to set some kind of pecking order, I was bigger than Rory, Rory and Maddie were an equal match, and Spivey was the runt of the litter. That didn't stop Spivey from walking out between both of them. If she doesn't want to go, she doesn't have to. You don't have permission to be out here. Spivey took a step closer, got right up in his face. This is private property. I'd never seen him stand up to Rory like that. Rory went bright red. Shut up, dickhead. Nobody's talking to you. Zach and Colin took several steps closer. The three of them formed an arrowhead of drunken assholes with Rory at point. Get in the boat, Alicia, Rory ordered again. Maddie took a step forward, tried to get Alicia to move further behind him, but she didn't budge. Instead, she shook her head. I'm not going anywhere. The three of you need to leave, Spivey insisted. Now. We're not going anywhere without my girl. I'm not your girl, Alicia shot back, her feet firmly planted in the ground. I'm not anybody's girl. Rory shot her a dismissive look, the corner of his mouth curled up just a little. He was hoping for a fight and made no attempt to hide it. His eyes were glossy and held this maniacal look. They darted around the crowd from Alicia to Spivey to Maddie and all the others standing around like he was sizing up his chances and the potential audience, not if this played out, but when. He looked like a wild animal backed into a corner. Although he'd come for Alicia, it was Spivey who had his attention now, and that seemed to fit the bill just right. Rory's muscles twitched under his shirt. I've been waiting years to kick your sorry little ass. This seems as good a spot as any, he spat out. You're nothing but a pussy, just like your daddy. Spivey took another step toward him, and I knew that was a mistake. Rory wanted him to make the first move. I started toward them both, but Kira held my arm. Don't, she said softly. Rory could kick Spivey's ass on any given day, no doubt about that. And with the leukemia back, he had no business fighting. I hadn't told Kira, Maddie, or anyone else about all that because I promised Spivey I wouldn't. But my folks knew. Spivey's parents knew. Others too. And if something happened to him, if I let something happen to him, I wouldn't be able to live with that. First and foremost, he was my friend. He needs help. I pulled away before she could say anything else and went to Spivey's side. Get the hell out of here, Rory. Thankfully, Maddie stepped up too. The rest of the group collectively shuffled back a step or two, clearing room for whatever came next. Rory didn't seem the least bit worried about any of this. He chugged the rest of his beer, then cracked the bottle against a rock and reversed his grip on the neck. Jagged glass, sharp end up. Zach, what did we see in the water on the way here? A shark. What kind of shark? Great white, right over there. Zach pointed just offshore, no more than 50 feet beyond the dock. Big, right? At least a 10-footer, maybe 11. Big enough. Some spit dripped down the corner of Rory's mouth, and he didn't bother to wipe it away. The look in his eyes had gone crazy, hungry. He twisted the broken bottle in his hand. I bet if we carved up Spivey and his buddies nice and good and tossed them out there in the water, they'd be gone in a minute. Oh, a 10-footer would make quick work of them, Zach agreed. And when there's one, there's more. Nothing draws a frenzy like chum in the water. Drop the bottle, Rory, Maddie said. Don't do anything stupid. You're going to get yourself hurt. Alicia needs to get in the boat, or a lot of you are going to get hurt. A rock sailed over my head and caught Rory in the shoulder. A nice hefty one, solid granite. His body twisted with the blow, and his free hand went to the spot where he'd been struck. The crazy look in his eyes grew worse as he glared at the rock near his feet, then back at the crowd. Who the fuck? Alicia was already holding another one, bigger than the last. "Leave, Rory. Nobody wants you here." "You skanky bitch! You trying to get cut too?" Someone threw another rock. This one hit Colin Booth in the forearm. He yelped and shuffled back several steps. Another rock caught Zach Kirkley square in the chest. "You're trespassing," Spivey said. "All three of you, on my property. I'm within my right to use deadly force if I have to. I'm allowed to defend myself." Spivey's hand snaked around his back and slipped under the tail of his t-shirt. That's when I saw it. I could get behind rocks, but not this. I had no idea where or when he'd gotten a gun. I didn't know what kind it was. I could only see part of the handle sticking out the back of his jeans, but a gun was a gun, and holy shit, Spivey had a gun. I choked down the lump in my throat. "Spivey, you don't want to do that." Growing up in New Hampshire, none of us were strangers to guns. We'd gone on hunting trips when we were younger. My parents had at least 3 handguns at the house and 2 rifles. I knew Spivey's dad had several hunting rifles and a shotgun, although it had probably been years since he'd picked one up. There were 2 very simple rules we'd all had drilled into our heads since we were kids. Only pull a gun on another person in self-defense, and never pull a gun on another person unless you were prepared to use it. After years of torture at Rory's hand, I was willing to bet Spivey wanted nothing more than the chance to pull that trigger. New Hampshire laws gave him the right to do so, but I had no idea what the law was in Maine, and technically that's where we were standing. I only knew if he took that gun out, there was a very good chance Rory would end up with a bullet in him. Drunk or not, Rory sensed something had shifted. He'd seen Spivey reach behind his back, but more importantly, he'd seen the faces of all the people standing behind Spivey. "Last chance, Alicia. You either come with us or you're one of these losers. There's no coming back." "Oh, I think I'll be okay right here, Rory." Spivey's grip tightened on the gun. His arm was trembling. Not much, but I could see it. Rory saw it too, and that slight sign of weakness reignited whatever fire was burning within him. His eyes narrowed, and he twisted the bottle in his fingers. "What you got back there, Spivey? You planning to stick me with a knife?" Spivey's grip tightened on the butt of the gun. He tugged it slightly out of his jeans. "Spivey," I said his name softly, enough to get his attention. I was about to grab the gun from him, but I didn't get a chance. The flash of red and blue lights lit up the harbor. That was followed by several chirps of a police siren. Chapter 5. Things moved fast. "Give me the gun," I quietly told Spivey. He did. A revolver. I dropped it in the sand at my feet in one quick motion, burying it with the toe of my shoe as I watched Chief Whaley and 2 other cops pull up to the dock and tie off. I hoped Spivey, Rory, and the others standing between us were enough to block Whaley's view. I wasn't the only one to move. Rory tossed the broken beer bottle into the water. He didn't try to hide the move. Like a drunken pitcher, he wound up and threw the busted bottle overhand. It splashed into the surf and vanished. Between hushed whispers, other bottles and cans disappeared. None of us were old enough to drink, and hiding your alcohol when the police appeared was practically an instinctual move. Chief Whaley saw all of it as he walked down the dock toward us, Officer Sandy Lomax behind him. Officer Mundy stayed out on their boat. "Littering out here is a $500 fine, Mr. Moyer," he told Rory. "I should make you wait out there and find it." Without missing a beat, Rory told him, "Lucky for me, we're standing in Maine right now and not New Hampshire, Chief. Jurisdictions and all that. I'd hate to see you overstep." "Yeah, lucky for me." Whaley eyed him for a second, then cocked his head toward the dock. "The skiff back there is yours, right? If we search it, what are we going to find on board? Better yet, if I hold it and call the Marine Patrol out here, what will they find? Being a friend of your father's, it's probably best I have them do it. Only thing worse than a jurisdictional problem is conflict of interest. And should something illegal be found on your boat, I'd hate to have some pesky detail like that get in the DA's way when he charges you. That also saves me the trouble of listening to your dad try to bail you out again. Much cleaner if I let them haul you in. Cleaner for me, anyway." Rory waved a drunken hand toward the crowd and raised his voice. "You gonna bust everyone, Chief? I'm no lawyer, but this sure feels like harassment. Singling out me and my friends when you got this whole group out here." "You're the only one trespassing, Rory," Spivey said. And that got him an irritated stare from both Rory and the Chief. Whaley let several seconds tick by before facing Rory and lowering his voice. "You best leave, Rory, before you say something to get yourself in real trouble. I'll give you 60 seconds to find your way back to your boat and off this island. And you'd better have the common sense to sit your ass down in the passenger seat and let someone else do the driving. You want to give me an excuse to haul you back to the station? I'm fine with that, too. We'll sort it out when you're sober. Your call." Rory looked like he was about to say something more, dig himself a deeper hole. He even turned his bloodshot eyes back on Spivey, and for a second I thought he might mention the gun, but he hadn't gotten a look at it. Didn't really know what Spivey was about to pull from behind his back, and he didn't do that either. Instead, he smiled at Whaley and started toward the dock. "Catch you soon, Spivey. Real soon." Zach Kirkley and Colin Booth followed after him, and all three climbed down into their skiff with Officer Mundy watching closely from the patrol boat. Colin got behind the wheel, not Rory, which was a good thing. When Colin twisted the key, the engine coughed, sputtered, and died. He tried 3 more times, but the motor wouldn't start. Spivey took a step toward the dock. "Damn it, I really want them gone." Luckily, the motor fired up at that point. They untied and vanished into the harbor. Chief Whaley turned back to the crowd and raised his voice again. "It's late, folks. Probably time the rest of you get home, too. Everyone but Kira Woodward, Izzy Fernandez, Chloe Kittle, and Alicia Dubin. I want the 4 of you to stick around. I know you're here, so don't try to sneak off on me." Nearly everyone moved toward the dock, a mass exodus. Jurisdiction or not, no one wanted to push Whaley. He'd given an out, and nobody needed to be told twice. Except maybe me and Maddie, because neither of us moved. I wasn't about to leave Kira behind, and Maddie wouldn't bail on his sister. I'm pretty sure the caveman in him had made some kind of claim on Alicia, too, even if she wasn't quite ready to acknowledge that. Without looking back at the dock, Whaley added loudly, "I know you're all responsible young adults, and none of you would get behind the wheel while intoxicated. If anyone feels they shouldn't be motoring or driving, I suggest you form a line with Officer Mundy. He'll run you back to the beach and help you get home. I'd hate for one of the deputies I stationed back at the marina or the docks to pick you up for DUI." He glanced at Officer Lomax. "Can you give Mundy a hand? See that everyone gets home safely?" Officer Lomax nodded and headed back toward the dock. I shifted my weight and placed my foot on the spot where I'd buried the gun. I didn't mean to. It was one of those times where my subconscious hit the manual override on my brain and took over the machine. The last thing I wanted to do was draw attention, but that was precisely what I did. Whaley looked directly at me. I expected him to somehow see the gun under the sand, draw his own weapon and tell me to get down, get out of the way, or maybe just shoot first, ask questions of the survivors later. But he wasn't looking at the gun, he was looking at the bloody towel in my hand. "Do you need medical attention, Billy?" Through all this, I'd completely forgotten about the cut in my palm, and when I looked down at the towel, I was surprised by the amount of blood. You'd think I'd lost a finger. I lifted my hand and tentatively peeled the towel away. Apparently, I'd run dry because the bleeding had stopped. The cut was nasty, though. A thick chunk of my skin flapped there, red and angry. My hand was a sticky mess and began to throb. "I just caught a bad splinter. It will be okay. I can clean it up myself." "You staying out here tonight?" I nodded. Your folks know? He knew they did. I'm not sure if he said this to offer me some kind of cover or just out of habit. I nodded again, anyway. He looked over at Maddie and the girls. What about the rest of you? Soft nods all around, including Alicia, which surprised me. Whaley seemed caught up by her, too. You're Laura Dubin's daughter, right? Yes. It's a big house, I told the chief. Plenty of room for anyone who wants to stay. I'm sure there is. I could see his mind working, calculating whatever lies had been told to clear the way for all of us to drop off our parents' collective radar for the night. Determining ages, boy versus girl ratio. I'd always had a hard time pinning Whaley down, and I honestly didn't know if he'd keep all this to himself or get on the phone and wake up everyone's parents the moment he got back to the station. We'd inadvertently paired off. Kira with me, Alicia next to Maddie, Izzy with Chloe, which wasn't lost on him either. Neither was the fact that Spivey was standing off to the side alone as the last of the partygoers worked their way down the dock. Whaley cleared his throat and studied the faces of the girls he'd asked to stay behind, and I realized none of this was a surprise to him. He'd known they'd be here, knew before he'd even gotten out of his boat. He probably knew who was staying the night, maybe knew who had stayed out here on previous nights. I had to wonder how closely he was watching this place. After that conversation back at my house with my folks and Spivey's dad, I also wondered who he was reporting back to. When was the last time you all saw Lily Dwyer? He asked the girls. Kira was holding my hand, and I felt her fingers tense at the mention of that name. I had no idea who Lily Dwyer was, but Kira certainly did. And if Whaley knew all that other stuff, he most likely knew the answer to the question he'd just asked. I wanted to tell Kira all that, but there was no way I could. Kira exchanged a quick look with the other girls, then said, She was with us at the mall earlier. Did something happen? Did she come out here with you? Kira shook her head. When did you last see her? At the mall, around 1. Was she with anybody? Nobody answered that one, not at first, and Chief Whaley latched on the silence, because the quiet was more telling than a shout. She turned off her phone at 12 after 1 at the mall. She didn't go home, her phone is still off, and her parents are worried sick. Who was she with? The silence again. Izzy looked down at the ground. She went to the movies, with a boy, Chloe added. What boy? Quiet. Nervous glances. What boy? Whaley pressed. She said his name was Brian, Alicia finally said. Brian what? She didn't say. He's a senior at Exeter, if that helps, Izzy added. Kira chimed in with, She met him online. Why would she turn off her phone? Because they went to the movies, Izzy said again. I knew that was bullshit. Nobody turned off their phone to go to the movies. At best, they silenced it. If this girl turned off her phone at the mall, it was because she didn't want her parents to know she left the mall. The movie was bullshit, too. Saying she went to the movies bought 2 hours, maybe a little more. 2 hours away from the mall with this Brian guy, whoever this Brian guy was. If I saw through all this, I'm sure Whaley did, too. That was clear by what he said next. Where did she really go? I half expected someone to say the movies again, and Chloe looked like she was about to, but she pinched her lips shut and said nothing. Look, girls, Whaley went on, growing impatient. She's 15. She's been missing for more than 12 hours. It's one thing for you to cover for her so she can slip off with her boyfriend for a little while. What we got here is something else entirely. I need to know what you know. What if it were one of you missing? Another look passed between the girls, and I could tell by the way Kira's gaze lingered on Alicia that there was a lot more to this. You better just tell him, I said to her softly. She might be in trouble. Silence again, but not as long as before. Kira's hand grew clammy, cold. Lily was supposed to meet us back at the food court at 3, and she didn't show. We waited until 4, quarter after. Chloe cut in quickly. Kira nodded. A quarter after. We did a few laps around the mall looking for her, but couldn't find her. At 5, we had to leave. We figured this Brian guy would get her home. The guy she met online that none of you knew, Whaley said. Again, Kira nodded. Can you describe him? We didn't see him. She met up with him after she left us. Out in the parking lot, I think. She didn't really say. And you let her? She's not exactly a friend of ours, Alicia shrugged. We barely knew her from school. She just heard we were going to the mall and asked us to cover for her, that's all. It was a last-minute thing. It's not like we're her babysitter or anything. She covered for me about a month ago, so I told her we'd cover for her. No big deal. No big deal, Whaley muttered. He clucked his tongue several times, considered all this, then asked, I don't suppose any of you got a picture of her today? Something recent? All 4 reached for their cell phones. I watched as Kira swiped through several screens and found a photograph taken earlier in the day. She was holding the camera, her arm stretched out into the side. The image captured Alicia, Izzy, Chloe, herself, and a girl I didn't recognize with bright pink hair and a pair of round John Lennon sunglasses perched precariously on top of her head, all smiling at the camera. Toro's Tacos and part of the mall food court blurry behind them. She turned the phone toward Chief Whaley so he could see it. He squinted and took out his own phone. Can you send that to me? You gotta use AirDrop, Spivey said. There's no service out here. Whaley held his phone up over his head. No service? Why is that? Nobody answered. We still hadn't figured that one out ourselves. Kira knew how to AirDrop, though, and the Chief's iPhone dinged. Just click on that to accept it. He did, and the photo appeared on his screen. He looked back at Alicia. No service. So if she tried to call any of you tonight, you wouldn't know? She wouldn't call us. Alicia shrugged again. Like I said, we barely know her. But she might. He looked back toward the dock. Mundy had run several kids back to the beach in the patrol boat and was on his way back. I'll need you girls to come back with me so we can check. A flash of panic ran through Izzy and Chloe's eyes. Of all of us, they'd get in the most trouble if their parents found out they'd lied and come out here. Alicia said, I'll go. If she tried to call anyone, it would be me. She doesn't have their numbers. You're all going, Whaley insisted. And before anyone could object, he started back toward the dock. Chapter 6. A moment later, they were gone, their running lights fading into the dark. I turned on Spivey and finally let out the breath I'd been holding for what seemed like 10 minutes. Christ, where did you get a gun? Grams had it. You think she'd live out here all by herself without some kind of protection? I found that one in the nightstand next to the bed, another on a shelf in the kitchen hidden in a jar, a third one in the couch cushions. Found 2 rifles up in the closet, too. There's probably more. Apparently she was big on the Second Amendment. He looked around. What did you do with it? You could have hurt somebody. Damn right. Think I'd let him come at me with a bottle? Fuck that. Marston told me under castle doctrine I can shoot anyone who trespasses out here. All I gotta do is ask them to leave once. If they don't, and I feel threatened... He made a gun with his thumb and forefinger and mimicked pulling the trigger. Boom. You think it's that easy? He grinned. Did I miss a step? I should have plugged him. This isn't a fucking joke. You kill someone and you'd have to live with that. You pull a gun on someone like Rory Moyer and you'll have to kill him. It's not like he'd walk away. Stupid idiot wouldn't back down. He'd give you a reason. Exactly. Knick-knock. Just give it back to him, Maddie groaned. You don't have to get all fired up. Rory's a dick. He's always been a dick. He comes from a long line of dicks. If he's not dead by 21, he'll be in prison. Either way, nobody's going to cry over him, least of all Chief Whaley. At this point, I'd be more concerned with when Rory plans to come back, because you know he will. No way he's letting that go. Too many people saw. There was no point in arguing. I crouched down and dug the gun out of the sand. It was a .38, loaded with 6 rounds. When I handed it to Spivey, he fumbled the cylinder open, dumped the bullets into his hand, and blew the sand out of the barrel. I'll have to clean it again. Marston teach you how to do that, too? I'd meant that sarcastically, but Spivey nodded. He did. Maddie was staring out over the water. You think the girls are coming back? Spivey almost shot someone, and all you can think about is getting laid. Nobody got shot, and yes, Maddie replied, I'd like to get laid. No, Maddie, I don't think the girls are coming back. And they didn't. Neither did I. Not for nearly a week. 7/9/2010. Friday. Chapter 1. By the following morning, Lily Dwyer was all over the news. The county-wide Amber Alert went state, then national, all of them showing that same picture from Kira's phone. The image had been cropped so the other girls were no longer visible. There was only Lily Dwyer smiling up at the camera with her pink hair, dressed in a tan cardigan and jeans, last seen at Fox Run Mall in the company of an older boy named Brian, initially believed to be a student at Exeter High. Police figured out pretty quick that he wasn't. 6 Brians attended Exeter. All had alibis for the morning of July 2nd, and none had any clue who Lily Dwyer was. I'd heard they searched Lily Dwyer's laptop and all her social media accounts and found no trace of the guy. That didn't really surprise me. We all used Tor browsers online whenever we did something we didn't want our folks to see. Tor bounced your signal all around the world and erased every trace of whatever you did. Kira actually maintained 2 Facebook profiles, a public one her parents could monitor, and another under a bogus name only a few of us had access to. Using a program called Social Ease, she automated posts to the public profile so she didn't have to bother with it, and occasionally checked in from public places so her parents knew where she was. Or thought they did, anyway. She wasn't alone in all this. Half my friends did it, too. The point is, I knew whatever the police found on Lily Dwyer's computer and cloud accounts was probably fake, and her real life was hidden away somewhere no different than any other high school kid. Someone had uncovered security footage of Lily Dwyer walking out the south entrance all on her own, and there was no footage of the parking lot. The mall's management company claimed insurance reasons prohibited the use of cameras in the parking lot. Kira and the other girls had been interviewed not only by Chief Whaley but the state police and the FBI, and were unable to offer any more than they initially did. I'd seen that photo of Lily Dwyer so many times it was ingrained in my head. Their story never changed, and although I had no reason to doubt them, something about all of it felt off. When I told Maddie, he just called me a paranoid asshole. Maybe I was. Either way, I didn't go back. None of us did. Or at least that's what I thought. I want to be clear about something. I didn't abandon my friend. Looking back on that night and what came later, particularly to someone looking in from the outside, it may seem that way. But if I did, it wasn't intentional. I just needed to get away for a little while and catch my breath, regroup. The Spivey standing on that beach about to pull a gun, the guy who seemed like he wanted to pull a gun, wasn't the kid I grew up with. In that moment, I didn't recognize anything about him. He'd always been the quiet guy with the odd sense of humor who liked to occasionally pick up a guitar. He'd been Rory's punching bag for a lifetime. For better or worse, that's how their particular puzzle pieces fit together. I protected Spivey when things went sideways. That's how my piece snapped in. Those were things I understood, things I could count on as being the way of the world. Inheriting that house changed Spivey. Not just his financial situation, but him. I'm not sure I can explain it, even after all this time. I've tried. Believe me, I've tried. Emboldened him, fortified, strengthened. That might be close, but none of those words fully encompass the situation because those are things you'd expect to happen. Transformed him? That might be closer. Whatever it was, I didn't want to be around it. The last time I saw the Spivey I knew was in the hallway at school when Chief Whaley had come to tell him his grandmother died. The guy I hung out with after that day was someone different, and the changes were still coming fast. The guy with the gun on the beach, that was a glimpse of who he was becoming. He reined it back in, and I was glad for that, but it wasn't meant to last. The guy with the gun would be back soon enough, and the next time he'd be far more sure-footed. When I woke on Friday the 9th, a week after the business with Rory and the gun, I was home alone, both my parents at work, and I crawled out of bed at the ripe hour of 11:30 in the morning. Took a quick shower and headed toward the kitchen to get some breakfast. Or maybe it was lunch. Whatever, I was hungry. I was supposed to pick up Kira at 1 for a day at the beach, so I had some time. Rye Beach, because I didn't want to look out at Wood Island off the coast of Newcastle all day. Normal summer stuff. And that was exactly what I needed. The door to my father's home office was open. That was a rarity. At first, I walked right by, and it didn't click in my head until I was standing in the kitchen. Then I backtracked and found myself standing in the hallway looking in. Not exactly sure why. Carrying a bowl of oatmeal, I'd wandered in there once when I was 4 and ate at his desk. I may have gotten some oatmeal on his chair, on the floor, on some papers he had left out. He wasn't happy about any of that and began locking the door that night. It had remained locked every time I tried the knob in the years that followed. I think I gave up checking around 8 or 9. Even if he was home, he kept the door shut. Standing there looking in, I felt this invisible barrier at the threshold. Half of me suspected an alarm would sound if I crossed into the room. Maybe a buzzer would go off in Dad's pocket and he'd come rushing in. There might be a camera hidden away somewhere, the kind that would send him a picture of me looking all guilty creeping across the carpet. Although that was silly. Not because he wouldn't go that far, but because he'd need my help to set something like that up. I was intimately familiar with our Wi-Fi and everything on it, and he came to me whenever he needed the password. I'd never once caught my parents snooping around my room. If they did, they were stealthy about it. On some level, I'm sure they knew digging around my drawers would be a violation of the trust between us. And looking in on my father's office, actually going in there, would be no different. Worse in their eyes. If I got caught. His car wasn't in the driveway. I could see that much from where I stood. His office faced the driveway, and the window behind his desk looked out onto the street. I'd see him coming. I had no business in there, I knew that, but I needed some answers, and I knew he was holding back from me. The fact that he hadn't mentioned Spivey or Wood Island in more than a week told me he'd found some other source of information. His silence only meant he'd given up on getting my help. I was under no illusion he'd moved on. Part of me actually felt justified as I stepped into his office and crossed to his desk. There was nothing on the desktop, but I found what I was looking for in the top right drawer. A thick manila folder with Wood Island written across the tab in my father's neat handwriting. For the years that would follow, I don't think a single day of my life slipped by where I didn't think about the contents of that folder. The least of which was Geraldine Rote's last will and testament. As disturbing as that was, the rest was worse. Chapter 2. I later learned that wills are a matter of public record, easily obtainable by anyone willing to spend some time in the clerk's office and pay $1 per page. But the morning I lifted the document from that folder, I had no idea how my dad had come upon it, and I suspected the worst. Shitty of me, I know, but that was the nature of our relationship. The first page wasn't really anything special. I, Geraldine Rote, resident in the city of Newcastle, county of Rockingham, state of New Hampshire, being of sound mind, not acting under duress or undue influence, and fully understanding the nature and extent of all my property and of this disposition thereof, do hereby make, publish, and declare this document to be my last will and testament, and hereby revoke any and all other will and codicils heretofore made by me. Considering Wood Island was technically in Maine, not New Hampshire, this opening seemed a little odd to me. But having never seen a will before, I figured someone much smarter than me had decided this was fine as is and left it. If I had to guess, she saw Newcastle as her home and wanted to state that in some way. I wasn't alone in questioning that part. Someone, probably my father, had underlined that opening sentence and drew a big question mark off to the side. The next section, titled Expenses and Taxes, stated all debts and expenses related to her death and funeral were to be paid by the estate at the discretion of her personal representative, Lockwood J. Marston, Esquire, who is named in the third section. None of this was new to me, so I flipped the next page, which began with disposition of assets in large bold letters at the top. I devise and bequeath my property, as detailed in Schedule A, both real and personal and wherever situated, to my grandson David Anthony Spivey, as full beneficiary to be held and maintained in conservatory as detailed in the Conservatory Trust, organized and administered under separate documentation by my personal representative or the acting representative of my personal representative, should my personal representative become incapacitated. That little bit made my head hurt, but I got the gist of it. Marston ran the show, and when Marston died, retired, or quit, his successor would take over, whoever that might be. I flipped through and found Schedule A on the last few pages. It was a detailed list of everything Geraldine Rote owned, beginning with Wood Island and the house and ending with a series of bank and stock accounts, not just locally, but several in places like the Cayman Islands, Zurich, and Madrid. There were also a number of businesses listed with names like Carrington LLC, Bridgeton Reserves Corp., and Kellumpton Inc. I used my phone and took pictures of each page. I had no idea what any of them were, but they painted a very simple picture. Spivey was far wealthier than I thought. I turned back to the beginning of the will, then found the section that came after disposition of assets. This next section detailed the stipulations, the rules, as Spivey had called them. The entity may never be sold. Ownership may be relinquished in one of two ways: donation to the township of Kittery, Maine, bequeath to a blood relative. Should Keith or Pam Spivey return to the entity, ownership will default to the township of Kittery, Maine. All items found on or within the entity are considered property of the entity and may not be sold, only borrowed, loaned, and returned under pre-established terms. Tokens of less than 16 years of age will be considered property. Those present at sunset must remain until sunrise, unless permitted to leave by the caretaker. Established stipulations may only be adjusted through coordination between the caretaker and personal representative. Emerson must not famish. I had no idea what half of that meant. Entity, caretaker, token, and fucking Emerson again. Maybe some of it was more lawyer speak, but that last one? Considering none of us had found Emerson yet, Her cat, dog, hamster, pet snake, or whatever, it had most likely starved to death by now. When Kira had brought it up, Maddie had joked and said sooner or later the smell would take us right to him. Be patient. The rest of the will seemed pretty straightforward. Signatures, stamps, county recording docs, that sort of thing. I put the will off to the side. I photographed everything with my phone and moved on. I was on a fact-finding mission. I could figure out the meaning of these things later. Beneath the will was a printout on glossy paper I recognized from the microfiche machine down at the library. With the internet, it didn't get much use these days, but there was no mistaking the crinkly thermal paper. The printout was from the Portsmouth Herald and dated June 19th, 1972. The date was circled in red ink. It was the obituary for Spivey's grandfather. Lester Herbert wrote past doing what he loved best, fishing. He set out on Saturday and did not return. The sea claimed him as one of her own. Lester most likely fell victim to the storm of that night. While the search for his boat, Annabelle, continues, it is not expected to be found. He was much loved and survived by his wife, Geraldine, and daughter, Pamela. Services will be held at Oceanside Cemetery, Newcastle, New Hampshire, on Saturday, June 25th, presided by the Reverend Lustin Balk. The mention of Annabelle meant one of two things. Either his boat was eventually found, or this was some kind of misprint. I tried to remember my conversation with Mr. Peck at Geraldine's funeral. I was pretty sure he said Lester wrote didn't come back, but he didn't say if they ever found his boat. Beneath the obituary was another printout from the microfiche machine, a newspaper article dated about a week earlier, also from the Portsmouth Herald. I got about halfway through the story before I had to sit down. I practically fell into my father's chair. Old bones found on Wood Island, June 8th, 1972, Kittery. Federal authorities were expected today to examine the skeletal remains of two bodies discovered on Wood Island, according to Perliston Pert, State Police Information Officer. A Dover, New Hampshire man picnicking on the island Sunday found a skull poking above the ground. The discovery was reported to police yesterday. A local officer indicated the man, realizing his find to be a skull, buried it. Pert said excavation by police found the incomplete skeletal remains of a person. He said further digging revealed more incomplete remains within a few hours, indicating a second person. He remarked it appeared as if the bones had been there for some time. Pert said at this point the state police has nothing further to do with the investigation, as federal authorities have jurisdiction. However, the Boston office of the FBI said it is now conducting an investigation to determine if the federal agency does have jurisdiction. Peter W. Cully, one of the state attorney general's criminal investigation division, said the office was involved in the investigation up to a point. He said, "As far as we're concerned, we've concluded it's a federal matter. The Coast Guard is now patrolling the island to keep the curious away. The island, which lies off of Fort Foster Park, was last used by the Coast Guard in 1946. It was later put up for auction by the federal government, and the General Services Administration then withdrew it from sale. 1 month later, the auction was reinstated and the property sold for $1 to a private buyer believed to be the current caretaker." The article didn't say, but I knew that private buyer was Geraldine's father, Spivey's great-grandfather. My dad had circled the date on this story, too, and that wasn't lost on me. Lester Rote had died about a week after those bodies were found. Vanished. A voice in the back of my mind pointed out. No body found. And his boat came back. Did he? I wasn't sure what any of this meant, but Spivey needed to know. He needed to know now. Chapter 3. I took photographs of the microfiche printouts and left the folder open on my dad's desk along with a note that said, "We need to talk. Billy." I'd been docking the Merv behind Piscataqua Cafe. Nobody told me I couldn't, and nobody bothered the boat there, so it seemed like as good a spot as any. On my way, I called Kira and told her I might be late, giving her a bullshit excuse about a flat tire on my car. I'm not sure why I didn't tell her the truth. Something had felt off between us since the whole thing started. It got worse when Lily Dwyer disappeared, and I think part of me wanted to talk to Spivey before the rest of the group found out. I wanted to see his face when I told him. You want to know if he already knows, and loose lips sink. Don't get me wrong, I wanted to trust Kira. A few weeks ago, I would have trusted her to hold my worst secret, but I knew from the bits and pieces I'd gathered she'd become as obsessed with Project Poltergeist as the rest of them, and it felt like she was keeping secrets of her own. 20 minutes after calling Kira, I motored Merv away from the Piscataqua Cafe, and 20 minutes after that I tied off at a cleat on Spivey's dock behind Annabelle and hustled toward the porch. I knocked on the back door, and when nobody answered, I let myself in and stepped into the kitchen. "Spivey, you here?" All the trash was gone. I didn't know who cleaned up, but the kitchen was spotless and smelled like lemons and ammonia. Spivey's makeshift sign detailing the rules was still there. He'd erased Kira's rule, "You must pick up all trash," and rewritten it, probably so the handwriting would match. Spivey had always been anal about things like that. Damn, the house was quiet. "Spivey?" The living room was clean, too, the furniture shiny with polish. Spivey had hung the large television over the fireplace, but it wasn't plugged in, the cord dangling several inches above the floor. A knitted quilt was folded and draped neatly over the back of the couch. Nobody there either. Still sleeping? Maybe. It was nearly 1 o'clock, but it was summer, and I doubted Spivey had any place he needed to be any more than I did. I called out his name again, and when he didn't answer, I crossed over to the stairs. I was about to head up when I noticed the photographs on the wall. They'd changed. The images of Spivey at various ages were all still there, but there were new ones, and they weren't pictures of Spivey. The photograph that had caught my eye was a 5x7 in a gilded frame hanging on the far left side. 2 girls in bathing suits lying on the dock, on towels. Although I couldn't make out their faces, I knew they were Chloe and Izzy. And while my mind told me this next part was impossible, I knew the photograph had been taken the first day we all came here, the day they'd been told to stay on the boat and didn't. The image was shot from high up, from a distance, either from a window where that widow's walk Kira and I had discovered off the tower on the 4th floor behind one of the only locked doors in the house. Was there a security camera up there? If the house had a security system, I had never seen it. Spivey had never mentioned it. That didn't mean there wasn't one, though. You think she'd live out here all by herself without any kind of protection? Grams had guns, why not a security system? Beneath the picture of Chloe and Izzy was one of Benny, and this one had been taken down in the basement, no doubt about that. He was covered in dirt, the shovel in both hands, lobbing dirt up out of that hole he'd been working on the last time I was here. He wasn't looking at the camera, didn't seem to know his picture was being taken. There were more framed photographs. I recognized some faces, but not all. There were none of me, Kira, or Maddie, which seemed strange since we were Spivey's closest friends. I was pretty sure half of these kids didn't go to Portsmouth High. Just random kids who had come out to the house over the past few weeks looking for a party. "Holy shit!" a voice shrieked. I looked up the steps. Alicia Dubin was standing there, halfway down from the 2nd floor landing wearing nothing but a pair of skimpy black underwear. She quickly covered her breasts and blushed. "What are you doing here?" I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. I felt the blood rush to my face, and I'm pretty sure my jaw fell far enough to smack my shoes. Being the captain of the cheerleading squad, Alicia's body was trim and toned with not a single tan line or blemish. I knew she had long legs. I caught my share of glances during football games, but nothing like this. I'd never even seen her in a bathing suit. She had the flattest stomach I'd ever seen, lined with just a hint of ab muscles. Several freckles dotted the skin to the left of her belly button. I took all this in a millisecond, frozen, unable to move. Alicia tilted her head to the side, groaned, and dropped her hands. "Get a good look, then wipe the smirk off your face, Billy. It'll be the last time you see it." As if to punctuate this, she turned on her toes in a quick circle and flashed her backside. Her hair was wet, her skin glistened, like she'd just gotten out of the shower. It was this next part that brought me back. "Does Kira know you're here?" Yes, no," I stammered. I just needed to talk to Spivey, so I shot out here real quick. I'm meeting up with her after. What are you—" I didn't finish the question because it really wasn't any of my business. My brain wasn't working right, and I really needed to stop talking, and I most definitely needed to stop staring. Alicia stood there for a moment, one hand on her hip, then turned and started back up the stairs. "Spivey's probably in the basement. Next time, knock." I did. I started to say, but Alicia slammed the bedroom door before I could finish. I stared up at the empty staircase for at least a minute, because that just happened and I needed to regroup. Then I took the steps down past the photographs into the basement. I found Spivey sitting on the same folding chair where we had found Benny, unmoving, his face inches from the furnace door. He was dressed in a plaid shirt I didn't recognize and old jeans, no shoes or socks. Only one of the bulbs burned above, and most of the basement was dark. A haven of shadows, cobwebs, and dust. "What are you doing down here?" He didn't face me. At first, I wasn't sure he even heard me. Then he said in a low voice, barely above a whisper, "Damn pilot light. I turn my back and it's out again. Dude," I lowered my voice and jerked my thumb over my shoulder, "Alicia Dubin is half naked upstairs." He leaned closer to the furnace. Blue light danced over his face. "I've lit the stupid thing 3 times since I came down here. Did you hear me? We've been kinda seeing each other." "You're seeing Alicia Dubin." I didn't mean for this to come out as harsh as it did, or make it sound like a complete impossibility. But in all the years I had known Spivey, not once did he have a girlfriend, a date, not even a single drunken hookup. And nobody came out of the gate with a girl like Alicia Dubin. You worked your way up to the Alicia Dubins of the world. You didn't start there. Spivey blew gently into the furnace. The flame jumped but stayed on. "She came back the day after Whaley crashed the party, and we just got to talking. I don't want to say one thing led to another, but that's sort of what happened. She spent the day out here, just the two of us. Before I knew it, we were kissing out on the rocks. Then I offered to cook her dinner. We ate that in front of the fire. Then we were upstairs, doing the—" "You and Alicia Dubin? It would really be helpful if you didn't sound so surprised. What, you're not?" He leaned back in the rickety chair and crossed his legs. "Maybe a little. I couldn't sleep that first night. I kept looking over at her, the captain of the cheerleading squad, naked in my bed. I didn't want to close my eyes because I figured she'd be gone when I opened them. But nope, she was still there in the morning. The next day, the day after that." He let out a soft sigh. "This may sound silly to you, but honestly, I think I just needed someone to talk to. So much has happened in the past few weeks, it feels like I stepped on a moving train. All this business with Grams, my folks, the cancer coming back. She's a great listener and seems to understand me. I didn't realize how much I needed that until she showed up." I think you're going to find that's more important than the horizontal mambo, bump and grind, hide the snake, batter dip the corn dog, feed the kitty. I laughed. Yeah, that. Probably shouldn't tell Maddie. Definitely shouldn't tell Maddie. Not yet, anyway. I drew a finger over my lips. I won't say a word. Did Benny tackle you at the dock? Benny? He's supposed to be on guard duty in case Rory comes back. I didn't see him. Wonderful. My eyes fell on a purplish bruise on his right wrist. It wasn't very large, but there nonetheless, and my mind raced back to the last time the leukemia had returned. The bruises had started on that same wrist. Without looking at me, Spivey tugged his shirt sleeve down and covered it up, then drew closer to the small furnace door. Fuck me, there it goes again. He produced a stick lighter from the dirt at his feet, fired it up, and relit the pilot light. I don't get it. There's no breeze down here. It's not clogged or anything. Marston had someone out here yesterday to look at it, and he said there's nothing wrong. This is the third furnace that's been in the house, and they all had this same problem. I looked around the basement. Must be air coming in from somewhere. Yeah, well, good luck finding it. Better men than you have tried. The air felt horribly still down here, like a tomb that had been sealed for years. Damp like mildew, with an underlying sweetness to it I couldn't pinpoint. I looked over at Benny's hole. It was covered with a ratty tarp. The ground around it was lumpy, most of the basement now. I didn't want to think about the things buried down here. I remembered why I came and took out my phone. I loaded up the images from my dad's office and handed it to Spivey. I found all that in my dad's office. I don't know if he pulled everything together himself or got it all from your dad or whatever, but I figured you should see. Spivey flipped through the images, pinching and zooming in order to read the text. Marston told me Lester had his own boat. I think he said it was called High Hopes or something like that. He didn't use Annabelle. That's some kind of mistake. His voice trailed off for a moment as he studied the other page, the one about the bodies found. This is new. This could be huge. Have you shown it to anyone? I shook my head. You need to come tonight. What's tonight? He finally got up from the chair. You haven't been here for a while, so you missed some stuff. I gotta show you something. He returned my phone and started up the steps. We found Alicia curled up on the couch with a tattered paperback of the Amityville Horror. She'd pulled on a loose tank top and a pair of shorts. Half the pages were creased with folds, and she was busily highlighting something. More to herself than anybody, she said, The root of this story is tragedy. First, you've got Ronnie DeFeo. He kills his entire family in cold blood. Then the Lutz family comes in behind him, thinking they can slap a coat of paint over the horror that happened there and make it all go away. How exactly would that work? I mean, the bloodstains were still there, right? Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're gone. Some stains just don't come out. You can paint them whatever happy color you want, but underneath, the blood, the tragedy that put the stain there has soaked into the grain like mold or rot. Or cancer, my mind muttered, joining the conversation. Try all you want, you'll never get it all out. You can pretend it's not there, but that doesn't make it gone. Where are the marbles? Spivey asked her, looking around the room. She nodded at a glass bowl on the coffee table. Spivey plucked 2 large black marbles from the bowl and crossed the room to the far wall. So this is crazy. Watch. He set one of the marbles down and released it. It slowly began to roll across the floor, picking up speed as it went, and vanished through the doorway leading into the kitchen. I don't think there's a single house in New England with a level floor. What exactly does that prove? A familiar grin spread across Spivey's face. Check this out. He moved to the opposite side of the room and crouched down near the kitchen door. placed the marble on the floor, and released it. The marble rolled in the opposite direction, back to where the first one had started, momentum growing until it cracked against the baseboard and stopped. That made no sense. I had no doubt the floor was uneven, but it couldn't slope in both directions at the same time. Chapter 4. It was nearly 2 o'clock by the time I motored Merv back to the dock behind the Piscataqua Cafe and tied down. The sun had climbed high, and even out on the water the air had grown warm enough to bring out a light sweat, dampening my shirt. As soon as I had a signal, I called Kira and got her voicemail again. I shot her a quick text. Tire fixed, still home? A moment later, I saw that she read the message but didn't reply. I started to put my phone back in my pocket, then sent a text to Maddie, too. You around? I watched the message switch from delivered to read, but he didn't reply either. I immediately wanted to take it back, but of course I couldn't. Maddie would be at the marina helping his dad. Had to be. And Kira, she was either still at home, angry with me, or maybe out with some of her friends. She wouldn't be with Maddie. That had been a dream, a bad dream, but not real. I told myself I had no reason to be jealous. Told myself several times, but that didn't help much. The nagging little voice of my subconscious just grew more insistent. I decided to go to her house, where I knew I'd find her sulking. I'd grovel until I made things right. I'd even worked out a speech in my head. I was on the second draft when I rounded the corner of the Piscataqua Cafe and found Chief Whaley's cruiser parked next to my car in the lot. His engine was switched off, the driver's side window down, and he was looking out over the water. I was about 10 feet away when he looked up, although I'm sure he spotted me long before that. Hop in, Billy. We need to talk. I stood there for a moment, eyeing the back door. I was about to reach for the handle when he added, Up front is fine. Today, anyway. He added a wink after this last part, but I wasn't so sure he was kidding. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I rounded the car, got in the passenger seat, and pulled the door shut a little harder than I probably should have. When I reached for the seatbelt, he said, No need for that. We're not going anywhere. He nodded out toward the water. How's he doing out there? I didn't like that. It felt like some kind of continuation of the talk at my parents' house with Whaley and Spivey's dad. Like I had been drafted as some kind of informant. Chief, I'm really not comfortable talking about. He waved a hand and cut me off. It's fine, son. I get it. What I'm really wondering here is if Rory Moyer has given him any trouble. You can tell me that much. I spoke to the chief out in Kittery, and he's more or less sworn off that island as his personal headache, and the Marine Patrol won't swing by unless I call them. Even then, it's a chore to get a response. Technically, Wood doesn't fall under my purview either. It's a jurisdictional black hole out there. But somebody's got to keep an eye on things, keep the peace. Rory hasn't been back out to the island, if that's what you mean. Not as far as I know, anyway. But you haven't been spending much time out there, have you? I didn't answer that, and he gave me that dismissive wave again. Rory's not one to let dogs lie. I think he might be planning something. He's smart enough to let some time go by, but dumb enough to still do something stupid when he thinks nobody's watching. Spivey's got people on lookout. No way Rory would get by that crack security team. And guns. Of course there's the guns. I waited for Whaley to ask me who exactly was on lookout. Or maybe grill me on Lily Dwyer. You sure you haven't seen her out there? Did Kira or the other girls tell you anything? Come on, you know her, right? That sort of thing. But instead he said something completely unexpected. If I share something with you, do you think you can keep it to yourself? My stomach tightened up. Sure. He rested his arm back on the open window and looked out over the water. I'm guessing you heard Geraldine poisoned herself that day at Henry's, right? Stories like that tend to have legs, especially around here. I know how people talk. I nodded. Well, she didn't. I got the autopsy report back and the medical examiner didn't find any poison. I thought someone saw her that wave again. Jolene Peterson saw her take a small foil packet from her bag and dump some powder into her coffee. The residue on the foil came back as brown sugar. Nothing poisonous about it. She just brought her own sweetener. So how did she die? Intracranial aneurysm. He tapped the side of his head. It's like a small balloon in an artery in the brain. It can sit there undetected for months, even years, then one day it pops. Can cause a stroke, sometimes just a bad headache. But in the worst cases, instant death. She probably had no idea it was there. Even if she did, she couldn't possibly know when it would go. He seemed to be working this out in his head as he spoke. His words slowed, and although his eyes were on a large tanker ship lumbering by, he didn't seem to be focused on it. She never left that island. Never. I haven't been able to find a single person who'd seen her in years. The one day she does is the day she died. Whaley nodded. I'm having trouble letting go of that. Maybe it was the stress, I suggested. Anyone cooped up for so long, it's got to be stressful to go out. Maybe that triggered it. That's called agoraphobia, when someone is afraid to leave home. That was my first thought, too. So I asked the medical examiner, and he said stress could easily trigger an aneurysm. Strong emotions raise blood pressure, and that increased pressure can lead to rupture. Makes perfect sense when you lay it all out. I wasn't sure why he was telling me all this. I got the feeling he just needed to talk it all out. Why me, though? This was cop stuff. So, that's probably what happened, right? Whaley drummed his fingers on the window frame. For a second, I thought he was going to drop it. Instead, he took his phone out from the pocket of the driver's side door, tapped through several screens, and handed it to me. Geraldine was holding that envelope when I got to Henry's. I stared at the small screen. Then, using 2 fingers, I pinched the image and made it larger because I thought I'd read it wrong. I hadn't, though. Across the front of the plain white envelope, in shaky handwriting, were the words, "Don't move me until 3 p.m. David Spivey, it's on you now." I don't understand, I said softly. That makes 2 of us. What was in the envelope? A copy of her will. I looked back over at him. You said she couldn't know she was going to die. That's what the medical examiner told me, yes. The phone was trembling in my hands. I lowered it to my knee, hoping he didn't notice. What happened at 3 o'clock? Chief Whaley clucked his tongue. He did that sometimes when he was thinking. The landline at Henry's rang. It was her attorney, Lockwood Marston. He asked for me specifically, like he could see me standing there, told me the copy of her will was from my records, and arrangements had been made for a local funeral home to pick up her body when I was willing to release her. I told him it might be a little while. He said he understood, under the circumstances and all, and told me to contact him when the M.E. was finished with her. Whaley's voice fell off for a second. He knew where she was going to die. He knew when. And he made arrangements. All for something most would consider an unpredictable act of God. They both did, because she clearly knew all this too. I tried to wrap my head around what he just told me, because it was weirder than he may realize. The day you picked up Spivey at school, the day she died, he said his parents were already packing when you dropped him at his house. Marston had called and told them she died, said he was authorized to share the will with them as soon as they got down to his office in Boston. I looked back over at him. Are you sure the sugar... He knew what I was going to say. The local lab tested 3 times, then I sent it off to the feds. They agreed. Nothing but brown sugar. They even ID'd the brand. Nothing out of the ordinary found in her blood. The two of us sat there in silence for a long time. I didn't know what to say to all this any more than he did. Finally, he lowered his voice. I'm sharing this with you because nothing about it feels right, and Spivey is smack in the middle. I've got no crime here. Nobody did anything wrong from what I can tell. But nothing about it fits. And when you do what I do, things need to fit. He turned to me. It's on you now. What do you think she meant by that? I have no idea. Again, we went quiet. Something about the chief telling me all this felt wrong. Like he was giving me a peek behind a curtain into a room I had no business seeing. What came next only made things worse. Got a lot of people making a grab for that island, including your father. Things are about to get ugly. He reached back into the pocket of his door, took out a sealed envelope, and handed it to me. What is it? A subpoena, he replied. Issued by Rockingham County Department of Child Services. An emergency action. You're required to appear in court on Monday. They're going to ask you about Spivey, the conditions out there, his health. His folks are pushing to have him forcefully brought home and placed in treatment. Can they do that? Whaley shrugged. Not my area of expertise. I can tell you your father is behind it, pulling the strings. The judge who signed off on the order, Judge Schultz, I've seen him out golfing with your dad. I don't think this landing on his docket is an accident. A similar subpoena went to Marston's office this morning. For Spivey? He nodded. Anyone else? He plucked another envelope from the door and held it up. Just me. They'll want to know about the parties out there. Maybe the business with Rory Moyer. That's how these things usually play out. The attorney representing Spivey's parents is Donald Murdoch. He's done work for your dad in the past, so I'm sure he brought him in. They'll paint the ugliest picture they can. Chapter 5. Why the hell won't they leave me alone? Spivey stomped across the living room. He looked like he might put his fist through the wall. I was on the couch with Kira. Maddie and Izzy were on the floor. Alicia and Chloe were around somewhere, but they had wandered off. After my impromptu meeting with Chief Whaley, I drove to Kira's house. She wasn't home. Then I went to Rye Beach. She wasn't there either. At the marina, Maddie's dad told me he took the day off. I was halfway back to my house when Kira finally texted and said she was on her way out to Wood Island and told me to meet her there. I hadn't had a chance to talk to her alone, and although we sat next to each other, there might as well have been a wall of ice between us. When I reached for her hand, she shied away. I'd glanced over at Maddie several times, and every time our eyes met, he looked off in some other direction. Anywhere but at me. Spivey snatched the subpoena from the coffee table, crumpled the pages, then let them slip from his hand. Fuck 'em. Fuck all of them. He glared at me. You need to talk to your dad. Tell him to stay out of my business. He's pushing for all this. That part stung. I didn't expect him to take things out on me. I was trying to help. It's all of them, Kira said before I could respond. I overheard my mom talking to Mrs. Edgerton on the phone. She runs the property assessor's office down at Town Hall. She said she'd received more than a dozen requests for information on this house since your grandmother died. Maddie said, My dad heard some of the local fishermen are thinking about getting a group together to file a claim with the Coast Guard against your great-grandfather's original purchase. They want to try and overturn it, or prove that it wasn't legitimate or some other bullshit. Well, that won't work, Spivey muttered. How do you know? Marston said they tried that years back when Grams inherited the property. What's he telling you to do? I asked. He says this is all about the money. Every time the place changes hands, people come out of the woodwork and try to get a piece, but it always dies down. He told me to put an end to the parties and lay low. This would pass. Do you want us to leave? Izzy asked in a small voice. No, you guys are fine. We need to keep it small, though. For a while, anyway. Just us. What about Benny? Maddie asked. I could see Benny through the window, shovel in hand. In addition to his security duties, Spivey had tasked him with digging up the island. He felt that if 2 bodies had been found out here at some point, there might be more. There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to where Benny dug. He'd start a hole, hit granite, then fill it back in and move off to some other spot. He hadn't stopped moving since I got here, not even for water. Dirt and sand and sweat caked his body. Benny's fine too, Spivey said, but nobody else. Alicia and Chloe appeared at the top of the basement stairs. Okay, we're ready. They were both dressed in black. Alicia in a blouse and skirt, Chloe in a sweatshirt and jeans. Both had dark eyeliner on and their hair pulled back. Apparently, Chloe had revived her goth look from last year and shared grooming tips with Alicia. I caught Izzy frowning. I don't think she liked Chloe spending time alone with Alicia. I glanced back over at Maddie, hoping to spot a pang of jealousy there too, but there was nothing. He was picking at a thread on his sock. Ready for what? I asked. With all the craziness of the day, nobody had brought me up to speed on Project Poltergeist. And frankly, I was looking forward to a distraction from all these real-world problems. I kept thinking about the note I'd left on my dad's desk and regretting it. I'd set myself up for a fight the moment I stepped through that door. Going home wasn't an option right now. There's something I want to do first, Spivey said before disappearing into the kitchen. He returned a moment later holding a steak knife and the coffee mug from Henry's. He set the mug down in the center of the coffee table between us. We're going to make a pact. A pact? Think of it as another rule, but this one is just for us. Spivey pressed the tip of the knife against his index finger and applied pressure until he broke the skin. A bead of blood appeared. He squeezed his fingertip over the mug until the drop fell inside. He then held the knife out toward Maddie. Maddie chuffed. I'm not doing that. You are if you want to stay. He considered this for a moment, studying the other faces in the room. What exactly is the pact? Spivey eyed each of our faces in turn. From this moment forward, whatever happens in the house stays in the house. No exceptions. Anybody talks and they're out. I nodded toward the crumpled subpoena. What about that? We'll talk to Marston and figure something out. I'm not going to let those assholes take this place away from me, and you know where I'm at with the other thing. We'll get our story straight before Monday. What's the other thing? Kira asked. The purple blotch on Spivey's wrist had grown and gotten darker. She must have caught me looking at it because she simply said, "Oh," and lowered her gaze to the coffee mug. Spivey ignored both of us and held the knife out toward Maddie. Well? When Maddie still didn't take it, Izzy rocked forward on her heels and held her hand out. Wimp, I'll do it. This drew another smile from Spivey, and he handed her the knife. She didn't push hard enough at first, and her fingertip only grew red under the pressure. Then she drew the blade forward and opened up a cut about a 1/4 inch long and flinched. Spivey managed to get the mug under her hand as blood trickled over her palm into the cup. When he told her he had enough, she pinched it off and put her finger in her mouth. Unwilling to be overshadowed by his sister, Maddie grabbed the knife and made quick work of his own index finger, adding to the small pool in the mug. Kira went next, then me, followed by Chloe and finally Alicia. Using the blade, Spivey stirred the blood, then held up the mug. By virtue of our blood, our very life force, the secrets we share within these walls will be bound by our silence. To speak of our confidences with anyone outside of those present in this moment shall be punishable by death, and Maddie chuffed. Seriously? Spivey didn't respond to that. The look he gave him was enough. And it wasn't just him. Alicia looked like she might kill him on the spot. "Okay," Maddie muttered. "Okay, death to all who violate your sacred oath. Got it." Shit, now I forgot the rest. Spivey sighed and looked over at Alicia and Chloe. Alicia placed her hand on the mug. "The voices of souls past, the power of the dead unmatched. Should anyone speak of that they are to see, their betrayal will be their last." The large floor lamp in the corner of the room, the only source of light, dimmed for several seconds, then burned so bright I thought the bulb might blow before it evened back out. Kira let out a soft gasp. "That was creepy," Chloe said. "That," Spivey replied, "was the generator. The power fluctuates sometimes. Come on, everyone down in the basement. Nick knock." As we got off the couch, I took Kira's hand and held her back. "Can we talk for a second?" She twisted her fingers from mine. "Not now." I stood there for a moment and watched her vanish down the stairs with the others. Then I went after her. Chapter 6. Chief Clifford Whaley had no business standing in Lily Dwyer's bedroom. She lived in Portsmouth, outside his jurisdiction. And the FBI agent who had met him at her house and escorted him inside at this late hour knew it, but went through the motions anyway because they had nothing, and she'd vanished a week ago. Her parents were both home, sitting in the living room like statues, eyes red, faces drawn from lack of sleep. Whaley was hardly the first law enforcement officer to traipse through their home, and at this point they were oblivious to it. On his way up the stairs, he caught sight of a loose stack of flyers on the kitchen table, along with tape and staple guns. A computer and printer whirred, spitting out more. Dozens of empty ink cartridges were discarded off to the side. That was their life now. Print, hang, repeat. The cycle broken only by the occasional press conference and reporter's camera in their faces. The stairs creaked as Whaley ascended, and he was grateful for the noise. The FBI agent, a 30-ish woman with shoulder-length auburn hair and glasses, closed the door behind them and gestured around the room like some kind of tour guide who had given the same speech so many times she woke with the words rattling around in her head. She pointed at an empty desk. The techs in Boston tore apart her laptop and didn't find anything useful. We still have that. She had several social media accounts, but looks like she only updated them for her parents' benefit. A couple of photos and messages here and there, half of them pre-programmed to hit at specific dates and times. Typical kid stuff. "Has," Whaley said flatly, looking around the room. "Uh-huh. You said she had several accounts. Past tense. We don't know she's dead." Whaley knew what she was thinking. He understood the odds. If you didn't find them in the first 48 hours, chances of a happy ending dropped significantly. That didn't mean she was dead, though, and he preferred not to go there. The agent ignored him and went on. Her cell phone data was clean. Pulled all that from the cloud. No messages with anyone named Brian. No messages with anyone who could have been Brian. Most likely she had some secondary burner phone and that hasn't turned up. Although Whaley and his wife didn't have kids, he'd been in his share of teenage bedrooms. There was nothing that jumped out about this one. Several posters of bands and singers covered the walls. Lady Gaga, mostly. Lily's bed was made. Most likely the mother did that. Whaley had taken part in 7 missing child cases over his career, and he noticed if the bed hadn't been made when the child vanished, the mother got in the room at some point and made it. The closet door was open, shoes lined up on a floor rack, sweaters, shirts, and jackets all neatly hanging. The mother straightened up. The agent tilted her head, a curious look on her face, then nodded. Right after we went through it, she made the bed, cleaned the closet, picked up some laundry from the floor, straightened up her daughter's desk. It wasn't much there, just some homework and a few books. She put it all away. We found some ice skates under the bed. Her high school yearbooks, things like that. She put all that away, too. They always... Whaley was nodding. He didn't hear the rest. He went over to the double bookshelf next to the girl's desk. There were a few framed photos on top. Lily with her parents, around 10 years old. Lily with a dog a few years later. Lily in a cheerleading outfit, in row 3 of a human pyramid. That one was more recent. No notes or anything behind the pictures? He asked the agent. Hidden in the frames? She shook her head. No, we looked for that. Checked behind all the posters. Nothing placed inside or written in her books either. We flipped the mattress. No hidden compartments or tears in the fabric. Checked all the HVAC vents. Behind outlet and switch covers, light fixtures. This isn't our first rodeo, Chief. We know what to look for. I'm sure you do. I'm just thinking aloud. When he crouched in front of the bookshelves, both his knees popped, clicked, and a tinge of pain shot up his left side. He brushed it off and leaned in close, read some of the titles out loud. Haunted Portsmouth, Rise of the Witch by Thad McAllister. The Occult in Modern Society, oddly dated 1841. Ghosts, Spectres, and Witchcraft, New England's Cursed History, The Devil of Great Island. He pulled that last one from the shelf and flipped through the pages. I've read this one before, back when I was a kid. A local guy wrote it. It's about a haunted tavern out on Newcastle. Her mother said she had a... She paused for a moment, caught herself. Has a thing for the occult, particularly local stuff. We checked that angle and didn't find anything that would make us think she was part of some group. It was an interest, nothing more. Whaley was flipping through the pages. I've got 3 cemeteries within a stone's throw of my front porch. Ghost stories generate a good portion of the tourist revenue around here. She was watching him curiously. Like I told you, we checked all her books, no notes, and nothing handwritten on the pages. Whaley nodded. That wasn't what had caught his eye. He'd closed the book and was studying the tag on the spine, the one that said the book belonged to the Newcastle Historical Society. Chapter 7. The smell hit me the moment I crossed the basement threshold. A damp, heady scent of dirt, must, and mold over something horribly sweet, like burnt sugar forgotten in a simmering pan. Thin wisps of smoke trailed up from below, illuminated by the flicker of candles. As I made my way down, I realized it was incense. Reeds were burning everywhere, planted among the mounds of dirt in the basement floor like a failed crop. Brown, leafless, and devoid of life. I knew what each of those mounds represented, and there were so many now the ground was riddled with them. There were dead things here. They'd taken dirt from the cemeteries. They'd buried numerous items pilfered from supposed haunted places. Items belonging to the dead had then followed, and when that didn't produce the desired effect, someone had suggested something dead. That's what happened in the week I'd been gone. That's what caused marbles to roll in impossible directions. If the other world was behind some large door, a key had been found, and it was resting comfortably in the lock, just waiting for a twist. All these thoughts entered my mind as I stood frozen on the stairs looking down, and it was the smell that put them there, because there was no mistaking that scent. Death had a particular odor, one that always proved stronger than all others. My dad once told me our brains recognized that smell on an instinctual level, told us to flee from it because nothing good could ever come from discovering the source. That was what I wanted to do, turn and flee, and I almost did. I probably would have if I didn't catch Kira looking up at me, the girl I felt I was on the verge of losing. It was the soft bob of her head that caused me to take the rest of those steps and join her and the others. "What is," I said in a voice so low only she could hear. "A stray cat," She replied equally low. Only a stray cat. 3 days ago. Found a dead cat? Killed a cat? Sacrificed a cat? All these questions rushed through my mind in a blur, but before I could ask her any of them, Kira stepped away from me toward the middle of the basement. There was a large red circle in the center of the floor. In the dim light, I thought it was painted until I drew closer. Then I realized it was made of crushed rose petals. Within the circle were several triangles, intersecting at the middle, with thick white candles burning at the corners. I'd seen enough horror movies to recognize a pentagram, and while I told myself those things only held meaning within those horror movies, I couldn't deny there was an energy emulating from this one. Whether imagined or real, my mind told me it was there. The look in Alicia's eyes told me it wasn't imagined. I'd never feared a girl before. I know that's a silly thing to say. Men, women, boys, girls were all capable of the same atrocities. But I had never felt threatened by a member of the opposite sex until that very moment. Kira had told me this girl was the descendant of witches, and I hadn't believed her. Not until now. At the center of the pentagram, something was covered beneath a piece of black cloth. Satin, maybe. It shimmered under the light. I didn't want to know what was under there, and again I eyed the stairs. I think I would have left if Kira hadn't sat down beside Maddie, then motioned for me to sit on her other side. I knew at that moment if I were to leave her alone with him, she would be lost to me. If our relationship was held together by a thread, I was standing on that thread, carefully balanced, and the wrong move would send me teetering over the side and falling into an abyss from which she and I would not recover. I settled down beside her and firmly took her hand. I wasn't about to let her go so easily. Across the circle from us, Alicia sat between Spivey and Chloe. Izzy sat next to me. Candlelight danced across Alicia's face. You've all heard me say the dead have energy, and I know you feel it now. It's all around us in this place, more concentrated than it was ever meant to be. There is only one energy stronger than that of the dead, and that is the energy of life. Emotion, human emotion, love, hate, lust, revulsion. I'm going to ask each of you to do something, and you will do it without comment. Not a single word. That is the only way we can proceed. The only way we can truly awaken this house. She studied each of our faces, slowly, methodically, with a gaze beyond intense. Her voice fell to but a whisper. I want you to turn to one of the people on your side and kiss them. Kiss them with all your heart. Allow yourself to get lost in it. With this, she faced Spivey, took his face in her hands, and pressed her lips to his. Izzy kissed Chloe, too, a long, lingering kiss, and I saw both girls turn red, not with embarrassment, but excitement. I turned to Kira and placed a finger under her chin, tilted her head toward mine. For a second, I thought she wouldn't do it. Then her eyes closed and I felt the familiar warmth of her mouth against mine. I didn't want the moment to end, but it did. I tried to read the look on her face as we separated and couldn't. A fleeting image of Alicia nearly naked on the stairs rushed through my thoughts. Get a good look, she had said. And I had. And you want more, don't you? With Kira's kiss fresh on my lips, it was Alicia I wanted. I didn't know why, and I hated myself for those thoughts. I felt myself grow hard, and with that came an overwhelming guilt. When Kira pulled away, I tried to keep my gaze on her, lock my eyes with hers, but instead I stole a glance at Alicia, and I'm certain Kira saw it. Her face filled with ice, and as she turned away from me, I caught Maddie watching from the other side, and anger there too as he glared first at Kira and me, then at Spivey and Alicia, for he had kissed no one. Knowing he was in pain made me feel better, like I'd won some contest. Horrible, I know, but what Alicia said next changed everything. Now I want you to kiss the person on your other side with the same intensity of that first kiss. And as if to demonstrate this, she faced Chloe, gently touched her face as she had with Spivey, and kissed her full on the mouth. Chloe hadn't expected this, and her body stiffened for a moment but quickly recovered. Her hand slipped to Alicia's bare knee as she returned the kiss. Beside her, Izzy's mouth fell open, and she turned an awful shade of red. When Alicia and Chloe parted, Izzy grabbed the back of my neck angrily and pulled me to her. I felt her tongue push into my mouth, nearly choking me. I pushed her away from me, not only because I didn't want to kiss her, but because I could see Kira kissing Maddie from the corner of my eye. Anger and hatred coiled in my gut. It only lasted a few seconds. By the time I got Izzy off me, Kira and Maddie had separated too. I wanted nothing more than to grab the steak knife we'd used upstairs and bury it in Maddie's neck. I glared at him, but he didn't look back. His eyes had fallen to the covered thing in the center of our circle. Love, hate, lust, revulsion, Alicia repeated. It's these emotions, heavy on all of us, we draw from now. Alicia reached for the black cloth and gingerly revealed the items beneath. A ceramic bowl covered in intricate carvings, a glass jar filled with murky water, a book. All of these things were very old, there was no denying that. The edges of the bowl were uneven and chipped, handcrafted for sure. Even the jar, a mason jar meant for canning, was made of blown glass. Not mass-produced in a factory as it would be today, but made by an artisan through skills no doubt learned from those who came before them. The binding of the book was stitched leather, worn and frayed with tattered, uneven pages held loosely between. George Walton's Tavern may very well be one of the most haunted places on Newcastle. But do any of you know why? Chloe perked up, ready to answer, but Alicia reached for her hand and quieted her before she could speak. This wasn't lost on Izzy, who slipped her own hand under the back of Chloe's sweatshirt and rested it on the small of her back, silently staking claim. If Alicia noticed or cared, there was no indication as she reached for the book. This was written in 1684 by a prominent minister named Increase Mather. It's called Illustrious Providences, an account of many remarkable and memorable events. He lived in Boston, but he made several trips out here to Newcastle at the request of George Walton and documented them in this book. It didn't take Increase Mather very long to figure out the cause of the haunting. Trouble began on May 5th, 1657. Alice Walton brought George's dinner to him out in the fields where he was working, leaving their eldest daughter to watch the other children. When she returned, she realized one of her youngest was missing, a daughter. After an extensive search, her body was found at the bottom of the family's well. That same well would later claim the lives of several family pets and livestock. Yet George Walton refused to fence it in. According to Increase Mather, Walton placed blame for the death in two places. Alicia held up her index finger. First and foremost, on his neighbor, Prudence Tolliver, a woman he swore was a witch. And second, on God, for allowing the deaths to occur. He had been in a land dispute with Tolliver, specifically over the well, and when he wouldn't relinquish his claim, he believed she cursed it. He'd often rant to anyone who would listen, these drunken rages at his tavern. He became so blatant in his blasphemy, he and his family were no longer welcome at their local church and became Quakers. Through all this, he asserted his claim. Prudence Tolliver had cursed the well and his family. Alicia looked up at us, her eyes glinting in the dark. As a descendant of Prudence Tolliver, I can tell you without a doubt the curse was real, possibly one of the strongest ever cast. George Walton should have abandoned the well, but because it was his family's only source of water, they didn't. Every bucket they raised, every drop that passed their lips, spread the curse, brought suffering, and ultimately destroyed his family. She paused for a moment. I'm telling you this because it's important to understand the Walton haunting didn't start with death. It began with the curse. The deaths that followed only fed it, made it stronger. What happened there can all be traced back to that well, the water within it, Prudence Tolliver's curse. As an element, water holds energy, both good and evil, like a battery that doesn't fade. And like a battery, that energy can be channeled and used for many things. Alicia reached for the mason jar and held it up to the light. This has been in my family for over 300 years. It came directly from that well, bottled by Prudence Tolliver herself. She twisted the top, and there was an audible pop as the seal broke. As Alicia lifted the lid and set it aside, the scent of that water filled the room, stagnant, stale, poignant. My eyes began to water, and it only grew worse as she emptied the jar into the ceramic bowl and set it aside. "Where's the mug?" she asked Spivey. He reached to his right and produced the coffee mug from upstairs and handed it to her. Alicia tipped the mug over the bowl, and our combined blood trickled over the mouth, thick and dark, found the water, and vanished in the bowl. With the tip of her finger, Alicia stirred the concoction until it went from murky yellow to dark pink. She then dipped the coffee mug into the bowl and filled it. I call upon the curse of Prudence Tolliver, my ancient sister. I call upon her strength and power and wisdom. I call upon the death and life captured for all time within this element, and I call upon all those we have brought here to this place in object and in spirit. Awaken from your slumber, and find within this place, find within us a host, a channel, a vessel, to know freedom, to know breath, to know your true potential. It is those of us who willingly volunteer who welcome you most. Alicia brought the mug to her lips and drank, then passed the mug to Chloe, who also drank. When Izzy handed the mug to me, I considered pretending, but with everyone watching I knew I couldn't, so I allowed the liquid to pass my lips, enter my throat. I tried to swallow before the taste registered, but there was no escaping the acidic burn of it, like grains of jagged glass scraping the back of my throat, lingering there like thick syrup. I wanted something to wash the taste from my mouth, and I was grateful when Spivey produced a small bottle of Jack Daniels and passed that around too. When the first rumble shook the house, I'm not sure any of us realized it for what it was. I quickly dismissed it as maybe thunder or some settling by the foundation, neither of which could be true because there hadn't been a single cloud in the sky when I arrived, and we were in the basement of the house. The foundation was around us, not beneath us. The human mind tends to grasp at logic long before it will accept the impossible, so that was where mine went first. There was no denying the second quiver, though. We all saw the ripples in the bowl between us. "What's that?" Chloe said. But she wasn't talking about the motion we had all just felt. She wasn't even looking down at the bowl. Her frightened eyes were fixed on the back corner of the basement, near the cistern, where the shadows were thickest. Chapter 8. "What the hell?" Maddie muttered. Although I was still holding Kira's hand, our grip had been loose at best, until that moment. Her fingers tightened around mine to the point of pain. The shadows were moving. This wasn't just the flicker of the candlelight or the movement of dust or smoke from the incense, but instead a churning, as if the air had grown thick and stirred like dark fog trapped in the harbor, searching for a way out. It started at the ground, in the dirt. There was no denying that. But it moved up the walls and over the rafters like endlessly long fingers exploring a world without sight, only touch. The rumble of the house returned, but became this steady thing, less like thunder and more like a large engine revving from idle to red line and back again, deep within the earth below us. A deep, throaty growl. Kira pressed against me as the things crawling the walls drew closer. "We need to keep going," Alicia said, her voice somehow still steady. "Tributes come next." She removed a ring from her right hand and studied it for a moment. Silver with a red ruby in the mount. "Rory gave me this last summer, when we were dating. He told me it belonged to his grandmother." She dropped the ring into the murky water of the bowl, then turned to Spivey. "Hurry, we only have a few moments for this to work." He produced the crumpled subpoena from his back pocket and dropped that in the bowl. The pages floated for a moment, then grew dark as they absorbed the liquid and slowly sank until only a corner remained visible. Spivey looked up at me. "We need something of your father's." His voice sounded odd to me, distant, as if he weren't a few feet across from me but on the opposite side of the room. My head felt heavy, like the weight of it had doubled and my neck was struggling to hold it up. I'd only had that one sip of whiskey, but I felt drunk, and I realized I was staring at him and all other eyes were on me. "Anything of your father's," he said in that faraway voice. "Nick Knock." I produced my father's business card. I didn't remember taking the card from my pocket or my wallet. I didn't even recall having it on me, but when I looked down at my hand, it was there between fingers that felt as detached as Spivey's voice. I dropped it into the bowl, and we all watched it sink. From her pocket, Alicia took out a small cardboard matchbook. She didn't light one, only dropped it into the bowl with the other items, where it vanished in the murk. We weren't alone anymore. When I looked back up, I saw them. I wouldn't describe them as people, not entirely. Collectively, they were more of a presence. Within the thick, churning shadows, I saw heads, shoulders, even some arms, as if a large crowd had gathered around us but was only visible in silhouette. There were whispered voices, too, because they watched us with growing interest and couldn't help but chatter amongst themselves. They surrounded us, and while the candles all still burned bright, the light seemed to move around their loosely formed bodies rather than illuminate them, as if the light itself wasn't willing to touch whatever this was. I wasn't alone in this drunk feeling. I could see it on everyone's face, the way our bodies swayed. Chloe's hand was on Alicia's knee, and she didn't seem to care who saw. Oddly, Izzy no longer looked mad. Her hand was still under Chloe's sweatshirt, gently caressing her bare skin, playing at the top of her jeans, dipping beneath the waistband. Kira's fingers twisted within mine, explored my palm, my fingertips. She moved my hand to her thigh and held it there under her own. She had done the same with Maddie's on her other thigh, and before that thought could really register, Alicia spoke again. "What you're feeling, what we're all feeling, is the emotion we generated earlier, amplified by the energy within this room. Everything buried here becoming one with us at the center. We have willingly drank of the water, and with permission, the energy within has entered us. We breathe of the air, and with permission, the energy within enters us. We sit upon the earth, and with our permission, allow it to surround us." She moved her palm over the top of the bowl, splayed her fingers out, and held it there. "But it is the fire that—" Wait, this came from Spivey. He was digging through his pockets searching for something. He withdrew a silver locket, one I knew belonged to his mother. I'd seen her wear it countless times. He also took out a worn leather keychain bearing the initials KS, his father's keychain. He dropped both these things into the bowl, where they quickly sank and vanished. Alicia eyed him. "You're sure?" He nodded. She ran her finger across the back of his hand, seemed to contemplate the meaning, then drew in a deep breath of thick basement air before returning her attention to the bowl, her hand again above it. "It is the fire that truly cleanses, devours one thing, and births another from the ash. It is fire we welcome most." The shadows around us, those things around us, leaned in close, hovered over our heads at our backs, and watched along with us as the liquid within the bowl first glowed luminescent pink, then burst into a flame of blue, purple, and white that leaped from the bowl, shot up, and licked at the rafters above. The shadows, smoke, and mist that had occupied that space didn't vanish, but instead seemed to embrace the flame, twisting through the light, curling, kneading. While I knew I should be frightened, I was not. It was beautiful. There was a hunger in the way these things touched, and I realized my own hand was caressing Kira's thigh with the same ferocity. All of us touching each other with a longing, a desire to be closer, to become one entity, not these individual parts. Groping both above and beneath clothing with abandon, all of us caressing each other in ways we would normally never dare. I was kissing Izzy again, then Chloe and Alicia. I lost track of Kira, Maddie, and Spivey, but they were there too. All of us, hungry mouths greedily searching these forbidden places without fear, tearing clothing aside in hopes of flesh. We all became a tangle of limbs. None of this made sense, yet it all made sense. At that moment, it wasn't just our bodies that intertwined, but our souls, our very essences. We became one not only with each other, but with the house, the shadows, and the forces that inhabited that basement and all around us. I don't know how long this went on, but when it was over, we were all spent. With a collective gasp, not only from us, but all those things, the flame vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving not a single scorch on the wood above. The shadows rushed in from above, dropped down, and engulfed us, and all became black as pitch and so silent I heard nothing but my own heartbeat until Alicia's whispered, exhausted voice broke the quiet. "The tributes we've offered represent those attempting to keep us apart. Each belongs to someone who wants nothing more than to silence us, harm us, or take what does not belong to them. I call on the power we've summoned to protect us, protect this place, protect what we are trying to do. Because only our success guarantees your freedom from the realm in which you currently dwell." Something else plopped into the water, and although I wouldn't understand the significance of it for several days, I later learned it was a rock taken from George Walton's property. Chapter 9. When we emerged from the basement, I realized more than 3 hours had gone by. The drunken feeling hadn't left me but only intensified, and I knew I wasn't alone in that. It lived within all of us. My head buzzed with sounds. I could hear everything from the waves crashing outside to the minute scrapes of a mouse's feet skittering through the walls somewhere in the house. We had gathered up our clothing, and Kira went up the basement steps with me, leaning against my side for support as I leaned on her. In my ear she whispered, "Take me to bed," as her lips brushed the side of my neck. Those words were more welcome than any I'd heard in weeks. The others were somewhere behind us, their voices muffled and distant, behind all those other sounds. They might have been 100 miles away. As far as I was concerned, there was only Kira and me. Together we ascended from the basement, past the photographs on the first-floor landing, beyond the second floor to the third. I hadn't been up here since our first visit. There was nothing but the small landing and the closed door of the closet Kira had attempted to claim as her own. I tried the doorknob and found it locked, as it had been that first day. Do not lock the doors. So much for our private room, I told her, trying the knob again as if something might have changed in the past 3 seconds. She tugged at my arm, pulled me toward the steep ladder-like steps behind us, and simply said, "We're going up there," before vanishing through the open hatch. I went up after her and found her standing in the tower, looking out at the dark water. Across from the door leading out to the widow's walk, a sleeping bag and several pillows were on the floor. There were a couple candles, too, but neither of us bothered to light them. Instead, Kira shed the rest of her clothing, lowered herself to the makeshift bed, and reached for me. I dropped down beside her. "I'm sorry if I..." She pressed a finger to my lips, then held my face in her palm. "No words, not about any of that, not now." With her other hand, she gripped the side of the wall, caressed the worn wainscoting. "You feel it, don't you? The house is alive. It's incredible. Just touching it, touching you." I did feel it. The energy from the basement all around us. But in that moment it was strongest where Kira held me, as if she were channeling it from the house, through her body, and passing it on to me. Every cell in my body was alive with it, and I wanted more. With her back against the wall, I made love to her, lost myself in every inch of her. And I knew, somewhere else in the house, the others were doing the same. I felt them all. We weren't separated by the walls. We were united. When Kira and I finally fell asleep, her naked body was draped over me, glistening with sweat. Both of us far too hot to consider the sleeping bag. I didn't remember drifting off, nor did I remember dreaming. The sleep that found us was as deep as the waters beyond the tower, and just as dark. Chapter 10. I awoke to the sound of a ringing phone. At some point we had opened the windows, and a steady breeze came in from the sea. The tower had taken on an icy chill, and still above the covers, my skin crawled with goose flesh. Kira wasn't there. I had no idea where she'd gone. I'd never noticed the phone in the tower before, but in all honesty, I hadn't really looked. It was mounted to the wall above my head, beige plastic with a long cord like the one down in the kitchen. Someone had written the number on a piece of tape and stuck it to the side. Although the ring sounded like actual bells rather than an electronic reproduction, the sound was muted, as if someone had opened the ancient phone and taped cloth over those bells to lessen the noise. I found myself staring up at it as the grogginess of deep sleep fell away, Spivey's rules bouncing around in my head. I wouldn't have answered if it had stopped ringing on its own, but it didn't. I let it ring 20 or 30 times, then it fell silent and began again. I suppose I could have unplugged it, but I didn't see any of the wires. These old-school house phones pulled their power from the phone line, and if I remembered correctly, that line plugged into the back of the device. I'd need a screwdriver and motivation to complete that task, and in that particular moment I had neither. I reached up with a tired hand and slapped the receiver from the base. It dropped to the ground with a thud a few inches from where my head rested on a pillow. I heard a girl's voice, crying. Gentle sobs between broken words. I should have hung up the phone at that point, or just yanked it from the wall, maybe thrown it through one of the open windows and let it sink into the waters below, but I did none of those things. Instead, I eased over to it and listened. "Please don't." More sobs. "Just let me go." I sat up with that one. I picked up the receiver and brought it to my ear. "Hello? Oh, God, please, you've got to help me." Who is this? Who is this?" "Billy," I whispered. "Billy Hassler. He's going to kill me. I know he is. He wouldn't have let me see his face otherwise. You've got to get me out of here." "Whoa, slow down. Who?" "I don't know his name. I've never seen him before. He drugged me with something, put it over my mouth, and now I'm locked in. I just woke up. I think I'm in the trunk of his car." It feels like we're moving. Can you call the police? Do you know where you are? More sobs. No. When did this happen? I'm not sure. I don't know how long I've been out. Maybe an hour? Do you know how long you've been driving? No. I was sitting up now, adrenaline coursing through my body. Is there anything in the trunk with you? Anything you can use to maybe get it open and get out? She went quiet for a moment, then, No, nothing. You've got to call the police. I had my cell phone, but I already knew I had no signal out here, and if I hung up, I'd lose her. I tried to think. We need to figure out where you are. Where did this guy take you? From the mall. Fox Run Mall. Oh, God, we stopped. He switched off the engine. I felt my heart thud. What's your name? You didn't tell me your name. Lily Dwyer. There was a scream at that point, sharp and shrill, and it didn't come from the phone. The line went dead. Lily Dwyer's voice gone. But the scream remained, and I realized it was Kira. I got to my feet. She was outside, at the far edge of the widow's walk, leaning over the rickety railing. I dropped the phone and went to the door. At first I thought it was locked, but it was just stuck. I yanked the door open, and the entire world swooned. It was the height, at least 40 feet to the ground below. I wasn't sure I could go out there. Kira, what are you doing? I said this in the calmest voice I could pull together, which wasn't very calm. Each word wavered, and the last one caught on my breath as the sharp granite rocks below seemed to reach up toward us, beckoning us closer. My voice cut off Kira's scream, though, and that was good. She stood at the far edge of the widow's walk on her toes, her back to me, her bare shoulders quivering under the brush of her hair caught in the night wind. You need to come back inside. Okay, she said softly, but she didn't move toward me. Instead, she pressed against the old railing and leaned over the other side. After I fly, I think I can. I know I can. There was a dreamlike smoothness to her voice, and I realized she must be sleepwalking. I drew a deep breath and took a tentative step out onto the walk. Just stay there. I'll come to you. The wood creaked under my weight, and I felt it buckle. Unlike the rest of the house, which had been kept in pristine condition, the boards of the widow's walk were splintered and cracked by years of exposure to New England's harsh weather. Several boards were gone entirely, and I could see right through to the ground. I gripped the railing on both sides and felt the wobble in them, as if a strong wind could take the entire thing down. I inched forward anyway as Kira stood statue-like on the opposite end. I told myself not to look down or off to the sides, focus only on her. You can fly with me, Billy. Won't that be fun? Unlike me, she wasn't holding anything. Her arms were at her sides, and she gently raised them until they were up over her head. Then she brought them back down again. I was only about 2 feet from her when she said, Spivey's grandmother used to fly from here all the time. She'd ride the wind all the way to Newcastle and back again. With that, she tumbled forward in a quiet somersault. I jumped toward her, my legs pistoned. I lunged for her with both hands, grasped at the air where she had been only a moment earlier, and felt nothing. The momentum carried me forward, and I crashed down on the narrow walkway. My left knee went right through the aged boards and caught on the truss. I managed to grip one of the railing supports, felt it twist and give as my chest impacted with the wood, knocking the breath from me as I silently screamed out Kira's name. I couldn't see where she'd landed. The tide was in, the waters were high, and there was nothing below me but swirling darkness. Billy, what are you doing out there? Hearing her voice made no sense, and that might be why I couldn't bring myself to look. When I did manage to swivel my head, I found Kira standing in the open doorway of the tower, her face ghostly white, a glass of water in her hand and my T-shirt hanging loose over her body. Billy, you all right? A shout from Benny. He was standing near a wheelbarrow and large hole a few feet from the shed containing the generator, the shovel in one hand and his fingers cupped around his mouth to help carry his words. I took all this in as I lay there, sprawled out on the widow's walk, and realized I had been the one sleepwalking, not Kira, and I had nearly walked to my own death. Chapter 11. Chief Clifford Whaley sat behind the wheel of his personal SUV and stared at the small house across the street from where he'd parked. He'd pulled the address from Laura Dubin's DMV record, driven out after his shift ended, and parked. That was nearly 2 hours ago. He had no reason to be there. He kept telling himself that, and it was the primary reason his butt hadn't left the seat. But he couldn't bring himself to leave either. His gut told him Laura Dubin was somehow involved in the disappearance of the Dwyer girl, but he had nothing to back that up. His mind was connecting dots that had no business connecting. There was zero reason to suspect this woman, yet here he was, unable to let it go. Laura Dubin appeared to be home alone. Whaley figured that much out simply by watching the lights switch on and off in the house, following the path of a single person. That meant her daughter was out somewhere, most likely out on Wood Island with the other kids. He wondered if she had told her mother where she was going or fed her some other lie. According to the files his predecessor had assembled, Laura Dubin had nearly $2 million in the bank, yet she only earned $72,737 annually as the manager of the local Costco. When Whaley dug deeper, he learned the bulk of her money came from a life insurance settlement when her husband died of a brain aneurysm 14 years earlier. A COD nearly identical to Geraldine wrote. And while that appeared to be a complete coincidence, the fact that Lockwood J. Marston, attorney at law, oversaw the dispersion of her husband's estate and signed as witness on the life insurance policy clearly was not. That Marston fellow was a very busy man, and Laura Dubin stuck in Whaley's head like a bad itch. The light downstairs in the house clicked off, and a moment later a room lit up on the second floor. The dark silhouette of a woman appeared in the window and began to undress. Whaley knew he shouldn't watch, and he didn't, not for very long. He stopped when someone knocked on his passenger window. An older man holding the business end of a leash. Whaley couldn't see the dog. He pressed the button in his armrest and rolled down the window. "Can I help you?" The man appeared startled when he saw Whaley's uniform. "Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I just saw you sitting out here for a while and figured I'd see what you were up to. Didn't realize you were a cop." He glanced up at Laura Dubin's house. "Does she do something I should know about? I run the local neighborhood watch. Me and Northup here." He reached down and pet the dog Whaley still couldn't see. Whaley gestured toward the file box sitting on his passenger seat. "I just stopped to review some material." "Huh," the man said. "With your interior light off? That can't be good for the eyes." A car door slammed, and when Whaley looked back over at Laura Dubin's house, her red Audi was backing out of the drive. "Gotta go," Whaley said. He thumbed the button for the window before the man could reply, did a quick U-turn, and followed her down Summer toward Middle. Within 5 minutes, they were on Newcastle, and 2 minutes after that, she made a left on Wallback. She pulled to the side of the street about halfway down. Whaley pulled into the Ingalls driveway and killed his lights. They weren't home, and it was the only move he had. There was no traffic. If Laura Dubin hadn't already figured out he was following her, she certainly would have if he pulled to the curb. She didn't get out of her car. Best Whaley could tell, she didn't take her foot off the brake. Her lights remained bright red. The radio clipped to Whaley's shoulder chirped, and Mundy's voice came through. "Chief, you there?" Whaley thumbed the button. "What do you need, Mundy?" "We just got a 911 call from Ralph Peck's house on Wallback. Any chance you're still close, or are you home?" Whaley felt his heart thump. Ralph Peck's house was 3 doors down, where Laura Dubin had stopped. When he looked up, her red Audi pulled away from the curb. She followed Wallback to the end and disappeared around the corner. I've got an ambulance incoming from Portsmouth. Ralph managed to dial, but he's unresponsive. The line's still open. 7/12/2010, Monday. Chapter 1. I'd be lying if I said I remembered the rest of that weekend. I remember shouting down to Benny I was okay. I remember crawling back across the widow's walk and nearly diving through the door into Kira's arms. I hit her hard enough to knock the glass of water from her hand and hugged her for nearly a minute before I found myself able to back off. I also remember seeing the old telephone receiver on the floor next to our sleeping bag. Kira picked it up and placed it back on the base as I recounted my dream. More of a nightmare, with stunning clarity, wondering just how much I had imagined, because that phone didn't fall to the ground by itself. At some point, I'd written the number from the phone on my arm with black marker. I didn't remember doing that. I scrubbed it off, but not before those numbers etched permanently in my memory. I know we all talked about the 2 bodies mentioned in the news article I'd found in my dad's office. I know we talked about Lily Dwyer. And I know we went back down to that basement several times, but the specifics escaped me. It wasn't because we were drinking. We drank nothing but water for the rest of the weekend. The memories were just cloudy, and that started the moment I helped Kira down into the Merv and motored us away from the island and back to Newcastle. It was as if the memories decided to hang back, stay out there on the small island, and they dropped from my mind one by one as the distance increased. By the time I tied us off at the dock behind Piscataqua Cafe and the 2 of us got in my car, my only thoughts were of getting Kira home and what my parents would do to me when I walked back into ours. I hadn't seen them for 3 days. I was sure they'd found the note I'd left on my dad's desk, and I was due in court in less than an hour. My mother wasn't home when I finally got there. She'd left for work. My dad was, though. I found him standing in the living room. "Ralph Peck passed away last night," he said, buttoning the cuffs of his shirt. "Heart attack. Complained to Jolene Peterson just yesterday about chest pain." I hadn't seen Peck since Geraldine Rote's funeral a few weeks ago. He seemed fine then, not that that meant anything. "I put a suit out for you. Get showered and changed. We don't want to be late," my father instructed. "We'll talk in the car." Chapter 2. After 3 attempts, I managed to get a respectable knot in my tie, but I left the jacket on my bed. After the funeral, my regular suit had gone to the dry cleaners. I hadn't worn this one in nearly a year, and it was a little tight on me. I expected my dad to say something else about Ralph Peck when I climbed into his BMW, but he didn't. He only gave me a quick glance before pulling out of our driveway and heading toward Portsmouth. We were halfway across the bridge to the mainland when he finally spoke. "I saw your note. Things have escalated far faster than I thought they would." I wasn't sure what to make of that. Is that supposed to be some kind of apology? He looked at me, his mouth opened slightly. Then he seemed to reconsider whatever it was he planned to say and went back to watching the road for nearly another minute before continuing. "What do you know about Spivey's attorney? This guy Marston?" No apology, then. Nothing. Why would I tell him anything? My father licked his lips, and his grip on the wheel tightened. "I think you misunderstand. I'm not looking for dirt on the man. I'm asking you what you know about him." I wasn't sure what he meant by that, so I didn't say anything. Instead, I looked out the window at the harbor, at the various boats bobbing around. The abandoned Portsmouth Naval Prison off in the distance, like an old castle casting a wide shadow down over the water. A looming, quiet presence. At that moment, I wanted to be anywhere but in the car with my father. "I had him checked out." "I'm sure you did," I mumbled back. His grip on the wheel tightened. He drew in a deep breath before going on. "I'm not trying to pick a fight with you, I just want to talk. Do you think we can do that? Without the snide remarks, I get that you're caught in the middle of all this. I'm not going to tell you I understand how difficult that probably is, because I don't, and I'm not trying to placate you. He slowed the car and let several people cross the street, then went on. Your involvement in this has been fairly one-sided. That skewed your perception. You're smart enough to understand there is more to it than that. I'm only asking you to hear me out. When I didn't say anything, he went on. That firm of his dates back to the 1800s, one of the first law practices in Massachusetts. It's a family business, no outside partners. Only various Marstons at the helm. Theodore, Benjamin, Huxley, Amos, Chester, Clarence, Bernard, and the latest, Lockwood J. The J stands for Jonas, in case you were wondering. I wasn't. They don't advertise, my father continued. No signage on the office. He works out of an old brownstone off Beacon. Offices on the ground floor and a residence taking up the second and third. No employees, not even a secretary. Just a one-man shop. He bills himself as an expert in estate and financial matters. The building has never changed hands. Not a single real estate sale or filing. Taxes are paid through a shell corporation. It's valued at around $6 million. Property taxes are around $60,000. Here's the thing. He doesn't seem to have any clients other than Spivey's grandmother. It's a sizable estate. I'm guessing Spivey has filled you in on all that by now. But still, tough to cover a nut that size off a single client. Seems a Marston has been representing the owner of Wood Island all the way back to the beginning. The note, where Lester wrote bought it for $1, the witness was Huxley Marston. I'm not sure why any of that matters. Have you met him? I hadn't, not really. The closest I got was at the funeral. An exchanged look, but I'd never spoken to him. None of that was my dad's business, so I said nothing. There's something off about that man. You don't like him, so I shouldn't either, is that it? I was getting angry. I didn't want to, but it seemed like every word he said was an attempt at manipulating me. I wasn't sure he even cared how I really felt about all this. I was just a piece on the chessboard he wanted to get in position for some move he was planning down the line. I didn't realize how tight I'd been holding the armrest until I looked down at my hand and realized my fingertips were white. I let go and tucked my hand under my leg. He slowed for the stop sign at Marcy and made a right, choosing his next words carefully. You saw the story, right? The one about the 2 bodies found out on Wood Island back in the 70s? You know I did. He paused for a second, and I realized I wasn't the only one attempting to keep my emotions in check. Beyond that news clipping, there's no record of that case. I had Mundy check the Newcastle PD files. They don't have anything. There's nothing in Kittery either. Didn't the story say the feds took over the investigation? He nodded. It did say that, so we filed a FOIA, Freedom of Information Act request. And guess what they turned up? Zilch. Not even a case number. Nothing with the Coast Guard either. Nobody knows who those bodies were or where they went after they were found. I suppose you're going to tell me Marston covered it up? He went quiet for a moment, then nodded toward the glove box. There's an envelope in there. Get it out. There's something I want you to see. I opened the glove box and found the envelope. Inside, there was another printout of the news story and several black and white photographs. My dad said, I got those from the Portsmouth Herald. They had a photographer on scene with their reporter, but when they ran the story, they only went with text. I guess they figured none of those were worth printing. There were 3 photographs in total. The first was a wide shot, probably taken from a boat because it captured most of the island. It didn't look much different. It actually didn't look any different. Annabelle was visible in the corner, tied off on the dock. A woman, most likely Geraldine Rote, was standing on the small porch, watching them approach. There were several other boats, too. 6 people were clustered together on the southern tip. The second photograph was a skull and part of an arm, both partially uncovered. The third photograph was of the men standing around the remains. 3 of them were uniformed police officers. Another wore overalls, and the last 2 were in suits. The man on the left there is Peter Cully, with the Attorney General's office out of Maine. I wasn't looking at the man on the left. I was looking at the man standing next to him wearing a long black trench coat, hat, and resting one hand on a cane as he spoke to the first man. I'd only seen Marston that one time, at the funeral, from a distance, but it was obvious this man was related. He was a dead ringer. My private investigator thinks that's Clarence Marston, my dad explained. That would make him the grandfather of Spivey's attorney. If it's not Clarence, it's Chester, his great-grandfather. Either way, someone from Marston's camp was out there and this story vanished. So to answer your question, you've made me out to be the bad guy here, me and Spivey's parents. Believe what you want about us, but make sure you consider all the facts. The Marston clan has been leeching off that island for a very long time, and with Spivey being the only client of that particular firm, how far do you think the illustrious Lockwood Jonas Marston Esquire will go to protect his own interests? He pulled into a space in front of the courthouse, switched off the motor, and got out of the car without another word. I sat there and studied the photographs for about another minute before reaching for the envelope which had fallen to the floor. If not for that, I may not have seen it, and to this day I wish I hadn't, but I did. On the floor, partially hidden under the seat, was a single strand of bright pink hair, the same color as Lily Dwyer's. Chapter 3. "Are you all right, son? You're sweating." The question came from Chief Whaley, who was standing on the steps out front, watching me hobble toward the courthouse after my father, who was already inside. My heart was beating like a fist, and a buzz had filled my head like I'd stuffed it in a wasp nest. "You look like you're going to pass out." Whaley placed a hand on my shoulder to steady me, and I leaned against a mailbox on the sidewalk, trying my damnedest to not look back at my father's car while the chief of police was standing next to me. I'm just nervous. I shouldn't have lied. Lying was stupid. But I did, and the moment those words came out of my mouth, there was no going back. I had to double down. "I didn't get much sleep. I don't want to be here." He squeezed my shoulder. "Well, that makes 2 of us, but I can tell you from experience, it will be over before you know it. The waiting is far worse than the doing. Let's get inside. The others are already here." He turned me around and guided me up the steps. I let him, because even walking into the flaming pits of hell seemed like a better option than thinking about that strand of hair. I expected a courtroom, but instead he led me to a large conference room off the lobby. Spivey's parents were both sitting on the far side, and they watched me enter. My father had settled on Pam's left. An older man I didn't recognize sat on Keith's right. Most likely that was their attorney, Donald Murdoch. He had that look about him. Gold cufflinks, light blue dress shirt with a white collar and a matching dark tie. The man who had to be Judge Schultz was at the head of the table with a court reporter at his side. Sitting closest to the door, his back to me, was Marston. Spivey wasn't there. Whaley pulled out the chair next to Marston for me, across from my father, and I wanted to sit anywhere but there, but fell into it anyway. I think I was still in shock. Whaley sat beside me. He reached for a pitcher of water in the center of the table and filled glasses for both me and him, then offered some to my dad and Spivey's parents, but they declined. I hadn't seen Spivey's mother up close for at least a month. She'd lost weight, and her face might as well have been painted white. She was so pale. She was trembling, fidgeting, and when Keith tried to reach for her hand, she shied away from him and placed both in her lap under the table. Marston cupped his hand over my ear. "At David's request, I'll be representing you in this matter." His breath was warm and smelled heavily of peppermint, that sweet scent hiding something filthy beneath. A quiet voice in the back of my head spoke up, told me if something were rotting from the inside, it would smell a lot like that. If I were to dig up the things in Spivey's newfound basement, they would smell a lot like that. I wanted to pull away, but couldn't bring myself to move as he continued. "If you're unsure how to answer something, just pause and I'll weigh in. Aside from that, just be truthful. Nothing less. Understood?" His voice was thick with a New England accent, deep with a slight drawl to it. I bobbed my head. The judge cleared his throat. "If everyone is ready, I suggest we get started." He turned to Marston. "Will David Spivey be joining us?" "No, sir. He has waived his right to appear in person. As counsel, I will answer any questions you may have on his behalf." Murdoch let out a sigh. "This is highly irregular, Your Honor. Mr. Spivey was subpoenaed." "And your subpoena was authorized by a New Hampshire court. Mr. Spivey is no longer a resident of New Hampshire. His domicile is in Maine. His residence is debatable. He was served at his parents' home. He is still a minor, is he not?" Marston looked at the judge. "He wasn't served at all. The subpoena was delivered to his parents' home, handed to his father, not to him." "Because he hasn't set foot off that island," Murdoch shot back. "Do you expect someone to paddle out there to place it in his palm?" Marston shrugged. "How you serve your subpoenas is totally up to you. I'm only concerned with your failure to properly serve, as is the case here. A copy was delivered to your office, and that much is appreciated, but that doesn't equate delivery. Under case number—" "Enough," the judge cut him off. "Let's not waste time with technicalities today." He looked over at Murdoch. "He's not here, so ask your questions of his representative. If you feel the responses you receive are not adequate, I suggest you properly subpoena your witnesses the next time we get together." The next time? I didn't want to do this again, ever. Judge Schultz took a drink of water and cleared his throat. "This is just a deposition, and I'd prefer to keep things light. Think of it as a conversation on the record. I think we can all agree our goal is to find a solution that is in the best interest of David Spivey, so bickering and infighting won't get us anywhere. As I understand it, we have a ticking clock due to health concerns. Arguing and delays will only complicate matters. If we need to go that route, we always can. But today, let's try and see past our differences and possibly come to an expedited solution." Spivey's parents both nodded at this. My father was looking at me. The judge took out a notepad and ran his finger over the first page, then turned to Murdoch. "Why don't you kick us off?" Murdoch nodded, thumbed through the stack of pages he'd removed from his briefcase, and tapped the corner of the topmost sheet. "This is a copy of David Spivey's most recent blood work. His parents have authorized me to share it with you. His doctor was kind enough to review it with me and is available by phone should we need him. But the truth is, the report speaks for itself. Abnormalities are bolded and readily apparent. His lymphocyte count in his blood is highly elevated and red blood cell count dangerously low. Both his liver and spleen are enlarged and on the verge of failure. His doctor said these are all signs of late stage 3, early stage 4 leukemia. It's still within an acceptable range for treatment, but he's well beyond where they'd like him to be. To put this in perspective, treatment usually begins at stage 2. He studied the faces at the table. This blood draw was over a month ago. His current condition is unknown, but I've been told there is a high probability he is now stage 4 and quickly approaching the point of no return, if he hasn't already exceeded it. I didn't understand half of what he'd just said, but I did know Spivey had never gone beyond stage 2 before starting treatment in the past. He told me he wasn't that far along this time. He lied. Still, he didn't seem that sick to me. Aside from a couple of blotches on his skin, he didn't seem sick at all. The last time this happened, he'd been horribly fatigued, barely got out of bed, didn't want to eat. I hadn't seen any of that, and if this was all true, wouldn't I? "Mr. Hasler, is there something you'd like to say?" My head snapped up at the mention of my name by the judge. Everyone was looking at me. I'd been mumbling aloud. He just doesn't seem that sick to me. He seems fine. Spivey's mother said, "He left all his medication behind. He's not taking anything and hasn't for at least 2 weeks. She glared at me. "How can he be fine?" "He's fine because he's receiving treatment," Marston told everyone. "His illness hasn't progressed. In fact, it's improved." Keith's leathery forehead creased. "What kind of treatment?" "My client has not authorized me to discuss that. I can only tell you he's responded positively, and all signs are encouraging." "Your client," Keith shot back, "is our son, a minor, and we haven't authorized any treatment. What are you giving him?" "My client," Marston replied, "has completed all the necessary paperwork for emancipation. I have that with me today, and I've been instructed to file it should you continue to push this matter. His 18th birthday is only about 2 weeks away, so it seems like an unnecessary hassle. But if you'd like me to burden the cart with it, I will." "But he is receiving treatment for his illness?" the judge asked, ignoring the rest. "He is. Like I said, I'm not permitted to provide specifics, but he is doing very well." Pam's eyes were red and moist. "What are you doing to our boy? Is this my mother's doing? That goddamn place?" Marston rested both hands on the table and sighed. "Like I said, I'm not authorized." Spivey's mother lunged at him. "You can't have him. I told her that." I'd never seen her move so fast. Her chair cracked against the wall behind her. Her knee caught the edge of the table, spilling the waters. She would have gone up and over if Keith hadn't grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back. The judge and court reporter were both on their feet, my father and the Spivey's attorney, too. Marston hadn't moved, and I was frozen. I don't think I could have gotten up if I had to. Keith wrestled her back into her seat and held her there, whispering into her ear, his face buried in her hair. Pam looked over at Marston, a pleading look in her eyes. "He was only out there the one time. He was just a baby. I didn't know. It was my fault. I didn't know." Her hand reached out for him, but she came up short. "Take me instead. It was my fault. Just take me." Through all this, Marston didn't move. He didn't say anything. He only watched her. The judge's face was nearly as red as Pam's. "Mr. Murdoch, if you can't control your client, I'll end this right now." There was a knock on the door, and when it opened, Deputy Sandy Lomax stuck her head in and took a quick look around the room before crossing over to Whaley, who had remained oddly quiet through all this. She knelt at his side and handed him a small slip of paper. Whaley unfolded it, read the message, and looked my father dead in the eyes. "Ted, where were you last Friday?" Chapter 4. My father frowned. "Last Friday? Why?" "It's a simple question," Whaley replied. "Last Friday, between the hours of 3 to 10. Judge Schultz seemed to be at the end of his patience. "Is this related to today's proceedings, Chief?" Whaley's eyes didn't leave my father. "I need an answer, Ted." My father seemed to consider this for a moment, then told him, "My office until 2. Out visiting properties from 2 until a little before 5, then home." Were any of those properties near Fox Run Mall? Shit. The mall? His frown deepened. No, why? Gentlemen, Judge Schultz cut in. Whatever this is, you either need to take it outside or wait for these proceedings to conclude. There is a time and place, and this is neither. Marston cleared his throat. Your Honor, if I may? Schultz nodded. Please, Marston said. While I can appreciate the concerns expressed by my client's parents, he is receiving care that far exceeds their means and the treatments received throughout his childhood. For all intents and purposes, he is an adult and capable of making his own decisions regarding his personal well-being. Interference at this point might actually jeopardize the care he's receiving, endanger his health rather than aid in his recovery. I don't think anyone at this table wants to do that. He reached into his suit jacket and took out a folded sheet of paper. He set it in front of the judge. That is a copy of Mr. Spivey's most recent blood work, a sample taken just yesterday. While he doesn't wish to share it with his parents, he did authorize me to provide a copy to the court. Judge Schultz unfolded the paper and studied the results. He then compared it to the report provided by Murdoch. After about half a minute, he refolded the document and passed it over to the court reporter before resting his hands on the table and facing Spivey's parents. I understand your need to protect your child. I have 3 boys of my own. But there comes a time when they are no longer ours to protect. Your son appears to be receiving adequate care. His mental capacity to care for himself has not been brought into question, and with legal adulthood so close, my hands are tied. I'm afraid he has left the nest, and as parents, you need to come to terms with that. You will witness him make many decisions in the years to come, both bad and good, but from this point forward, they are all his own to make. This wasn't what I expected. Whaley had said the judge was a golfing buddy of my dad's. I figured he'd side with Spivey's attorney and roll right over anything Marston put out there. Instead, he appeared to be handling this objectively. None of them seemed too happy about that. Pam's face was buried in Keith's shoulder, and she was crying deep sobs muffled by his shirt. His hand was wrapped around the back of her head, holding her close. Murdoch looked uncomfortably at the two of them, then told the judge, Your Honor, we'd like to have the boy evaluated for potential diminished capacity. I think it's important we determine if he's capable of making these decisions. He took a stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them on the table. These are signed affidavits from a number of individuals who have been out on that island and witnessed Mr. Spivey drinking excessively and taking drugs. Both of those activities are counterproductive to any treatment he may be receiving and demonstrate he may not be of sound mind. A look passed between them. The judge pulled the documents closer and leafed through them. He frowned at me. Billy, have you witnessed this activity? That's when I understood. My father, Murdoch, the judge. They all knew Marston would win on Spivey's legal right to make his own decisions based on his age, so they let him. They gave him that win because they knew they had something better. I paused, expecting Marston to object, but when he did nothing, I told the judge, A little drinking, but no drugs. Not in your presence, Murdoch chimed in. Not at all. You can't possibly know that. You haven't been out there 24/7. The judge eyed me for a moment, then turned to Whaley. Chief? Whaley hadn't taken his eyes off my father, and my dad was still staring back at him. He told the judge, We responded to an incident out there 10 days ago. There appeared to be a party going on. If David Spivey was drinking, I didn't see it. Murdoch jumped on that. Do children readily show you their alcohol or illegal substances when you appear at these functions? Whaley shook his head. They do not, no. Judge Schultz reached for his pen and rolled it between his fingers. then nodded softly before turning to Marston. I'm going to issue an order for an evaluation of Mr. Spivey by a court-approved professional. You're welcome to have a secondary evaluation conducted by a doctor of your choosing should you feel that one is necessary. Your client will have 30 days to comply. At that point, we will reconvene. He'll be over 18. The words came out of me before I could stop them. The judge said, if it's determined he's not of sound mind, his age will no longer be a relevant factor. If any of this bothered Marston, he didn't show it. Have your professional contact my office, and we'll arrange transportation to the island. I'll most likely bring in Harold Springton. His office is here in Portsmouth, the judge replied. Why can't your client go there? He shouldn't have to. This is an inconvenience, and considering he is recovering from a very debilitating ailment, I don't believe anyone should require him to travel, particularly a court that technically isn't within the state my client domiciles. Although this last bit wasn't technically a threat, everyone around that table caught the message. If the judge pushed, Marston would push back and force Spivey's parents to take all of this to a court in Maine. That probably meant starting over and certainly meant more time. I caught a hint of anger in the judge's eye, but he knew a losing fight when he heard one. That's a valid point, Mr. Marston. I imagine Harold will enjoy the boat ride. I'll ask him to get in touch. He looked around the faces at the table. Pam was still crying. Keith looked like he wanted to throttle Marston, and my father and Whaley were still locked in some kind of staring contest. Judge Schultz said, All right, with that we are adjourned. A copy of the transcript will be made available to both parties. I expected him to produce a wooden mallet and hit the table like they do in the movies, but instead he leaned over and spoke softly to the court reporter. Deputy Lomax was standing between Whaley's chair and the door we'd entered through, and when my father rose from his seat, Whaley said, Let's talk outside, Ted. Chapter 5. When I started to get up, I felt Marston's hand on my shoulder. In a low rasp, he said, You served your friend well, Mr. Hassler. Served? From across the table, Pam said desperately, You need to get him out of there, Billy. He'll listen to you. You don't understand the... Marston raised a bony finger, and that was enough to silence her. The rules, Pam. Be mindful of the rules. He might as well have spoken it aloud. And although he hadn't, I knew if he had, she would have understood exactly what that odd statement meant. It was all over her face. Not only did she understand, but it was something she had understood for a very long time. Her eyes met mine for a brief second before Keith stepped between us and helped her from the chair. He was whispering to her again as he guided her toward the door. Pam shook her head defiantly. She might have been 100 years old, she looked so frail. Marston followed out behind them, and that only seemed to quicken their pace. Whaley said, Judge, a quick word. Schultz nodded and rose. He gestured toward a small anteroom off the conference space. The two of them disappeared inside for a moment. My father took the opportunity to gather his things and start for the door, but Deputy Lomax blocked his path. You'll need to hang back a minute, Mr. Hassler. My father was about to argue when Whaley returned holding a sheet of paper. Ted, this is a warrant to search your car. Authorized by this court. Search my car? For what? Whaley glanced over at me and seemed to weigh whether or not he wanted to have this conversation with me in the room. When he realized I wasn't going anywhere, he turned back to my dad. We received a tip that places you at Fox Run Mall on Friday. A witness came forward and said she saw Lily Dwyer get into your vehicle and leave with you. This only seemed to confuse my father more. Who's Lily Dwyer? A missing person. Teenage girl. The one on the news? Whaley nodded. It took a moment for all this to register. Then my dad looked over at Murdoch, who had been packing up his things, preparing to leave. Donald, can you do something here?" Murdoch pursed his lips, studied my dad for a moment. This was more than he'd signed up for today, but he had history with my father and couldn't just walk away. He reached for the paper in Whaley's hand. "May I see that?" Whaley handed him the warrant. Murdoch scanned the text, then looked off in the direction Schultz had disappeared before turning back to my dad. "It's signed by the judge. There's nothing I can do, Ted. You need to give them access to your car." My father's face grew red. "And if I don't?" "Then you'll be held in contempt," Whaley told him. "I'll tow the car back to our lot and have it searched anyway. Let us look now, and you can be on your way as soon as we're done. If you didn't do anything, you've got nothing to hide, right?" "This is bullshit," my father replied. "Who gave you that tip?" "It was anonymous. They didn't leave a name." "Of course not," he shot back. "Why would they?" He pointed at the door. "This is Marston. You get that, right? That asshole is trying to intimidate me, get me to back down. Well, I won't. None of us will." From the look on his face, it was clear Chief Whaley had spent a career listening to people feed him excuses and try to reason their way out of whatever brought him into their lives. And while he let my father speak, nothing he could say would alter what was about to happen. "Is your car locked, Ted?" My dad only glared at him. "Are we doing this the easy way or the hard way?" "Fuck you, Cliff. Fuck all of you." He gave Murdoch another frustrated glance, then fished the keys from his pocket and threw them to Whaley. "Just be quick about it. I've got an appointment in less than an hour." Whaley was quick. It only took him about 2 minutes to find the hair. Chapter 6. "Your dad?" Kira's voice was thin over the phone. She sounded so far away. "Are you serious?" I was standing in the parking lot behind Town Hall, my back to the police station. The midday July sun beat down on me, and the blacktop had an odd haze to it. I didn't care that I was sweating. I had to get out of that building. Henry's Market was right across the street, bustling with tourists. You can't tell anyone, not... I cut myself off as a woman power-walked by me down the sidewalk in the general direction of the beach. When she was gone, I finished. Not a soul. Kira went quiet for a moment. "Do you think your dad... Oh, wow. Could he?" "No way. My dad may be a lot of things, but some kind of kidnapper? Not a chance." I had told myself this over and over again, and each time I said it, the words seemed to hold less weight. As I repeated it to Kira, I wasn't sure just who I was trying to convince. Her or me. Probably both. "This isn't kidnapping, Billy. Not anymore. That girl's been missing for 10 days. Teenage girls don't go missing for 10 days. She either ran away or she's dead." Kira didn't say it out loud and didn't have to. Even the tone in the press had shifted in that direction. Talk of rescue had gone to recovery, and a singular thought had wormed into every adult's mind. Keep your daughters close, because whoever did this was still out there. There'd been several vigils. The mall's south entrance was covered in so many photographs, signs, and stuffed animals, the police had to rope off the makeshift memorial before it spilled into the parking lot. "Does your mom know?" I glanced back over my shoulder at the police station. "She's inside with Dad and that attorney, Murdoch." "Billy, how did her hair get in your father's car?" "We don't know it's her hair," I shot back. I didn't mean for these words to come out as defensively as they did, but it was hard to hold back the frustration. My dad's in real estate. He's constantly shuttling people around in his car. Some random hair could have come from anyone. "Some random pink hair?" she said softly. "Do a lot of your dad's clients have pink hair?" I kicked at a chunk of loose gravel. "Do you think your dad would cheat on your mom?" I opened my mouth to say no, then shut it, because I didn't know. I'd spent the last few hours thinking about that one, too. He was barely home. And when he was, I rarely saw anything that would be considered affection pass between my parents. It wasn't that they didn't love each other. I knew they did, but they lived very separate lives. When my dad was home, he spent most of his time in his office, and my mom was constantly grading papers for her students. Even when they watched television together, they might be in the same room, but their heads were somewhere else. They rarely fought, so there was that. It didn't mean he wasn't cheating. If he was cheating, would he cheat with a high school girl? Lily Dwyer was only 15. That was statutory rape. That could land him in jail. If he got caught. If she told. If he let her tell. I tried to force those thoughts away, too. I remembered what I'd dreamed Lily saying. He's going to kill me. I know he is. He wouldn't have let me see his face otherwise. You've got to get me out of here. I don't know his name. I've never seen him before. He drugged me with something, put it over my mouth. And now I'm locked in. I just woke up. I think I'm in the trunk of his car. It feels like we're moving. Can you call the police? She didn't know her attacker. Her attacker had put her in the trunk of his car, not the front seat. But that had been a dream. Fiction. Bullshit. I was seriously attempting to use a dream to create some kind of alibi for my dad because I had nothing else. At the courthouse, my dad tried to blame Marston, said he planted it. You don't believe that, do you? I mean, why would he? How could he possibly know her? How would my dad know her? There was another explanation, one neither of us had spoken of aloud. Alicia's curse. Although the events in Spivey's basement were fuzzy, I remembered that much. Along with everything else, my father's business card had gone into that bowl of hers. A few weeks ago, I would have laughed that off. But I remembered snippets of what came after. And let's just say my beliefs had gotten muddy lately. My phone vibrated with an incoming text. My mother. Where did you go? Get back in here. Shit, I gotta go, I told Kira. Where are you? Can I see you when I get out of here? We need to talk. In person, not on the phone. At this, she went quiet, then said, I'm with Alicia. I wanted to believe her, so why didn't I? Another text. Now, Billy. I'll text you when I get out, I told her. I love you. You too, Billy, she said before disconnecting. What the hell did that mean? You too. Chapter 7. The Newcastle police station wasn't very large. The lobby was little more than a hallway. A couple of chairs with a table between them on the right, and a glass window on the left separating the duty officer's desk from whoever came inside. Deputy Lomax was standing at the far end of the room holding a door marked Authorized Personnel Only, waiting on me. Come on, I'll take you back. She led me by several cramped offices, past some steps leading upstairs to a closed door. She knocked twice, then opened it. My father was sitting at a small table, Murdoch on his right, my mother across from him. Her eyes were red and puffy. It was clear she'd been crying. When she saw me, she got up and wiped her cheeks. I have to get back to the university. I want you at the house when I get home later. Enough of this running around doing whatever. You're grounded. Me? What did I do? She opened her mouth ready to answer, but Murdoch cut her off with a look and a slight shake of his head. She eyed him for a moment, then turned back on me. Home. No excuses. Deputy Lomax stepped aside and let her out. My mom might have trampled her if she hadn't. She shuffled quickly down the hallway, her heels clicking on the tile. Murdoch gestured toward the seat she'd vacated, waited for me to sit, then told Lomax, Can you get the chief? Lomax nodded and disappeared down the hall, leaving the door open. I looked at my father's hands. Part of me expected them to be in handcuffs, but they weren't. No orange jumpsuit either. Although he'd loosened his tie, he was still wearing his suit. He'd been drinking a cup of coffee. The paper cup was empty now, sitting in front of him. If he was the least bit worried, he didn't show it. Murdoch looked at his watch. "I'm supposed to be in court in an hour." "You're not going anywhere," my father told him. "Not until we get this squared away." Murdoch lowered his voice. "I specialize in family law, Ted. You need a criminal attorney." My dad's eyes narrowed. "You worked in the DA's office for 6 years before making the move to family law. Don't think for a second you can weasel out of this. You're here, you're staying. You and your firm collect a hefty retainer from my office. We can talk about bringing in someone more qualified if that becomes necessary, but for now, I expect you to do your damn job and protect your client." I leaned forward. "Dad, Shut up," he growled. "I don't want to hear another word out of you." He'd never spoken to me like that before. The words stung like a slap to my face, and I fell back in the chair. Chief Whaley appeared at the door, eyed all of us, then stepped inside the small room, pulling the door shut behind them. Rather than sit next to me, he moved the empty chair to the head of the table. The room wasn't air-conditioned. There were no windows, and it was hot. Murdoch was sweating, and so was I. Not Whaley, though, and not my dad. It was like both men possessed a will strong enough to turn off that particular bodily function. Whaley rolled his fingers across the edge of the table, drummed them several times, then looked at me. I did not expect what he said next. "Billy, did you plant that hair in your father's car?" My heart thumped. One solid beat against my ribs. My stomach seized up like someone stuck their hand down my throat and balled the lining in a fist. I expected Murdoch to object, and when he didn't, I looked over at my father, who was watching me with the same cold stare he'd had back at the courthouse. All three of them waiting for me to answer. What my dad said next didn't make me feel any better. "Tell him the truth, Billy." He looked me directly in the eyes as he said it. The words flippant, almost dismissive, as if he'd outright caught me in a blatant lie and he was allowing me the opportunity to come clean so I could clear my conscience and he could move on with his day. "Of course not," I fired back. "Why would I? Where would I get her hair? I don't even know her." "You've never met Lily Dwyer?" Whaley asked. "Not once?" "No. I told you that when you came out to the island the other night. This is crazy. Why would I—" Whaley raised both his hands above the table. "Calm down, Billy. We're just having a conversation here. No need to raise your voice." No need to raise my voice. My father was accusing me of framing him for abducting and possibly killing someone, and there was no need to raise my voice? Fuck that. "You were in your father's car this morning." Murdoch jumped in, making it clear whose side he was on. "And that hair magically appeared. How do you think it got there?" "I have no idea. I saw it when we got to the courthouse, and When you got to the courthouse?" Murdoch interrupted. "So you knew it was there before today's proceedings even started?" "Yeah, but not because I put it there." "Did you put it there?" my father asked. I glared at him. "No." All three were staring at me. Murdoch went on. "Your dad's business interests with regard to the Spivey's property don't align with your own. Nobody would fault you if this were some kind of retaliation. We just want the truth." "The Spivey's property? That island isn't the Spivey's property, it's David Spivey's property. Maybe if you all stopped making grabs at it, none of this would be happening." Murdoch sat back, a smug look on his face. He told Whaley, "The boy is obviously harboring ill will toward this entire situation. What makes more sense? An upstanding member of the community abducted a young girl and transported her in his own car, the front seat for that matter, or this boy, who had obvious access, planted a hair in an attempt to derail his father's activities?" "I have never met Lily Dwyer," I said for what felt like the millionth time. "I didn't even know her name up until a few weeks ago. How exactly did I have access?" "She was at the mall with your girlfriend, wasn't she?" Not only Kira, but several of the other people who have been spending time out there on the Spivey's property, if I have my facts straight. You and your friends clearly had access, and your anger toward your father and this situation gives you motive. The blood left my face. I looked at my dad, and while he met my eyes again, he said nothing to defend me. Whaley cleared his throat, interrupting before Murdoch could take this further. I'd like to speak to you without your father present. Are you willing to do that? Murdoch snapped into defense. You're not speaking to the boy without an attorney present. You're not my attorney, I told him. Murdoch opened his mouth to object to that, but Whaley cut him off. He looked back at me. If you'd like an attorney present, someone else, I can have someone brought in. I looked back over at my dad and Murdoch. I just want both of them out of here. My father eyed Whaley. You speak to him without an attorney present, and it won't be admissible. I'll see to that. Regardless of how this shakes out, he's still a minor. I'm only looking for answers right now. Looking for a missing girl. As far as I'm concerned, we'll sort the rest of this dirt out in the wash. He tilted his head back and called over his shoulder. Sandy, you still out there? The door opened and Deputy Lomax stuck her head in. Yes, Chief? Take Ted Hasler here and place him in one of our holding cells. Murdoch held his arm out across the table, between my father and Whaley. You're holding him? On what charge? No charge, not yet, he replied. I can keep him for 48 hours, you know that. The hair is on its way to the lab in Boston. Once we determine if it came from Lily Dwyer, we can discuss next steps. Until then, he can sit tight right here. A judge would grant bail. He's not a flight risk. You know that. No, I don't, actually. And in order for a judge to grant bail, I need to charge him. We need to hold an arraignment. That's a lot of public records, a lot of people talking. Press. You want to go that route, we can. I just assumed you'd prefer to keep this quiet for now. We should have a blood type by the end of the day, a few hours at most. If it turns out the hair is not a match, Ted walks out and nobody's the wiser. Your call. I'm fine either way. How about an ankle bracelet? Monitor him that way. Whaley shook his head. This isn't a negotiation. My dad leaned closer to Murdoch and whispered something into his ear. You sure? Murdoch frowned. As long as I can keep my phone, I've got a business to run. I'm okay with that, Whaley told him. Sandy? Deputy Lomax gestured toward the hallway. This way, Mr. Hasler. My father stood, smoothing the creases in his pants, and paused at the door only long enough to tell me, Give him the truth, Billy. We can get past this if you're honest. I'll forgive you. Then he was gone. Murdoch, too. When the door closed, Whaley produced the envelope containing the photographs from my dad's car and set it in the center of the table. Spun it with his finger several times. What he said next, though, had nothing to do with the old pictures of Marston or the bodies found on Wood Island or my father. Did Kira and her friends hurt Lily Dwyer? Chapter 8. Kira? Yeah, Kira, Whaley replied. Look, I don't think you did this, and I don't think your father did either. He may be a lot of things, but he's not the sort to step out on his family with teenage girls, consensual or otherwise. None of that feels right, and I've been doing this long enough to understand when my gut says it doesn't feel right, it's probably not. I think something happened at the mall, something involving all those girls, and all the rest of this is smoke and mirrors. Well, Kira would never hurt anyone either. The chief studied me, scratched his nose, then pulled a folded piece of paper from his breast pocket. He smoothed it out on the table. It was a color printout from a computer, an image with a timestamp in the bottom right corner. His thick index finger landed on the page, pointing at a girl with bright pink hair wearing round John Lennon sunglasses. That's Lily Dwyer. One of the last shots we have of her exiting the mall. He turned the page so I could see it right side up. I recognized the south entrance. Considering how often it had appeared on the news and in the papers lately, it would be impossible not to. But this wasn't the picture they were running in the press. Whaley knew what I was thinking, so he explained. The image they're running on television was taken after this one. They're both from the same camera footage, just about 20 seconds apart. I can barely make her out, I replied. Yeah, she's further from the camera and the quality isn't that good to begin with. You can't make out much of her face, but it's her. Clothing is a clear match to the other images we have of her. I'm more concerned with this. His finger moved to the top right corner of the image and pointed at something else. His palm had been covering it up, so I hadn't seen it. I hadn't seen her. My heart thumped. That is Kira, right? I was smart enough to understand he already knew the answer. I was pretty sure his palm hadn't rested over that portion of the image by accident, either. He let me see her when he wanted me to see her. But like Lily, her face wasn't very visible. The image was grainy and distant, distorted by what was probably some kind of wide-angle lens. It was her, though. I nodded. He pointed at two others. And them? Holding hands, standing several feet behind Kira. That's Izzy and Chloe, I told him. Figured as much. I'm not sure what you're getting at, I said tentatively. You know they were at the mall with Lily, they told you that. Even gave you a picture. They did, didn't they? He settled back in his chair. That happy group shot, all smiles, looked like they were having fun. Whaley took his phone from his pants pocket, swiped through several screens, and loaded up the picture. Not the one they'd been using on the news, cropped to show only Lily Dwyer, but the original shot. The one with Lily, Kira, Lizzie, Chloe, and... Something in my head clicked. I realized what he was getting at, but it wasn't exactly some smoking gun. Alicia Dubin was in the group shot, but not the surveillance image. I didn't say anything, but I didn't have to. He went on before I could speak. When I first saw this, I figured Alicia Dubin had gone to the bathroom, or maybe she was off shopping on her own. There are a million reasons for her to not be on this particular security camera at that moment. Hell, she might have been standing right off on the side somewhere, just off camera. There are blind spots all over the mall. And like you said, why does it even matter? We already know Lily was there with these girls. He settled back in the chair and clucked his tongue. Something about this picture kept nagging at me, though, like a loose thread on an old sweater. You ever get one of those? You can't help but tug on it even though you know it will probably do more damage than good. He looked down at the picture again. What does it look like they're all doing to you? Again, I felt like he already knew the answer. At the very least, he'd come to some kind of conclusion he had yet to share. But I couldn't help myself. I looked back down at the picture and studied it for a moment. Well, Lily's leaving. She's only a few feet from the exit, and I can't say for sure, but it looks like her arm is swinging forward, about to push through the glass doors there. That would be my guess, he agreed. And what about Kira? I don't know, she's just standing there, I said, watching her, Lily, watching her leave. He tapped on Chloe and Izzy. Them too, right? Yeah, I still don't see why that matters. Whaley's chair creaked under his weight as he shifted slightly. Then he lined up the printout on his phone again, the image of all the girls still on the screen. Take a close look at both. You'll see it. Just give it a second. I wasn't sure what he was talking about, not at first. Then I was. Something so obvious I wasn't sure how I missed it. They're all wearing different clothes. Lily's outfit was nearly the same, jean shorts and a white tank top in both images, but the tops were slightly different, the shoulder straps. Thin in the photo with the other girls, wider in the surveillance shot. Kira was wearing dark skirts in both, but her t-shirt had text across the front in the group picture, a shirt I recognized. It said, "Eyes up top, sailor." In the surveillance image, her shirt was plain, no text. Chloe's clothing was similar, too. Izzy's was completely different. Shorts in one picture, jeans in the other. Whaley said, "When we're asked to recognize people, we tend to look at the face. All else becomes white noise, blurry. We don't see because we're so focused." "This doesn't make sense," I said softly. "The photograph the girls gave me was taken on a different day. 1 week before, according to the techs in Boston. They were able to pull the date from data embedded in the image. Metadata. Yeah, metadata. Date, location, make, model, and serial number of the phone snapping the shot. The camera. All that is captured in the image." He tapped the group shot with his finger. "We pulled all the video footage at the mall the day this was taken, and all the girls are together. Almost 3 hours, bouncing from store to store. Eating, fending off boys, typical girl stuff. But none of that happened the day Lily vanished. It's all 1 week earlier. When we reviewed the footage for the date she disappeared, Lily runs into Kira once. They talk for less than a minute near the restrooms, but that's it. Aside from that, best we can tell, Kira, Izzy, and Chloe followed her from a distance, but didn't make contact." "Okay, so where was Alicia? Was she even there?" "Oh, she was there. She arrived with Kira and the other two, then broke off. We got her on video crossing the mall, making a beeline for the west entrance." "Why?" "She went straight for this guy." Whaley flicked through a few photographs on his phone until he found the one he wanted. She shows him something on her phone. They talk for about a minute. Actually, looks more like an argument or disagreement of some sort. There's no audio on the security system, but it's clear they're both agitated. He takes a second look at her phone, then stomps off, heads back outside. "That's Rory Moyer." "Yeah, Rory Moyer. Her boyfriend." Ex-boyfriend, but I wasn't about to tell Whaley that, because if I did, I'd also have to tell him where Alicia Dubin was resting her head lately, and Spivey had enough problems. "If you look real close, you can see Rory's car parked at the curb outside." "I still don't understand what you're getting at." He studied me for a long moment. I could see the wheels turning behind his eyes. When he finally spoke, he said, "I don't think you do, and that's probably a good thing. For you, anyway. Not so sure about your friends." When I only stared at him, he continued, "I think Rory is our missing Brian. Or maybe there was never a Brian to begin with. Either way, I'm pretty sure Lily left the mall in Rory's car. I think Alicia all but put her in that car with the help of Kira and the others. I don't know the whys of it all, haven't figured that part out yet. But to me, it looks like their first trip to that mall, the one with Lily, was some kind of trial run, like a scouting mission. And they pulled the trigger with the second trip. Lured her there, then followed her around to make sure she left with him. Maybe funneled her to him. They concocted some kind of story, fed it to me with that picture, to send me and the rest of law enforcement down a rabbit hole when Lily turned up missing." As nervous as I was, I almost laughed, because that might have been one of the craziest theories I'd ever heard. He must have understood how much of a leap that all was, because he was smiling too, grinning like he'd told me the greatest joke in the world and wanted to give the punchline a chance to sink in. Finally, he tilted his head and said, "Nutty, right? Just saying all that aloud makes me think maybe your dad really did grab her and that's the end of it. Some pervert impulse that probably ends with a body weighed down and dumped in the water somewhere. Simplest explanation is usually right. They teach us that in cop school." He spread his hands wide. "My theory, I'm jumping from A to C to X. It doesn't seem very plausible. Not in the slightest, he agreed. Had it not been for last night, I would have never gone there. My heart thumped. What happened last night? The smile left Whaley's face. Rory's dad got picked up in Exeter on a D&D, drunk and disorderly. Seems he'd been out celebrating. Apparently he came into some money. Well, the way he told it at some shithole called Roosters, Rory came into some money and gave him a taste. But either way, he was out throwing cash around like he could print more. Buying rounds, talking about getting his own boat, maybe a new truck. You'd think he won the lottery. But he didn't. Not him at all. It was Rory. Here's the thing, though. In his drunken stupor, he said, Rory cashed in the pink cow. That's where the money came from. His exact words. The pink cow. I'm not sure when he loaded it back up, but he had the group shot back on his phone, and his index finger lazily traced Lily Dwyer's hair. Like I said, Whaley told me, I don't know the whys, not the big one anyway, why they would want her. But I think I've got the how and the who. Those girls paid Rory to snatch her up. Maybe she did something to them. Girls can get catty. Maybe they wanted to scare her, teach her a lesson, who knows. I think that part of the plan went sideways, and now Lily is gone. I don't think they'd hurt her intentionally, not bad, but something might have went wrong. Even the best of plans can unravel, field a curveball. If you believe all this, why don't you ask them? Why am I sitting here? The truth? He let out a sigh. Because my theory has holes, and their folks would lawyer up before I got anything useful. And my parents won't, at least not to protect me, so you think it's okay to grill me instead? I'm hardly grilling, Billy. I'm sharing. I think you know something, even if you don't know you know it. You've got the missing pieces, but you haven't connected them. And for better or worse, that's because your friends have decided not to include you in this. He settled back in his chair, the wood groaning under his weight. I think one of those girls planted the hair in your dad's car to throw us off, and that poor girl is out there on that island somewhere. Thoughts of the basement flooded my head. The smell, dead things, Benny's hole. I forced it out. They wouldn't go there. That was too far. They'd never go there. Why don't you just ask Rory? Nobody's spending money on a lawyer for him, or his dad. I bet he'd roll on his son to get himself out of trouble. I would if we could find him, Whaley replied. According to his dad, Rory hasn't been home for 3 days. Have you seen him? I shook my head. He studied me for a moment. Why are you so pale, Billy? You're sweating. I looked around the room. The windowless walls were covered in so many layers of paint they rippled with bumps. There was a ceiling fan, but it wasn't on. The air as still as a tomb. It's hot in here, that's all. Yeah, well, it is that, he agreed. But you're also trembling. His voice fell low. Here's the thing. It won't take long for the Stadies or the feds to make some of these same connections. They're looking for Lily Dwyer, too. It may take a day, maybe 2 days, but someone else will see it, and when that happens, they'll come down hard on you, your friends, especially Spivey. They'll pounce on that island from every which way and tear up every inch. You heard Marston. He's 2 weeks shy of his 18th birthday. He'll learn the hard way what it means to be an adult. All of you will. She's not out there. I would have seen her. The words came from me so weak I didn't believe them. Take me out there, Whaley replied. Just me. Talk to Spivey for me. Give me a chance to look around and confirm that. If she's not, I can tell everyone that when the question inevitably comes up. And if she is, she's not. And if she is, if you're the one who helped me find her, I'll do what I can to keep you out of trouble. I can see to it that you still have some kind of future. He licked his lips. I want to be wrong here, I do. I hope to God I'm wrong. Help prove me wrong. Chapter 9. We took the Merv. Looking back on it, I suppose Whaley asked to take my boat rather than the one from the police department because Spivey wouldn't bat an eye when he saw me approach. There was no easy way to sneak up on an island. Even at only a quarter-mile out, that bit of distance offered several minutes of advance warning. Was this a betrayal? Yes. The knot growing in my stomach made that very clear. There was a very good chance Spivey would never speak to me again after today. Kira and the others either. But this was something I had to do. Not for Whaley, not even for Lily's parents. I had to know. I totally understood how selfish that reasoning was, but that didn't make it any less true. When you're 17, the world may feel incredibly large, but it all revolves around one single point, and that point is you. I told myself this was the right thing to do, even if it felt completely wrong. In some twisted way, I convinced myself I was stopping things before they got worse. And the crazy thing was, even if Whaley and I found Lily out there, if we dug up Benny's hole and found Lily's lifeless body in the dirt, something in the back of my head told me this could still get worse. Her death was only the beginning of the bad to come. A catalyst, a spark. That's why I was doing this. I believed I could stop what came next. I was an idiot. Whaley sat up in the bow, one hand on the hull, the other attempting to hold his hair, and failing as the warm wind whipped it about. His eyes remained fixed on the tiny island, watching it grow as we drew close. When I motored the Merv around the rocks and to the dock, he stood and helped me tie off. Annabelle wasn't there. That meant Spivey wasn't either. The world got very quiet when I shut down Merv's motor. Whaley climbed up on the dock and looked around. Standing behind him, I searched for Benny. He'd become a fixture out here. But if he was on the island, I didn't see him. No sign of his shovel or wheelbarrow either. The various holes he'd dug up around the house and beach were all filled in. He'd done such a good job, I didn't see them at all. Not an outline or fresh mound, nothing. It didn't feel like anyone was there. I expected Whaley to go to the door and knock, shout out, "Police!" At the time, I had no idea what the legalities of all this were, but I was pretty sure he couldn't poke around without permission. Whaley didn't start with the house. He took several steps up the dock toward the door, then stopped and pointed at the shed off to the left. "What's in there? Any idea?" "The generator. I think there's some batteries, too. Not sure what else." "Uh-huh." He followed the dock to the yard and made his way over to the shed, his head swiveling as he went, taking in everything. When he reached the door, he ran his hand along the frame. "Awfully quiet for a generator, don't you think?" His left hand wrapped around the doorknob and his right settled on the butt of his gun. His finger twitched and snapped off the small piece of leather securing the weapon. "Anyone in there? Newcastle PD." He said this just loud enough to be heard from the interior of the shed, but not loud enough to carry back to the house. And at first I thought someone might answer, but nobody did. The only sound was the wind rustling the tall seagrass. He twisted the knob, and when he realized it wasn't locked, his body tensed. He bobbed his head to the left, signaling me to step aside. What did he expect? Spivey to come running out with guns blazing like some old western? Maybe not Spivey, but I could picture Benny doing that. Eyes wide, swinging his shovel like David Ortiz ready to clear the bases and send one over the green monster. I opened my mouth to warn Whaley, but before I could, he yanked the door open with enough force to send it cracking against the wall and bouncing back. He blocked it with his right leg and fell to a crouch. His gun was out, arms outstretched and sweeping the interior left to right and back again. I'd never seen him move so fast and wouldn't have thought it possible. He was the man I'd grown up watching wearing a crossing guard vest in front of the elementary school every morning. The idea that he'd shoot someone seemed ridiculous, but I had no doubt he would. Benny wasn't in the shed. Nobody was. And Whaley's gun was back in the holster as quickly as it appeared. I didn't see him put the weapon away. I was too busy staring inside the small building, trying to understand what I was looking at. There was a generator sitting in the center of the space on a cracked concrete pad, but that generator was covered in cobwebs and flaked with so much rust and grime it was clear it hadn't run in years. 2 rubber hoses were visible, both rotted and cracked, filled with holes. What looked like a carburetor was in pieces off to the side, lying on top of an old gray piece of cloth, frayed and chewed with time. There were a couple of gas cans, too, piled in the corner of the shed, but those looked even older, rusted and forgotten. There must be another generator somewhere, I mumbled. And there had to be, because there was no chance this one was powering the house. The last time this one had run, Nixon was probably busy buying tape recorders. Maybe they're bringing power in from Kittery. A bare bulb hung from the center of the shed ceiling. Whaley reached up and tugged the metal chain, but nothing happened. Or not. A wheelbarrow stood in the back corner of the shed, an old shovel and pickaxe lying inside. The wheel was flat, the rubber rotten, and this too was covered in webs. These couldn't be the tools I'd seen Benny using, but they certainly looked like them. Red-handled shovel and all, but the paint was faded and chipped, as old as everything else in the shed. Whaley picked up a rusty screwdriver and wrench from the cloth near the disassembled carburetor, brushed the webs off, then dropped them back to the ground before going back outside. He stood there for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the large doors of the boathouse and the main building beyond. Then he started across the overgrown yard toward the kitchen door. Chapter 10. The boards of the small porch creaked under our weight, and in the harsh daylight, I realized the paint wasn't as fresh as I originally thought. Parts had peeled away, cracks and flakes riddling the railing. The lumber of the house itself was splintered and stained, and 2 panes of glass in the window off the kitchen were broken. Maybe Rory and his friends had made it back after all. Chucked a couple of rocks through the glass. I told myself that because that made sense, and I needed what I was looking at to make sense. It didn't explain the wood, though, or the paint. That might have been the result of a bad storm coming through, but we had no such storm, not in the handful of days since I'd last been out here. I supposed Marston might have hired someone to paint the house when Spivey took possession, and it was very possible that person used poor-quality paint. But that didn't explain the wood. Whaley opened the screen door and knocked several times, but there was no answer. He called out police again, much louder than back at the shed, and that brought no one either. When he tried the doorknob, I wanted it to be locked. Don't lock the doors. But it wasn't. It didn't turn easily, though, and it turned like a knob that had forgotten how to turn, as if years of non-use had driven the memory of that skill away. The heavy door didn't want to move either. The swollen wood held it in place. I could see it around the frame, bulbous and cracked, tinged dark where the moisture had settled in and gone to mold like thin veins. The door on our storm cellar looked like that. The wood was soft, spongy. None of that was right, though. The door swung as if it were new the last time I was here. It had been new, recently installed. I remembered thinking that the first time we all came out here. Whaley told me to step back, and he came at the door again, leading with his shoulder. Wide receivers weren't known for their hits, but at some point between his ball-playing days and now, he'd perfected the move. With an audible crack, the door popped free and opened on the kitchen. "Spivey, this is Chief Whaley. Anyone here?" His voice boomed through the empty room and the spaces behind, not like he was shouting into a house, but standing at the mouth of a large tunnel. "I don't think anyone's here," he said, stepping into the kitchen. When he realized I hadn't moved, he looked back at me. "You coming?" I couldn't move. My legs were frozen in place. My head was buzzing with so many thoughts I couldn't make sense of any of them. All I could do was stare into the kitchen. What used to be the kitchen. The stainless steel appliances were gone, replaced with an ancient black stovetop and rusted white refrigerator. Not even a refrigerator, an icebox, small with rounded edges and a mangled handle hanging on by one bolt. Some relic from a time long gone. The walls were no longer pale yellow as I remembered them, but covered in tattered floral print wallpaper. Large sections were peeled away, the edges curled, caked with soot and grease from the stove. Several logs sat in an iron basket off to the side, ready to feed that stove. But even those looked as if someone had brought them in a long time ago and forgot them there. The sign with Spivey's rules was still there, balanced precariously on the counter. Whaley was reading them as I finally found the will to step inside. "This is all wrong," I heard myself say. "It's not what I expected," Whaley agreed. "I don't see how anyone can live here. I'd heard talk a while back about condemning this place and tearing it down. I understand why. That's not what I mean. This isn't how it was. It's what?" I could only shake my head. There was no explaining it. Not to him, not to anyone. I didn't understand it myself. Only those who had been out here might understand, and none of them were here. Nobody was. Whaley had his phone out and was holding it up toward the ceiling, studying the screen. No signal. He switched to the photo app and took several shots of the room. "I know he's your friend, but considering his illness, he shouldn't be living here. I'm not sure anyone should." There were holes in the wood floor, and Whaley carefully maneuvered around them through the kitchen and to the living room. The furniture was gone. The stereo, too. No large television on the wall. Nothing about the space was familiar to me. It was like walking through a dreamscape, and for a moment I thought maybe I was dreaming. If I wasn't dreaming now, maybe I had dreamt my previous trips out here. Nothing else made sense. A broom was propped up against the far wall, but if anyone had used it recently, there was no sign. The floor was covered in dirt and dust. The windows were caked with it, allowing only enough light to coat the room with gloom. The air smelled of mildew, and water stains lined the exterior wall around the window frame and up near the ceiling. Whaley went to the center of the space, mindful of the damaged floor, and took a few more photographs. He didn't notice me walk by him to the stairs. I had probably been standing there for a minute before he came over. "What is it?" I was looking at the wall where the photographs had been, now empty. It was obvious something had hung there. The sun had faded the wallpaper, and there were about a dozen squares where the pictures had been. But aside from that and bare nails, there was nothing. That wasn't the worst of it, though. I was looking at the stairs. "Billy, you look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay?" At first, I could only point. Then I managed to say, "There were steps here leading down into the basement. They're gone." Whaley's face grew puzzled. "Basement?" "Right here." I traced the spot with a finger slowly through the dusty air. There was an opening in the floor and steps leading down. Whaley eyed me for a moment, then sunk to his knees. He switched on his phone's flashlight and brightly illuminated the area, tracing the floorboards, the wall. "Billy, there's no opening here. Look at the floor. These strips of wood are solid the full length of the room. I can't imagine you could even dig out here without hitting the water line or stone. They blasted out the basement." Whaley didn't reply to that, only looked at me. And when he couldn't face me anymore, he went back to studying the floor. When he finally stood, he said, "You've had a very hard day. Maybe I should get you home." I wasn't going home, not yet. I needed to see upstairs. I pushed by him and took the steps 2 at a time. Even when one of them cracked under my foot, catching the heel of my shoe, I kept going. Chapter 11. I found more of the same. The room I remembered as the master bedroom was filled with clutter. Furniture and old Coast Guard equipment. Some covered in heavy cloths, others not. All of it coated in a thick layer of dust. There was no master bath. In that room, as well as the other closets, there were trunks with more clothing, boots, uniforms, rain gear, old lamps and stacks of books, a government-issue box of staples. No stapler, just staples, 50,000 of them, enough to last a lifetime plus 20. There was even a bicycle, the rubber rotten and long gone from the rusted rims. An old phonograph, too, the kind with a crank on the side. None of this had been here before. Everything was different, like I was standing in a different house. Whaley stepped around a pile of boxes and let out a soft whistle. All these antiques are probably worth a small fortune. A mouse skittered across the far end of the room. It paused for a moment, glaring at the two of us, the trespassers we were, then vanished through a small hole in the wall where the bed had been. Whaley crossed the hallway to the bunk room. Is this where Spivey's been sleeping? In a half-daze, I followed after him. Of all the rooms, this one had changed the least. Although unmade, all the beds were still there, the metal footlockers, too. But unlike before, the paint was faded and the springs on 3 of the beds were broken. A sleeping bag was on the floor near the door, along with a camping lantern. Spivey's backpack was off to the side with half the clothes piled on top. His crate of CDs was there, too. A few were out of their cases, but I didn't see any kind of player. There was a bucket, placed there to catch water from a leak in the stained ceiling. Although some light slipped through the grimy windows, Whaley had his flashlight on again, pointing up. Isn't there another level above this one? I turned and looked down the hallway, back toward the stairs, and realized that was all wrong, too. There should be more steps leading up to the small landing, the one with the locked closet. Regular steps, same as the others, but there were no more steps. Instead, there was only the steep ladder-like staircase that went to the tower and the widow's walk. I approached the ladder tentatively, part of me expecting even this to vanish with a blink, but it didn't. My hand shook as I reached for it, touched it. I ran my fingers over several of the square-headed, nubby nails holding it together, felt the smoothness of the rungs, the wood worn to a stone-like finish from a lifetime worth of boots. When I looked up through the opening, I saw only the roofline of the tower. An entire floor of the house had vanished. There was no way I'd imagined it. There were conversations about it, the only locked door in the house. Kira had fixated on it, wanted to turn the closet into a small bedroom. Spivey had said the television came from that closet, the stereo too. None of those things were here. Just thinking about all that made my head hurt. It was like those memories were hiding somewhere in my mind and didn't want to come out, fighting me when I tried to pull them into the light. If those things weren't real, if the house I remembered wasn't real, wouldn't I have memories of this house? The disrepair, the layout, the smells, all of it? I didn't, though. All of this was new to me, I was sure of that, as sure as I was about my memories. Whaley was holding up an old Coast Guard hat. He'd taken it from one of the lockers and was studying the band inside. Whoever had owned it had written their name on the cloth with a black marker. The blocky letters were faded now, unreadable. I could almost see it. If I squinted my eyes and peered through the blur, a dozen sailors lining the hallway, shucking off their heavy rain gear and changing into more casual wear, returning from one call and preparing for the next. Laughter echoed all around, heavy, brooding laughter. Not exactly real, but overcompensating for the horrors just seen at sea. A laughter meant to help forget rather than recall. Smells crept up from the kitchen below. Vegetable broth, maybe chicken soup, Hard to tell, but real enough to make my mouth water. From somewhere downstairs, a voice called out, "Anyone see Emerson?" And from above, a phone began to ring. Chapter 12. The voices vanished. The smells gone. The hallway was empty again, only Whaley standing there, still holding the hat. All of it gone as quickly as it appeared. But the phone continued, a muted ring from up above, from the tower. A tiny hammer clattering against bells wrapped in cloth. Whaley's head tilted up, his face washed in confusion. Having grown up in a time before cell phones, the sound of a landline ringing was probably more familiar to him than it was to me, and so were the logistics necessary for such a thing to work. No doubt he was wondering how the phone company managed to run a line out to here. Across the harbor, over rocks and sand dredged 1,000,000 times over the years in an attempt to maintain the shipping lanes. And if they were able to do that, had they also run power? If the answer to that second question was yes, then the current state of the generator could easily be explained. But he hadn't been here when Spivey told us the island was completely self-sufficient and not tethered to the mainland. And if that were true, then the phone above us had no business ringing. I'd been told never to answer it, and I answered it that one time anyway, and that might be why I shot up the ladder as quickly as I did. My conversation with Lily Dwyer had been abruptly cut off the last time that phone had rung, and she and I had unfinished business. In the tower, I nearly tripped over the sleeping bag and pillows Kira had brought up for us. Just seeing those along with the candles we had failed to light brought some relief, because at least that was real. I desperately wanted something to be real, even if that raised as many questions as it did comforts. The old beige phone rattled in its base up on the wall, and I stared at it for a moment before I managed to summon the courage to reach for it, to pluck it from that base and bring it to my ear. An image of the board in the kitchen flashing through my mind again. All those rules I so blatantly disregarded. Don't answer the... Hello? It wasn't Lily's voice on the other end of the call, not this time. Unlike before, this was a voice I knew, one I recognized, even if it sounded muffled and far away. There was nothing you could have done. It wasn't your fault. My breath caught in my throat, and in that moment I couldn't have spoken if my life depended on it. What happened, all of it, those events were in motion long before you ever set foot out there. You need to take comfort in that, as difficult as that may be to accept. Whaley's head appeared in the hatch. He stopped halfway up the ladder and mouthed the words, "Who is it?" I didn't answer him. I couldn't. Think of it like a movie, one playing all around you. You can touch it, feel it, smell it. It's as real as anything else, but the beginning, middle, and end of the film, it's all in the can. The script is carved in stone, production has wrapped, and although you haven't seen the full picture yet, it's done. It's run its course. No budget left for edits. I don't understand. No, you wouldn't. You didn't. You couldn't. I told myself that before I dialed, but I had to do this as much as you need to do what comes next. It's in the script. It's in the movie. On some level, it's already happened. Hell, I'm still trying to understand it, and I've had far more time than you. At this point, I think I've taken solace in one simple thought. I'm smart enough to understand there are many things I don't understand. Is Lily dead? At this, Whaley perked up, his brow lined with knots. Who is it? Is she out there somewhere? Nobody dies on that island, but that doesn't mean they don't come home. In the end, we all come home. In the end, that's all we can do. Whaley came up the remaining rungs of the ladder and snatched the phone from my hand. This is Chief Whaley with Newcastle PD. Who am I speaking with? I dropped down on the sleeping bag and pillows, and for one brief second I smelled Kira's shampoo lofting up at me through the air. I watched the chief's face go from frustrated to confused, then to stark white as the blood drained away. I thought he might drop the phone, but he managed to hold on to it, even if he was shaking. I couldn't hear what was said, and I suppose that didn't matter much. What was said wasn't nearly as important as who said it, and when the call ended, the chief had trouble finding his words. When he finally spoke, they came out as uncertain as my memories. "That sounded like you," he managed. "Exactly like you." I think it was. Chapter 13. We didn't speak on the ride home, not a single word. There were only looks and silent questions, a million silent questions for which neither of us had answers. The Merv practically maneuvered itself through the harbor and back to the dock behind the Piscataqua Cafe, and for that I was grateful, because a numbness had found its way deep into my bones, and the sound of my own voice did nothing to calm that. I didn't trust my actions, my movements. My memories were suspect. I kept hoping I'd wake up, even though the only thing I was certain of was that this was not a dream. It wasn't until the Merv was tied off on the dock and I shut the motor down that Chief Whaley spoke. He was sitting on the bench seat near the bow, his face still an awful shade of white, and what he said didn't make sense. "I can still hear Patricia and William laughing, Chief. Can you?" He said this in a voice so low it might have been the wind. If I hadn't been looking at him and seen his lips move, I might have assumed I'd imagined it. I wasn't the only one shaking. Whaley folded his large hands into each other, kneaded his fingers together. He couldn't stop, though, no more than I could. Whaley cleared his throat. "That's what the voice on the phone said to me. What your voice said to me." The number for that phone was ingrained in my head. I tried to forget it, but couldn't. I'd never dialed it, though. I knew that wasn't me on the line. "Do you know who they are?" I managed to ask him. "Patricia and William?" He reached into his pocket and took out the envelope from my dad's car, the one containing the photographs, and tossed it onto the seat between us. "The two bodies found out on Wood Island in 72. Took some doing back then, but they were ID'd as the Whidden children, Patricia and William, 14 and 15 years old." My dad found an old article in the Portsmouth Herald. That's what the pictures are from. But it didn't mention their names. No, I'm sure it wouldn't. Because they were minors? Whaley scratched his head, then looked out over the water. No, because they didn't die out there. They were only found out there. That was the real rub of it all. The Merv rocked gently as small waves found the hull. The motion should have been soothing, but it was anything but that. I got the impression the boat was rocking out of anticipation, like it was bubbling over with a secret it could no longer hold. Whaley went on, even though it was clear he didn't want to. "They drowned, the both of them, but not out there." He paused for a moment before continuing, and when he did speak again, his confused eyes met mine. "They went missing in the summer of 51. Details are scarce. Nobody knows what time or what exactly led up to it. Nobody realized they were even gone until their mother rang the supper bell and they didn't turn up. After a couple of hours, some of the townsfolk got together for an ad hoc search of Newcastle. They found their bodies a little after 9 that night, in the one place nobody wanted to look. They'd fallen into the well out behind George Walton's old place and drowned. The report says the well was covered up, boarded over. Old, though, rotten. They think one of them stepped on the boards, broke through, and fell inside. The other child fell in trying to save the first one. No witnesses or anything, so all that's complete speculation. There was no reason to suspect foul play, just the makings of a tragic accident. The bodies were recovered and buried out at Oceanside. The markers are still there, but you gotta hunt for them. East End, all the way and back. He motioned with his hands and made a rough shape. Only about 6 inches square, so hand-cut granite. But they found them on Wood Island? 20 years later? How? Whaley shrugged. Nobody knows the answer to that one. They were friends with Geraldine, played together as kids. They'd both been out to the island a few times, but they weren't on Wood Island the day they died. Nowhere close. They died in the Walton Well. Bodies were pulled out of there in 51, that's for certain. He nodded at the photographs. Then some fishermen on a picnic out on Wood find skeletons on the beach in 72. The responding M.E., a guy named Homer Bueller, he could tell they were children. One male, one female. The male had a fracture in his tibia, lower leg, unhealed. So it occurred at the time of death. The female was wearing some kind of necklace. He recognized both. Old Homer was at the end of his career at this point, but he'd been new to the job when he got called out to the Walton Well in 51. And you don't forget a thing like that. Said the boy broke his leg when he fell in. So when he saw those bodies in 72, bodies he knew, he had the Whidden graves dug up, found both to be empty. This wasn't some court-sanctioned exhumation. No judge would sign off on something like that. This was Homer and a few close friends in the middle of the night after drinking a bottle or two of liquid courage. When they found the graves empty, they put both those children back where they belonged and filled the graves back in. Put them to rest with their family. Swore to never speak another word of it. He looked at the envelope again. For the most part, they kept it quiet. Like your dad probably figured out, the Portsmouth Herald never ran another word about it. And you can comb every law enforcement office from Maine to Boston, and you won't find a single report, local or federal. It's one of those things nobody can explain, so nobody talks about it except in hushed whispers. Probably only a handful of old-timers even remember at this point. The only reason I know about it is because the last chief told me the story on his way out. Kind of a rite of passage. Said it was one of those unsolved mysteries that kept him up at night. They either buried empty boxes or someone moved the bodies. Nobody's got an explanation for either of those things because there's no valid reason to do either. It'll drive you crazy just to think about it, so best to forget it. You know, Lester Rote died a week after those bodies turned up, right? I told him. He got in his boat, motored out to sea, and vanished. You think he did that out of some sense of guilt? Whaley replied. Maybe he was the one who moved the bodies and didn't want to explain himself. I heard my own voice in my head, speaking to me from that telephone. Nobody dies on that island, but that doesn't mean they don't come home. In the end, we all come home. In the end, that's all we can do. Maybe he knew how they got out there and couldn't live with it anymore. Whaley's phone rang and he fumbled it out of his pocket and answered. I couldn't make out what was said, but I heard enough to know the voice on the other end spoke urgently. As Whaley listened, the little blood remaining in his face left him. By the time he hung up, I might have been looking at a corpse. What is it? What happened? A wobble filled his voice. When was the last time you were out at Jaffrey Point? Chapter 14. Jaffrey Point jutted out from the southern tip of Newcastle just beyond Fort Stark. A mix of rocks, brambles, and sand, it was difficult to reach by foot, and the shallow waters prevented most boat traffic unless the tide was in. Chief Whaley didn't turn on his lights or siren, but he got us there quickly. It was less than a mile from the dock behind Piscataqua Cafe, and there was very little traffic. He wouldn't tell me what happened, and I gave up asking. Officer Mundy had parked his SUV in the middle of the gravel lot next to the fort, and Whaley pulled up beside him. Like many of the historical elements of Newcastle, the fort was one of those places my friends and I played at when we were kids, visited for the occasional late-night party as teenagers, and all but forgot as we went about our daily lives. Originally built back in the 1800s, it had been used as a stronghold during numerous wars and skirmishes, rebuilt and fortified as the times dictated, and left to crumble for the years between. The Navy had used it for training at some point back in the 70s, but for the most part, it was just one of those places tourists crawled over, taking photos they'd probably never look at again. Shifting into park, Whaley shut off the engine. "Stay behind me and don't touch anything. Don't go wandering off. You get in the way, and you can wait this out in the back seat. Understand?" He exited the car without giving me a chance to answer. I waited a moment and climbed out, too. My shoes crunched on the gravel as I rounded the SUV to where Whaley was talking to Deputy Mundy. Mundy wasn't much older than me. He'd graduated 4 years earlier and only recently joined the force after toiling around Boston for a few years doing who knows what. His gun belt hung loose on his lanky frame, and he kept tugging it back up to his waist with his right hand, his left squeezing a thick roll of yellow crime scene tape. When he saw me, he stopped speaking. Whaley looked off toward the water. "Down there?" Mundy nodded. "How many?" Mundy licked his lips. 3, I think. Put some barricades up and tape off a perimeter. Keep the locals off the rocks and out of the fort. They'll be here soon enough. Give Lieutenant Milchman a call, too, and see if he can place a Coast Guard boat or 2 offshore so the riffraff can't get too close from the water. Tough now with the tide out, but the water will be back up in no time, and someone will make a try at it. Press in particular. "Yes, sir." He nodded at me. "Why's he here?" "I want him to see this." Whatever this was, it was bad. Nobody was moving fast, and that somehow made it worse. 3. That's what Mundy said. Mundy frowned. "You sure that's a good idea, Chief? He's just to get those barricades up. Call for backup from Portsmouth if you need it." Whaley crossed the parking lot and started around the side of the fort's stone wall, down toward the water. "Stay close, Billy. Watch your step. Some of these rocks are slippery." I'd gone down that way before. Spivey and I used to fish out there when we were younger. I'd fallen in my share of times, too. The rocks shifted and the path changed with nearly every tide. They were covered in algae, slime, and seaweed. With one hand on the stone wall of the fort to help keep my balance, I followed after Whaley. I didn't see the boat, Rory's boat, until we rounded the far side of the fort. It was clear just by the way it was sitting in the water that something was very wrong. The scent of low tide wafted through the warm air, a nasty mix of wet sulfur and iodine that made my eyes water. Spivey had once told me the smell came from sex pheromones produced by seaweed eggs meant to attract sperm. Like much of what Spivey told me when we were younger, this was information I'd rather not have in my head, but it didn't seem to want to leave once it got in there. I saw then and wished I hadn't. Holy shit. We'd reached the boat, and Whaley had stopped moving. Yeah, holy shit. Rory's small skiff was partially underwater. The stern submerged with the bow sticking up in the air. It looked like a rocket on a ramp prepping for flight. I didn't see a hole in the stern, but it was barely visible, buried under rocks. The smallest rock was no bigger than a pebble and largest about the size of my fist. It looked like a dump truck backed up to his boat from above and emptied its load on top, partially burying the boat and spilling out to the surrounding water and the muck of the jagged shore. I didn't see Rory, not at first, and when I did, I wished I hadn't. Much like Spivey's various facts, the image of Rory's body carved into my mind with a blade so sharp and precise, I knew it would be there until the day I died. He'd been behind the wheel when this happened, whatever this was, and maybe he tried to rise or maybe he didn't, but he was folded awkwardly at the waist, bent over the gunwale of the skiff. What was left of his right arm hung lazily over the side of the boat, his fingers in the water. Sand crabs, the kind we called bubblers, covered his flesh in numbers so great they crawled over each other to get from the surf to the meatier parts up near his forearm and shoulder. There were ants, too. Who knew what else? Muscle, tendon, and skin swollen loose from the bone, writhed with life that no longer belonged to Rory, but to the things that had taken possession of him. I managed to turn my head before throwing up, but it still splashed over my shoes and the rocks at my side. Chief Whaley glanced at me but said nothing. To this